Garvey, together with the writers and artists of the Renaissance period, helped to put the community of Harlem on the map. While the literary aspect of the Renaissance was unfolding, Marcus Garvey and his Universal Negro Improvement Association, using Harlem as his base of operation, built the largest mass movement among black people that this country had ever seen. This movement had international importance and was considered to be a threat to the colonial powers of Europe which were entrenched in Africa. This magnetic and compelling personality succeeded in building a mass movement after other men had failed. This may be due to the fact that he was born and reared in an age of conflict that affected the world of African peoples everywhere. The appearance of the Garvey movement was perfectly timed. The broken promises of the post-war period had produced widespread cynicism in the black population which had lost some of its belief in itself as a people. Adam Clayton Powell, Sr. wrote of Garvey, "He is the only man that made Negroes not feel ashamed of their color." In his book, Marching Blacks, Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. wrote, "Marcus Garvey was one of the greatest mass leaders of all time. He was misunderstood and maligned, but he brought to the Negro people for the first time a sense of pride in being black." The Garvey movement had a profound effect on the political development of Harlem and on the lives of both the Adam Clayton Powells. The fight to make Harlem a congressional district began during the Garvey period. In his New World A. Cumming, Roy Otley, 1943, observed that, "Garvey leaped into the ocean of black unhappiness at a most timely moment for a savior." He had witnessed the Negroes' disillusionment mount with the progress of the World War. Negro soldiers had suffered all forms of Jim Crow, humiliation, discrimination, slander, and even violence at the hands of a white civilian population. After the war, there was a resurgence of Ku Klux Klan influence. Another decade of racial hatred and open lawlessness had set in, and Negroes again were prominent among the victims. Meantime, administration leaders were quite pointed in trying to persuade Negroes that in spite of their full participation in the war effort they could expect no changes in their traditional status in America. This attitude had helped to create the atmosphere into which a Marcus Garvey could emerge. In many ways the scene was being prepared for Marcus Garvey for over 100 years before he was born. There is no way to understand this without looking at the American antecedents of Marcus Garvey, i.e., the men, forces, and movements that came before him. During the 18th century there was strong agitation among certain groups of black people in America for a return to Africa. This agitation was found mainly among groups of free Negroes because of the uncertainty of their position as freedmen in a slave-holding society. One can see it late into the 18th century, Dr. Du Bois explains in his book Dusk of Dawn, when the Negro Union of Newport, Rhode Island, in 1788, proposed to the Free African Society of Philadelphia a general exodus to Africa on the part of at least free Negroes. The Back to Africa idea has been a recurring theme in Afro-American life and thought for more than 100 years. This thought was strong during the formative years of the Colonization Society and succeeded in convincing some of the most outstanding black men of the 18th and 19th centuries, such as John Russwurm, the first black college graduate, Bowdoin, 1820, and Lot Carey, the powerful Virginia preacher. Later the society fell into severe disrepute after an argument with the abolitionists. Marcus Garvey was not the first West Indian to play a vital role in the Afro-American freedom struggle. West Indians have been coming to the United States for over a century. The part they have played in the progress of the Afro-American in his long march from slavery to freedom has always been an important factor. More important is the fact that the most outstanding of these Caribbean Americans saw their plight and the plight of the Afro-American as being one at the same. As early as 1827, a Jamaican, John B. Russwurm, one of the founders of Liberia, was the first colored man to be graduated from an American college and to publish a newspaper in this country. 16 years later his fellow countryman, Peter Ogden, organized in New York City the first Odd Fellows Lodge for Negroes. Prior to the Civil War, West Indian contribution to the progress of Afro-American life was one of the main contributing factors in the fight for freedom and full citizenship in the northern part of the United States. In his book Souls of Black Folk, Drive. W.E.B. Du Bois says that the West Indians were mainly responsible for the manhood program presented by the race in the early decades of the last century. Indicative of their tendency to blaze new paths is the achievement of John W. A. Shaw of Antigua, who, in the early 90s of the last century, passed the civil service tests and became Deputy Commissioner of Taxes for the County of Queens in New York State. In 18th century America, two of the most outstanding figures for liberty and justice were the West Indians Prince Hall and John B. Russwurm. When Prince Hall came to the United States, the nation was in turmoil. The colonies were ablaze with indignation. Britain, with a series of revenue acts, had stoked the fires of colonial discontent. In Virginia, Patrick Henry was speaking of liberty or death. The cry "no taxation without representation" played on the nerve strings of the nation. Prince Hall, then a delicate-looking teenager, often walked through the turbulent streets of Boston, an observer unobserved. A few months before these hectic scenes, he had arrived in the United States from his home in Barbados, where he had been born about 1748, the son of an Englishman and a free African woman. He was, in theory, a free man, but he knew that neither in Boston nor in Barbados were persons of African descent free in fact. At once, he questioned the sincerity of the vocal white patriots of Boston. It never seemed to have occurred to them that the announced principles motivating their action was stronger argument in favor of destroying the system of slavery. The colonists held in servitude more than 500,000 human beings, some of them white, yet they engaged in the contradiction of going to war to support the theory that all men were created equal. More than 100 years of struggle, agitation, and disenchantment would follow this period. When Marcus Garvey began his organizational work in the United States, a large number of Black Americans were willing to listen to him. In Philosophy and Opinions, Marcus Garvey would later ask himself, where is the black man's government? Where is his king and his kingdom? Where is his president, his country, and his ambassador, his army, his navy, his men of big affairs? He could not answer the question affirmatively, so he decided to make the black man's government, king and kingdom, president and a men of big affairs. He taught his people to dream big again. He reminded them that they had once been kings and rulers of great nations and would be again. The cry "Up, you mighty race, you can accomplish what you will" was a call to the black man to reclaim his best self and re-enter the mainstream of world history. When Marcus Garvey came to the United States in 1916, World War I had already started. The migration of black workers from the South to the new war industries in the north and eastern parts of the United States was in full swing. Dissatisfaction, discontent, and frustration among millions of black Americans were accelerating this migration. The atmosphere and the condition was well prepared for the message and the program of Marcus Garvey. Asterisk. He came to the United States in 1916, 1 year after the death of Booker T. Washington. He had exchanged correspondence with Booker T. Washington with the hope of securing some means to build, in Jamaica, a school similar to Tuskegee in Alabama. Unfortunately, Booker T. Washington had died the previous year. Marcus Garvey's plans for the self-determination of his people are outlined in the following excerpts from Aims and Objects of Movement for Solution of Negro Problem, issued by Marcus Garvey as President General of Universal Negro Improvement Association, 1924. The Universal Negro Improvement Association is an organization among Negroes that is seeking to improve the condition of the race, with the view of establishing a nation in Africa where Negroes will be given the opportunity to develop by themselves, without creating the hatred and animosity that now exist in countries of the white race through Negroes rivaling them for the highest and best positions in government, politics, society, and industry. This organization believes in the rights of all men, yellow, white and black. To us, the white race has a right to the peaceful possession and occupation of countries of its own, and in like manner the yellow and black races have their rights. Only by an honest and liberal consideration of such rights can the world be blessed with the peace that is sought by Christian teachers and leaders. The spiritual brotherhood of man. The following preamble to the constitution of the organization speaks for itself. the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League is a social, friendly, humanitarian, charitable, educational, institutional, constructive, and expansive society and is founded by persons, desiring to the utmost, to work for the general uplift of the Negro peoples of the world. And the members pledge themselves to do all in their power to conserve the rights of all mankind, believing always in the brotherhood of man and the fatherhood of God. The motto of the organization is, one God, one aim, one destiny. Therefore, let justice be done to all mankind, realizing that if the strong oppresses the weak, confusion and discontent will ever mark the path of man, but with love, faith, and charity toward all, the reign of peace and plenty will be heralded into the world and the generations of men shall be called blessed. The declared objects of the association are, to establish a universal confraternity among the race, to promote the spirit of pride and love, to reclaim the fallen, to administer to and assist the needy, to assist in civilizing the backward tribes of Africa, to assist in the development of independent Negro nations and communities, to establish a central nation for the race, to establish commissionaries or agencies in the principal countries and cities of the world for the representation of all Negroes. The early 20s were times of change and accomplishment in the Harlem community. It was the period when Harlem was literally put on the map. Two events made this possible: a literary movement known as the Harlem Renaissance and the emergence in Harlem of the magnetic and compelling personality of Marcus Garvey. He was the most seriously considered and the most colorful of the numerous black Manassas who presented themselves and their grandiose programs to the people of Harlem. Marcus Garvey's reaction to color prejudice and his search for a way to rise above it and lead his people back to Africa, spiritually if not physically, was the all-consuming passion of his existence. His glorious and romantic movement exhorted the black people of the world and fixed their eyes on the bright star of a future in which they could reclaim and rebuild their African homeland and heritage. Garvey succeeded in building a mass movement among American blacks while other leaders were attempting it and doubting that it could be done. He advocated the return of Africa to the Africans and people of African descent. He organized, very boldly, the Black Star Line, a steamship company for transporting cargoes of African produce to the United States, and because of this spread rapidly throughout the Caribbean area and Central and South America, among West Indian migrant laborers. And due to the effectiveness of the American mass media of communication, it penetrated into the continent of Africa. 1 year after he entered the United States, in 1917, he made a speaking tour of the principal cities, building up a national following. By 1919 he had branches well established all over the world, preparing to send delegates and representatives of fraternal organizations to the first International Convention of the Negro Peoples of the World, which was held in August 1920 in New York City. The first public mass meeting was held at Madison Square Garden, the largest auditorium in the state, and white reporters conceded that about 25,000 assembled inside the auditorium, and there was an overflow standing in the streets. The significance of this 30-day convention was that for the first time representatives of African people from all over the world met in sessions to report on conditions under which they lived socially, economically, and politically, and to discuss remedial measures. After the historic first UNIA International Convention of the Negro Peoples of the World in 1920, the cry, "Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad," became part of the folklore of the Black Americans. The most important document that came out of this convention was the Declaration of the Rights of the Negro Peoples of the World. Marcus Garvey had started negotiations with the President of Liberia for colonization and development of Africa by Western world blacks. This was the beginning of the hope and heartbreak of Marcus Garvey's colonization scheme. Between 1920 and 1925 the Garvey movement rose to great heights and, in spite of its troubles, continued to grow. This is the period in which the movement had its greatest success and was under the severest criticism. The convention of 1920 was a monumental achievement in black organization. This convention came in the years after the First World War, when the promises to black Americans had been broken, lynching was rampant, and when blacks were still recovering from the Red Summer of 1919, in which there were race riots in most of the major cities, and the white unemployed took out their grievances on the blacks, who many times were competing with them for the few available jobs. During this time, Marcus Garvey brought the Black Star Line into being and into a multiplicity of troubles. He divorced his wife and married another, and made his name and his organization household words in nearly every part of the world where black people lived. The trials and tribulations of the Black Star Line would read like the libretto of a comic opera, except the events were both hectic and tragic, and there were more villains than heroes involved in this attempt to restore to black people a sense of worth and nationness. Marcus Garvey's trouble with the court started soon after the formation of the Black Star Line. The charges and countercharges relating to the Black Star Line were the basis of most of his troubles and the cause of his conviction and being sent to Atlanta prison. This was the beginning of the end of the greatest years of the Garvey movement. The years of triumph and tragedy were building years, searching years, and years of magnificent dreaming. Marcus Garvey's vision of Africa had lifted the spirit of black Americans out of the depression that followed the First World War. The UNIA's African Legions and Black Cross nurses became familiar sights on the streets of Harlem. The UNIA grew in membership and in support of all kinds. Garvey was the beating heart of the movement. His persuasive voice and prolific writings and his effective use of pageantry struck a responsive chord throughout the black communities of America and abroad. Branches of the movement were established in Latin America, wherever there were large Caribbean communities. An African Orthodox Church was founded in America. Now the black man was searching for a new God, as well as a new land. The Garvey movement began to take effective roots in America when millions of blacks had begun to feel that they would never know full citizenship with dignity in this country where their ancestors had been brought against their will, and where they had contributed to the wealth and development of the country in spite of conditions of previous servitude. Against this background of broken promises and fading hope, Marcus Garvey began to build a worldwide black movement. This, the first black mass protest crusade in the history of the United States, began to pose serious problems for white America. This movement also posed serious problems for the then existing black leadership, especially for Drive W.E.B. Du Bois. In the article, Du Bois vs. Garvey, Race Propagandists at War, the writer Elliot M. Rudnick outlines the origins of the conflict between these two black giants who looked at the world from different vantage points. Both of them were Pan-Africanists and both of them had as their objectives the freedom and redemption of African people everywhere. Yet, there was no meeting of the minds on the methods of reaching these desirable goals. In the article, Rudnick says, unlike Du Bois, Marcus Garvey was able to gain mass support and his propaganda had a tremendous emotional appeal. He established the Universal Negro Improvement Association in New York, with branches in many U.S. cities and several foreign countries. The aim of the organization was the liberation of Africa. By 1919, he set up the Black Star Line and the Negro Factories Corporation. In August 1920, Garvey called a month-long convention of the UNIA in New York City. In the name of 400,000,000 Negroes of the world, he declared that Africa must be free. He did not bother to display the restraint which characterized Pan-African leaders, and many of his remarks were inflammatory. He warned that his race was prepared to shed its blood to remove the whites from the natives' rightful land in Africa. His convention delegates and members paraded through Harlem. Tens of thousands of Negroes were excited by the massed units of the African Legion in blue and red uniforms and the white-attired contingents of the Black Cross nurses. Garvey's followers sang the new UNIA anthem, Ethiopia, thou land of our fathers, and they proudly waved the association's flag, black for Negro skin, green for Negro hopes, and red for Negro blood. Never again was the race to have a leader who could produce such a wonderful show. Du Bois publicly ignored Garvey until December of 1920, and this tardiness of editorial recognition was probably due to the crisis editor's ambivalence toward him. Du Bois was profoundly impressed by this extraordinary leader of men, and he acknowledged that Garvey was essentially an honest and sincere man with a tremendous vision, great dynamic force, stubborn determination, and unselfish desire to serve. However, the crisis editor also considered him to be dictatorial, domineering, inordinately vain and very suspicious. The great difficulty with him is that he has absolutely no business sense, no flair for real organization, and his general objects are so shot through with bombast and exaggeration that it is difficult to pin them down for careful examination. The following month, after Dubois had requested, and failed to receive, a financial statement from the Jamaican on the Negro Improvement Association and the Black Star Line, the crisis editor wrote, "When it comes to Mr. Garvey's industrial and commercial enterprises there is more ground for doubt and misgiving than in the matter of his character." At least once Dubois entertained the idea that his own hopes for Africa's reclamation and an international black economy could be achieved through Garvey's mass appeal. The two men were not strangers to each other before Garvey came to the United States in 1916. In the years between their first meeting and the eve of the Second Pan-African Congress, Dubois had built a black intellectual movement, while Garvey had built a black mass movement. Asterisk. Garvey and his movement had a short and spectacular lifespan in the United States. His movement took really effective form in the United States in about 1919, and by 1926 he was in a federal prison, charged with misusing the mails. From prison he was deported home to Jamaica. This is, briefly, the essence of the Garvey saga in America. Marcus Garvey, who was duly elected provisional president of Africa by his followers, was never allowed to set foot on African soil. He spoke no African language. But Garvey managed to convey to African people everywhere, and to the rest of the world, his passionate belief that Africa was the home of a civilization which had once been great and would be great again. When one takes into consideration the slenderness of Garvey's resources and the vast material forces, social conceptions, and imperial interests which automatically sought to destroy him, his achievement remains one of the great propaganda miracles of this century. Garvey's voice reverberated inside Africa itself. The King of Swaziland later told Mrs. Marcus Garvey that he knew the names of only two black men in the Western world, Jack Johnson, the boxer who defeated the white man Jim Jeffries, and Marcus Garvey. From his narrow vantage point in Harlem, Marcus Garvey became a world figure. After years of neglect, new interest in the life and ideas of this remarkable man has created a Marcus. 18. Garvey Renaissance. In his homeland, Jamaica, he has been proclaimed a national hero. All over the black world he is being reconsidered with respect and reverence. His greatness lies in the fact that he was daring enough to dream of a better future for black people, wherever they live on this earth. The Garvey movement began to fragment and decline concurrently with the end of the Harlem Renaissance. This period had a meaning that is generally missed by most people who write about it. This movement had indigenous roots and it could have existed without the concern and interest of white people. This concern, often overstated, gave the movement a broader and more colorful base, and may have extended its lifespan. The movement was the natural and logical result of years of neglect, suppression, and degradation. Black Americans were projecting themselves as human beings and demanding that their profound humaneness be accepted. It was the first time a large number of black writers, artists, and intellectuals took a unified walk into the North American sun. The black nationalists and freedom fighters before and after Marcus Garvey were saying, no more or less than what Garvey had said in word and deed, up, up, you mighty race. You can accomplish what you will. The Impact of Marcus Garvey. By John Henrik Clarke. When Marcus Garvey died in 1940, the role of the British Empire was already being challenged by India and the rising expectations of her African colonies. Marcus Garvey's avocation of African redemption and the restoration of the African state's sovereign political entity in world affairs was still a dream without fulfillment. After the bombing of Pearl Harbor, December 7, 1941, the United States would enter, in a formal way, what had been up to that date strictly a European conflict. Marcus Garvey's prophecy about the European scramble to maintain dominance over the whole world was now a reality. The people of Africa and Asia had joined in this conflict, but with different hopes, different dreams, and many misgivings. Africans throughout the colonial world were mounting campaigns against the system which had robbed them of their nationness and their basic humanness. The discovery and the reconsideration of the teachings of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey were being rediscovered and reconsidered by a large number of African people as this world conflict deepened. In 1945, when World War II was drawing to a close, the Fifth Pan-African Congress was called in Manchester, England. Some of the conventioneers were George Padmar, Kwame Nkrumah, W.E.B. Du Bois, Nnamdi Azikiwe of Nigeria, and Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya. Up to this time, the previous Pan-African Congresses had mainly called for improvements in the educational status of the Africans in the colonies so that they would be prepared for self-rule when independence eventually came. The Pan-African Congress in Manchester was radically different from all of the other congresses. For the first time, Africans from Africa, Africans from the Caribbean and Africans from the United States had come together and designed a program for the future independence of Africa. Those who attended the conference were of many political persuasions and different ideologies, yet the teachings of Marcus Garvey were the main ideological basis for the Fifth Pan-African Congress in Manchester, England in 1945. Some of the conveners of this Congress would return to Africa in the ensuing years to eventually lead their respective nations toward independence and beyond. In 1947, a Ghanaian student who had studied 10 years in the United States, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, returned to Ghana on the invitation of Joseph B. Danquah, his former schoolmaster. Nkrumah would later become Prime Minister. In his fight for the complete independence for the Gold Coast, later to be known as Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah acknowledged his political indebtedness to the political teachings of Marcus Garvey. On September 7, 1957, Ghana became a free self-governing nation, the first member of the British Commonwealth of Nations to become self-governing. Ghana would later develop a Black Star Line patterned after the maritime dreams of Marcus Garvey. My point here is that the African independence explosion, which started with the independence of Ghana, was symbolically and figuratively bringing the hopes of Marcus Garvey alive. 1. In the Caribbean islands, the concept of federation and political union of all the islands was now being looked upon as a realizable possibility. Some constitutional reforms and changing attitudes, born of this awareness, were improving the life of the people of these islands. In the United States, the Supreme Court's decision of 1954, outlawing segregation in school systems, was greeted with mixed feelings of hope and skepticism by African Americans. A year after this decision, the Montgomery bus boycott, the freedom rides and the demand for equal pay for black teachers that subsequently became a demand for equal education for all, would become part of the central force that would set the fight for liberation in motion. The enemies of Africans, the world over, were gathering their counter forces, while a large number of them pretended to be sympathetic to the Africans' cause. Some of these pretenders, both black and white, were FBI and other agents of the government whose mission it was to frustrate and destroy the civil rights movement. In a different way, the same thing was happening in Africa. The coups and counter-coups kept most African states from developing into the strong, independent and sovereign states they had hoped to become. While the Africans had gained control over their state's apparatus, the colonialists still controlled the economic apparatus of most African states. Africans were discovering to their amazement that a large number of the Africans, who had studied abroad, were a detriment to the aims and goals of their nation. None of them had been trained to rule an African state by the use of the best of African traditional forms and strategies. As a result, African states, in the main, became imitations of European states, and most of their leaders could justifiably be called Europeans with black faces. They came to power without improving the lot of their people, and these elitist governments continue until this day. In most cases, what went wrong was that as these leaders failed to learn the lessons of self-reliance and power preparation as advocated by Marcus Garvey and in different ways by Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois, Elijah Muhammad, and Malcolm X, Africa became infiltrated by foreign agents. Africans had forgotten, if they knew at all, that Africa is the world's richest continent, repository of the greatest mineral wealth in the world. They had not asked themselves nor answered the most critical question. If Africa is the world's richest continent, Why is it so full of poor people? Marcus Garvey advocated that Africans control the wealth of Africa. He taught that control of resources, control of self, control of nation, requires preparation. Garveyism was about total preparation. There is still no unified force in Africa calling attention to the need for this kind of preparation. This preparation calls for a new kind of education if Africans are to face the reality of their survival. Africans in the United States must remember that the slave ships brought no West Indians, no Caribbeans, no Jamaicans, or Trinidadians or Barbadians to this hemisphere. The slave ships brought only African people, and most of us took the semblance of nationality from the places where slave ships dropped us off. In the 500-year process of oppression, the Europeans have displaced our God, our culture, and our traditions. They have violated our women to the extent that they have created a bastard race who is confused as to whether to be loyal to its mother's people or its father's people, and for the most part they remain loyal to neither. I do not think African people can succeed in the world until they hear again Marcus Garvey's call, Africa for the Africans, those at home and abroad. We must regain our confidence in ourselves as a people and learn again the methods and arts of 2. Controlling nations. We must hear again Marcus Garvey calling out to us, up, up, you mighty race. You can accomplish what you will. 3. The Origin and Growth of Afro-American Literature. By John Henrik Clarke. Africans were great storytellers long before their first appearance in Jamestown, Virginia, in 1619. The rich and colorful history, art, and folklore of West Africa, the ancestral home of most Afro-Americans, present evidence of this, and more. Contrary to a misconception which still prevails, the Africans were familiar with literature and art for many years before their contact with the Western world. Before the breaking up of the social structure of the West African states of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, and the internal strife and chaos that made the slave trade possible, the forefathers of the Africans who eventually became slaves in the United States lived in a society where university life was fairly common and scholars were beheld with reverence. There were in this ancestry rulers who expanded their kingdoms into empires, great and magnificent armies whose physical dimensions dwarfed entire nations into submission, generals who advanced the technique of military science, scholars whose vision of life showed foresight and wisdom, and priests who told of gods that were strong and kind. To understand fully any aspect of Afro-American life, one must realize that the Black American is not without a cultural past, though he was many generations removed from it before his achievements in American literature and art commanded any appreciable attention. I have been referring to the African origin of Afro-American literature and history. This preface is essential to every meaningful discussion of the role of the Afro-American in every major aspect of American life, past and present. Before getting into the main body of this talk, I want to make it clear that the black race did not come to the United States culturally empty-handed. I will elaborate very briefly on my statement to the effect that the forefathers of the Africans who eventually became slaves in the United States once lived in a society where university life was fairly common and scholars were beheld with reverence. During the period in West African history from the early part of the 14th century to the time of the Moorish invasion in 1591, the city of Timbuktu, with the University of Sankore in the Songhai Empire, was the intellectual center of Africa. Black scholars were enjoying a renaissance that was known and respected throughout most of Africa and in parts of Europe. At this period in African history, the University of Sankore, at Timbuktu, was the educational capital of the Western Sudan. In his book Timbuktu the Mysterious, Félix Dubois gives us the following description of this period: the scholars of Timbuktu yielded in nothing to the saints in their sojourns in the foreign universities of Fez, Tunis, and Cairo. They astounded the most learned men of Islam by their erudition. That these Negroes were on a level with the Arabian savants is proved by the fact that they were installed as professors in Morocco and Egypt. In contrast to this, we find that the Arabs were not always equal to the requirements of Sankore. I will speak of only one of the great black scholars referred to in the book by Félix Dubois. Ahmed Baba was the last chancellor of the University of Sankara. He was one of the greatest 1. African scholars of the late 16th century. His life is a brilliant example of the range and depth of West African intellectual activity before the colonial era. Ahmed Baba was the author of more than 40 books, nearly every one of these books had a different theme. He was in Timbuktu when it was invaded by the Moroccans in 1592, and he was one of the first citizens to protest this occupation of his beloved hometown. Ahmed Baba, along with other scholars, was imprisoned and eventually exiled to Morocco. During his expatriation from Timbuktu, his collection of 1,600 books, one of the richest libraries of his day, was lost. Now, West Africa entered a sad period of decline. During the Moorish occupation, wreck and ruin became the order of the day. When the Europeans arrived in this part of Africa and saw these conditions, they assumed that nothing of order and value had ever existed in these countries. This mistaken impression, too often repeated, has influenced the interpretation of African and Afro-American life in history for over 400 years. Negroes played an important part in American life, history, and culture long before 1619. Our relationship to this country is as old as the country itself. Africans first came to the New World as explorers. They participated in the exploratory expeditions of Balboa, the discoverer of the Pacific, and Cortés, the conqueror of Mexico. An African explorer helped to open up New Mexico and Arizona and prepared the way for the settlement of the Southwest. Africans also accompanied French Jesuit missionaries on their early travels through North America. In the United States, the art and literature of the Negro people has had an economic origin. Much that is original in Black American folklore, or singular in Negro spirituals and blues, can be traced to the economic institution of slavery and its influence upon the Negro's soul. After the initial poetical debut of Jupiter Hammond and Phyllis Wheatley, the main literary expression of the Negro was the slave narrative. One of the earliest of these narratives came from the pen of Gustavus Vassa, an African from Nigeria. This was a time of great pamphleteering in the United States. The free Africans in the North, and those who had escaped from slavery in the South, made their mark upon this time and awakened the conscience of the nation. Their lack of formal educational attainments gave their narratives a strong and rough-hued truth, more arresting than scholarship. Gustavus Vassa established his reputation with an autobiography, first printed in England. Vassa, born in 1745, was kidnapped by slavers when he was 11 years old and taken to America. He was placed in service on a plantation in Virginia. Eventually, he was able to purchase his freedom. He left the United States, made his home in England and became active in the British anti-slavery movement. In 1790, he presented a petition to Parliament to abolish the slave trade. His autobiography, The Interesting Narrative of the Life of Gustavus Vassa, was an immediate success and had to be published in 5 editions. At the time when slave ships were still transporting Africans to the New World, 2 18th century Negroes were writing and publishing works of poetry. The first of these was Jupiter Hammond, a slave in Queens Village, Long Island. In 1760, Hammond published an evening thought, Salvation by Christ with Penitential Cries. In all probability this was the first poem published by an American Negro. His most remarkable work, An Address to the Negroes of New York, was published in 1787. Jupiter Hammond died in 1800. Phyllis Wheatley, 1753 to 1784, like Hammond, was influenced by the religious forces of the Wesley Whitefield revival. Unlike Hammond, however, she was a writer of unusual talent. Though born in Africa, she acquired in an incredibly short time both the literary culture and the religion of her New England masters. Her writings reflect little of her race and much of the age in which she lived. She, too, was a New England poet of the third quarter of the 18th century, and her poems reflected the poetic conventions of the Boston Puritans with whom she lived. Her fame continued long after her death in 1784, and she became one of the best-known poets of New England. Another important body of literature came out of this period. It is the literature of petition, written by free black men in the North, who were free in name only. Some of the early petitioners for justice were Caribbean Americans who saw their plight and the plight of the Afro-Americans as one and the same. In 18th century America, two of the most outstanding fighters for liberty and justice were the West Indians Prince Hall and John B. Russwurm. When Prince Hall came to the United States, the nation was in turmoil. The colonies were ablaze with indignation. Britain, with a series of revenue acts, had stoked the fires of colonial discontent. In Virginia, Patrick Henry was speaking of liberty or death. The cry, "No taxation without representation," played on the nerve strings of the nation. Prince Hall, then a delicate-looking teenager, often walked through the turbulent streets of Boston, an observer unobserved. A few months before these hectic scenes, he had arrived in the United States from his home in Barbados, where he was born about 1748, the son of an Englishman and a free African woman. He was, in theory, a free man, but he knew that neither in Boston nor in Barbados were persons of African descent free in fact. At once, he questioned the sincerity of the vocal white patriots of Boston. It never seemed to have occurred to them that the announced principles motivating their action were stronger argument in favor of destroying the stem of slavery. The colonists held in servitude more than 500,000 human beings, some of them white, yet they engaged in the contradiction of going to war to support the theory that all men were created equal. When Prince Hall arrived in Boston, that city was the center of the American slave trade. Most of the major leaders of the revolutionary movement, in fact, were slaveholders or investors in slave-supported businesses. Hall, like many other Americans, wondered, what did these men mean by freedom? The condition of the free black men, as Prince Hall found them, was not an enviable one. Emancipation brought neither freedom nor relief from the stigma of color. They were still included with slaves, indentured servants, and Indians in the slave codes. Discriminatory laws severely circumscribed their freedom of movement. By 1765, Prince Hall saw little change in the condition of the blacks, and though a freeman, at least in theory, he saw his people debased as though they were slaves still in bondage. These things drove him to prepare himself for leadership among his people. So, through diligence and frugality, he became a property owner, thus establishing himself in the eyes of white people as well as the blacks. But the ownership of property was not enough. He still had to endure sneers and insults. He went to school at night, and later became a Methodist preacher. His church became the forum for his people's grievances. The years after his arrival in Boston, he was the accepted leader of the black community. In 1788, Hall petitioned the Massachusetts legislature, protesting the kidnapping of free Negroes. This was a time when American patriots were engaged in a constitutional struggle for freedom. They had proclaimed the inherent rights of all mankind to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Hall dared to remind them that the black men in the United States were human beings and as such were entitled to freedom and respect for their human personality. Prejudice made Hall the father of African secret societies in the United States. He is the father of what is now known as Negro Masonry. Hall first sought initiation into the White Masonic Lodge in 3. Boston, but was turned down because of his color. He then applied to the Army Lodge of an Irish regiment. His petition was favorably received. On March 6, 1775, Hall and 14 other black Americans were initiated in Lodge number 441. When, on March 17, the British were forced to evacuate Boston, the Army Lodge gave Prince Hall and his colleagues a license to meet and function as a lodge. Thus, on July 3, 1776, African Lodge No. 1 came into being. This was the first lodge in Masonry established in America for men of African descent. The founding of the African Lodge was one of Prince Hall's greatest achievements. It afforded the Africans in the New England area a greater sense of security, and contributed to a new spirit of unity among them. Hall's interest did not end with the lodge. He was deeply concerned with improving the lot of his people in other ways. He sought to have schools established for the children of the free Africans in Massachusetts. Of prime importance is the fact that Prince Hall worked to secure respect for the personality of his people and also played a significant role in the downfall of the Massachusetts slave trade. He helped to prepare the groundwork for the freedom fighters of the 19th and 20th centuries, whose continuing efforts have brought the Black American closer to the goal of full citizenship. The literature of petition was continued by men like David Walker, whose Appeal, an Indictment of Slavery, was published in 1829. Dynamic ministers like Samuel Ringgold Ward and Henry Highland Garnet joined the ranks of the petitioners at the time a journalist literature was being born. Frederick Douglass, the noblest of American black men of the 19th century, was the leader of the journalist group. He established the newspaper North Star and, later, the magazine Douglass Monthly. John B. Russwurm and Samuel Cornish founded the newspaper Freedom's Journal in 1827. In 1829, a third poet, George Moses Horton, published his book, The Hope of Liberty. In his second volume, Naked Genius, 1865, he expressed his anti-slavery convictions more clearly. George Moses Horton was the first slave poet to openly protest his status. Throughout the early part of the 19th century, the slave narrative became a new form of American literary expression. The best known of these slave narratives came from the pen of Frederick Douglass, the foremost Negro in the anti-slavery movement. His first book was the narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, 1845. 10 years later, an improved enlarged edition, My Bondage and My Freedom, was published. His third autobiography, Life and Times of Frederick Douglass, was published in 1881 and enlarged in 1892. Douglass fought for civil rights and against lynching and the Ku Klux Klan. No abuse of justice escaped his attention and his wrath. It was not until 1887 that an Afro-American writer emerged who was fully a master of the short story as a literary form. This writer was Charles W. Chesnutt. Chesnutt, an Ohioan by birth, became a teacher in North Carolina while still in his middle teens. He studied the traditions and superstitions of the people that he taught and later made this material into the ingredient of his best short stories. In August 1887, his short story, The Goop-Eared Grapevine, appeared in the Atlantic Monthly. This was the beginning of a series of stories which were later brought together in his first book, The Conjure Woman, 1899. The Wife of His Youth also appeared in the Atlantic, July 1898, and gave the title to his second volume, The Wife of His Youth and Other Stories of the Color Line, 1899. Three more stories appeared later, Bacter's Proc in the Atlantic, June 1904, and The Doll and Mr. Taylor's Funeral in the Crisis magazine, April 1912 and April-May 1915. Chesnutt's novel did not measure up on the standards he had set with his short stories, though they were all competently written. In 1928, he was awarded the Spingarn Medal for his pioneer work as a literary artist depicting the life and struggle of Americans of Negro descent. 4. Paul Laurence Dunbar, a contemporary of Charles W. Chesnutt, made his reputation as a poet before extending his talent to short stories. Both Dunbar and Chesnutt very often used the same subject matter in their stories. Chesnutt was by far the better writer, and his style and attitude differed radically from Dunbar's. Dunbar's pleasant folk tales of tradition-bound plantation black folk were more acceptable to a large white reading audience with preconceived ideas of Negro characteristics. In all fairness, it must be said that Dunbar did not cater to this audience in all of his stories. In such stories as The Tragedy at Three Forks, The Lynching of Ube Benson, and The Ordeal of M.T. Hope, he showed a deep concern and understanding of the more serious and troublesome aspects of Afro-American life. Collections of his stories are, Folks from Dixie, 1898, The Strength of Gideon, 1900, In Old Plantation Days, 1903, and The Heart of Happy Hollow, 1904. Only one of his novels, The Sport of the Gods, 1902, is mainly concerned with Afro-American characters. Chestnut and Dunbar, in their day, reached a larger general reading audience than any of the black writers who came before them. The period of the slave narratives had passed. Yet the black writer was still an oddity and a stepchild in the eyes of most critics. This attitude continued in a lessening degree throughout one of the richest and most productive periods in Afro-American writing in the United States, the period called the Negro Renaissance. The community of Harlem was the center and spiritual godfather and midwife for this Renaissance. The cultural emancipation of the Afro-American that began before the First World War was now in full force. The black writer discovered a new voice within himself and liked the sound of it. The white writers who had been interpreting our life with an air of authority and a preponderance of error looked at last to the black writer for their next cue. In short story collections like Jean Toomer's Cain, 1923, and Langston Hughes' The Ways of White Folks, 1934, heretofore unreal to some readers because it was new and so contrary to the stereotypes they had grown accustomed to. In her book Mules and Men, 1935, Zora Neale Hurston presented a collection of folk tales and sketches that showed the close relationship between humor and tragedy in Afro-American life. In doing this, she also fulfilled the first requirement of all books to entertain and guide the reader through an interesting experience that is worth the time and attention it takes to absorb it. In other stories like The Gilded Six-Bit, Drenched in Light, and Spunk, another side of Miss Hurston's talent was shown. In the midst of this renaissance, two strong voices from the West Indians were heard. Claude McKay, in his books Ginger Town, 1932, and Banana Bottom, 1933, wrote of life in his Jamaican homeland in a manner that debunked the travelogue exoticism usually attributed to Negro life in the Caribbean area. Before the publication of these books, Harlem and its inhabitants had already been the subject matter for a group of remarkable short stories by McKay and the inspiration for his book, Home to Harlem, still the most famous novel ever written about that community. In 1926, Eric Walrond, a native of British Guyana, explored and presented another side of West Indian life in his book, Tropic Death, a near classic. In these 10 naturalistic stories, Eric Walrond concerns himself mostly with labor and living conditions in the Panama Canal Zone, where a diversity of people and ways of life meet and clash, while each tries to survive at the expense of the other. Clear perception and strength of style enabled Mr. Walrond to balance form and content in such a manner that the message was never intruded upon the unfolding of the stories. Rudolph Fisher, another bright star of the Harlem literary renaissance, was first a brilliant young doctor. The new and light touch he brought to his stories of Afro-American life did not mar the serious aspect that was always present. The message in his comic realism was more profound because he was skillful enough to weave it into the design of his stories without destroying any of 5. Their entertainment value. His stories Blades of Steel, The City of Refuge, and The Promised Land were published in the Atlantic Monthly. High Yaller appeared in the Crisis magazine during the heyday of that publication, and was later reprinted in the O'Brien Anthology, Best Short Stories of 1934. Unfortunately, he died before all of his bright promise was fulfilled. The Harlem literary renaissance was studded with many names. Those already mentioned are only a few of the most outstanding. During the period of this literary flowering among black writers, Harlem became the Mecca, the stimulating holy city, drawing pilgrims from all over the country and from some places abroad. Talented authors, playwrights, painters, and sculptors came forth eagerly showing their wares. Three men, W.E.B. Du Bois, James Weldon Johnson, and Alain Locke, cast a guiding influence over this movement without becoming a part of the social climbing and pseudo-intellectual aspect of it. W.E.B. Du Bois, by continuously challenging the old concepts and misinterpretations of Afro-American life, gave enlightened new directions to a whole generation. As editor of The Crisis, he introduced many new black writers and extended his helpful and disciplined hand when it was needed. Following the death of Booker T. Washington and the decline of the Booker T. Washington School of Thought, he became the spiritual father of new black intelligentsia. James Weldon Johnson moved from Florida to New York. His diversity of talent established his reputation long before the beginning of the new Negro literary movement. Later, as a participant in and historian of the movement, he helped to appraise and preserve the best that came out of it. In his books, Autobiography of an Ex-Colored Man, 1912, The Book of American Negro Poetry, 1922, Black Manhattan, 1930, and Along This Way, an Autobiography, 1933. James Weldon Johnson showed clearly that Negro writers have made a distinct contribution to the literature of the United States. His own creative talent made him one of the most able of these contributors. Alain Locke is the writer who devoted the most time to the interpretation of the new Negro literary movement and to Afro-American literature in general. In 1923, he expanded the special Harlem issue of the magazine Survey Graphic, which he edited, into the anthology, The New Negro. This book is a milestone and a guide to Afro-American thought, literature, and art in the middle 20s. The objective of the volume to register the transformation of the inner and outer life of the Negro in America that had so significantly taken place in the last few preceding years, was ably achieved. For many years, Mr. Locke's annual appraisal of books by and about Negroes, published in Opportunity magazine, was an eagerly awaited literary event. Early in the Harlem literary Renaissance period, the Black Ghetto became an attraction for a varied assortment of white celebrities and just plain thrill-seeking white people lost from their moorings. Some were insipid rebels, defying the mores of their upbringing by associating with Negroes on a socially equal level. Some were too rich to work, not educated enough to teach, and not holy enough to preach. Others were searching for the mythological noble savage, the exotic Negro. These professional exotics were generally college-educated Negroes who had become estranged from their families and the environment of their upbringing. They talked at length about the great books within them waiting to be written. Their white sponsors continued to subsidize them while they developed their latent talent. Of course, the great books of these camp followers never got written and, eventually, their white sponsors realized that they were never going to write not even a good letter. Ironically, these sophisticates made a definite contribution to the period of the new Negro literary Renaissance. In socially inclined company, they proved that a black American could behave with as much attention to the details of social protocol as the best-bred and richest white person in the country. They could balance a cocktail glass with expertness. Behind their pretense of being writers, they were really actors and rather good ones. They were generally better informed. 6. Than their white sponsors and could easily participate in a discussion of the writings of Marcel Proust in 1 minute, and the music of Ludwig van Beethoven the next. As social parasites, they conducted themselves with a smoothness approaching an artistic accomplishment. Unknown to them, their conduct had done much to eliminate one of the major prevailing stereotypes of Afro-American life and manners. Concurrently with the unfolding of this mildly funny comedy, the greatest productive period in Afro-American literature continued. The more serious and talented black writers were actually writing their books and getting them published. Opportunity magazine, then edited by Charles Johnson, and The Crisis, edited by W.E.B. Du Bois, were the major outlets for the new black writers. Opportunity's short story contests provided a proving ground for a number of competent black writers. Among the prize winners were Cecil Blue, John F. Matthias, Eugene Gordon, and Marita Bonner. Writers like Walter White, Jesse Fawcett, Wallace Thurman, Nels Larson, George S. Schuyler, Sterling A. Brown, and Arna Bontom had already made their debut and were accepted into the circle of the matured. The stock market collapse of 1929 marked the beginning of the Depression and the end of the period known as the Negro Renaissance. The exotic Negro, professional and otherwise, became less exotic now that a hunger look was upon his face. The numerous white sponsors and well-wishers who had begun to flock to Harlem 10 years before no longer had time or money to explore and marvel over Harlem life. Many Harlem residents lived and died in Harlem during this period without once hearing of the famous literary movement that had flourished and declined within their midst. It was not a mass movement. It was a fad, partly produced in Harlem and partly imposed on Harlem. Most of the writers associated with it would have written just as well at any other time. In the intervening years between the end of the Negro Renaissance and the emergence of Richard Wright, black writers of genuine talent continued to produce books of good caliber. The lack of sponsorship and pampering had made them take serious stock of themselves and their intentions. The Crisis, organ of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and Opportunity, organ of the National Urban League, continued to furnish a publishing outlet for new black writers. The general magazines published stories by black writers intermittently, seemingly on a quota basis. During this period writers like Ralph Ellison, Henry B. Jones, Marion Minus, Ted Poston, Lawrence D. Reddick, and Grace W. Tompkins published their first short stories. In 1936 Richard Wright's first short story to receive any appreciable attention, Big Boy Leaves Home, appeared in the anthology, The New Caravan. The Ethics of Living Jim Crow, an autobiographical sketch, was published in American Stuff, Anthology of the Federal Writers Project, the next year. In 1938, when his first book, Uncle Tom's Children, won a $500 prize contest conducted by Story magazine, his talent received national attention. With the publication of his phenomenally successful novel, Native Son, in 1940, a new era in Afro-American literature had begun. Here, at last, was a black writer who undeniably wrote considerably better than many of his white contemporaries. As a short story craftsman, he was the most accomplished black writer since Charles W. Chesnutt. After the emergence of Richard Wright, the period of indulgence for Negro writers was over. Hereafter, black writers had to stand or fall by the same standards and judgments used to evaluate the work of white writers. The era of the patronized and pampered black writer had at last come to an end. The closing of this era may, in the final analysis, be the greatest contribution Richard Wright 7. made to the status of Negro writers and to Negro literature. When the United States entered the Second World War, the active Negro writers, like most other writers in the country, turned their talents to some activity in relation to the war. The first short stories of N. Petrie began to appear in the Crisis. The Negro Caravan, the best anthology of Negro literature since Alain Locke edited The New Negro 16 years before, had already appeared with much new material. Chester B. Himes, a dependable writer during the Depression period, managed to turn out a number of remarkable short stories while working in shipyards and war industries in California. In 1944, he received a Rosenwald Fellowship to complete his first novel, If He Hollers Let Him Go. In 1945, Frank Yerby won an O. Henry Memorial Award for his excellent short story, Health Card, which had been published in Harper's Magazine a year before. A new crop of post-war black writers was emerging. In their stories they treated new aspects of Afro-American life or brought new insights to the old aspects. Principally, they were good storytellers, aside from any message they wanted to get across to their readers. The weepy sociological propaganda stories, so prevalent during the Depression era, had had their day with the Negro writer and all others. There would still be protest stories, but the protest would now have to meet the standards of living literature. Opportunity and the Crisis, once the proving ground for so many new black writers, were no longer performing that much needed service. The best of the new writers found acceptance in the general magazines. Among these are James Baldwin, Lloyd Brown, Arthur P. Davis, Owen Dodson, Lance Jeffers, John O. Killens, Robert H. Lucas, Albert Murray, George E. Norford, Carl R. Offord, John H. Robinson, Jr., John Caswell Smith, Jr., and Mary Eve Roman. With the rise of nationalism and independent states in Africa, and the rapid change of the status of the Negro in the United States, the material used by black writers and their treatment of it did, of necessity, reflect a breaking away from the old mooring. Among black writers, the period of the late 1940s was the period of Richard Wright. The period of the 1960s was the period of James Baldwin. The now flourishing literary talent of James Baldwin had no easy birth, and he did not emerge overnight, as some of his new discoverers would have you believe. For years this talent was in incubation in the ghetto of Harlem, before he went to Europe a decade ago, 1959, in an attempt to discover the United States and how he and his people relate to it. The book in which that discovery is portrayed, The Fire Next Time, is a continuation of his search for place and definition. Baldwin, more than any other writer of our times, has succeeded in restoring the personal essay to its place as a form of creative literature. From his narrow vantage point of personal grievance, he has opened a window on the world. He plays the role traditionally assigned to thinkers concerned with the improvement of human conditions, that of alarmists. He calls national attention to things in the society that need to be corrected and things that need to be celebrated. When Richard Wright died in Paris in 1960, a new generation of black writers, partly influenced by him, was beginning to explore, as Ralph Ellison said, the full range of American Negro humanity. In the short stories and novels of such writers as Frank London Brown, William Melvin Kelly, Leroy Jones, Paul Marshall, Rosa Guy, and Ernest J. Gaines, both a new dimension and a new direction in writing were seen. They have questioned and challenged all previous interpretations of Afro-American life. In doing this, they have created the basis for a new American literature. The black writer and his people are now standing at the crossroads of history. This is the black writer's special vantage point, and this is what makes the task and the mission of the black writer distinctly different from that of the white writer. The black writer, concerned with creating a work 8. of art in a segregated society, has a double task. First, he has to explain the society to himself and create his art while opposing that society. Second, he cannot be honest with himself or his people without lending his support, at least verbally, to the making of a new society that respects the dignity of men. The black writer must realize that his people are now entering the last phase of a transitional period between slavery and freedom. It is time for the black writer to draw upon the universal values in his people's experience, just as Sean O'Casey and Sholem Aleichem drew upon the universal values in the experiences of the Irish and the Jews. In the next phase of Afro-American writing, a literature of celebration must be created, not a celebration of oppression, but a celebration of survival in spite of it. 9. The New Afro-American Nationalism. By John Henrik Clarke, Vol 196 1. No people are really free until they become the instrument of their own liberation. Freedom is not a legacy that is bequeathed from one generation to another. Each generation must take and maintain its freedom with its own hands. The February 1961 riot in the Gallery of the United Nations in protest against the foul and cowardly murder of Patrice Lumumba introduced the new Afro-American nationalism. This nationalism is only a new manifestation of old grievances with deep roots. Nationalism, and a profound interest in Africa, actually started among Afro-Americans during the latter part of the 19th century. Therefore, the new Afro-American nationalism is really not new. The demonstrations in the United Nations Gallery interpreted the murder of Lumumba as the international lynching of a black man on the altar of colonialism and white supremacy. Suddenly, to them at least, Lumumba became Emmett Till and all of the other black victims of lynch law and the mob. The plight of the Africans still fighting to throw off the yoke of colonialism and the plight of the Afro-Americans, still waiting for a rich, strong, and boastful nation to redeem the promise of freedom and citizenship became one and the same. Through their action, the UN demonstrators announced their awareness of the fact that they were far from being free and a long flight still lay ahead of them. The short and unhappy life of Patrice Lumumba announced the same thing about Africa. Belatedly, some American officials began to realize that the foreign policy of this country will be affected if the causes of the long-brooding dissatisfaction among Afro-Americans are not dealt with effectively. Others, quick to draft unfavorable conclusions and compound misconceptions, interpreted this action as meaning there was more Afro-American interest in African affairs than in the affairs of the United States. Both interpreters seem to have missed a vital point. The United States has never had an official policy based only the granting of complete citizenship to Afro-Americans, nor has the United States ever had an official policy based on the complete elimination of, or approving of the complete elimination, of colonialism in Africa. Patrice Lumumba became a hero and a martyr to Afro-American nationalists because he was the symbol of the black man's humanity struggling for recognition. The life of Patrice Lumumba proved that he was a product of Belgian paternalism and misrule in the Congo. In more favorable circumstances, he might have become one of the most astute national leaders of the 20th century. When the Congo emerged clearly in the light of modern history, he was its bright star. Lumumba was a true son of Africa and was accepted as belonging to all of Africa, not just the Congo. No other personality in African history has leaped so suddenly from death to martyrdom. This spirit was a natural choice to rekindle the flame of Afro-American nationalism. Harlem has always been the incubator for black nationalism in too many organizations and too many leaders with conflicting programs. Some of these leaders are self-seeking money changers who have found a haven, and a bonanza in the African nationalist movement. The major nationalist groups and their programs are briefly outlined here. Nation of Islam, a nationwide organization, dating to 1930, led since 1933 by Elijah 1. Muhammad, born Elijah Poole in Georgia 63 years ago. Headquarters in Chicago. Temple No. 7 in New York is led by 35-year-old Minister Malcolm X. The Black Muslim movement is presently the most dynamic force for protest and change in the United States. Of all the Afro-American nationalists groups, this is the one that is most feared by white people. More about them later. Muslim Brotherhood. This group claims to be authentic Muslim and is hostile to the Nation of Islam group, whose followers are massive and growing fast. The hostility between these two groups has been overplayed by the press. Muslim Brotherhood is led by Talib Ahmed Daoud, husband of singer Dakota Staton. United African Nationalist Movement. This group was started in 1948 by James R. Lawson, formerly an official in the Harlem Labor Union. Lawson's many enemies insist that his movement is mostly on paper. This accusation notwithstanding, he continues to be one of the most active of the Harlem group of nationalists. He maintains liaison with most of the African missions at the United Nations, he says, to exchange information, ideas, and techniques and to coordinate demonstrations in the common cause. The Universal African Nationalist Movement. This organization has been led by Benjamin Gibbons for over 20 years. This is one of the numerous groups that was formed after the breaking up of the major Back to Africa movement, the Universal Negro Improvement Association, after the decline of Marcus Garvey, who was the most colorful and the most effective of all African nationalists of the 20th century. This group still uses Garvey's old slogan, African for the Africans, those at home and those abroad. Cultural Association for Women of African Heritage. This group is important because it represents the entry of Afro-Americans from the entertainment field into the nationalist movement. Headed by a dynamic personality, singer Abby Lincoln, who participated in the demonstration at the UN. In defense of her group, she says, "We Afro-Americans will be heard by any means you make it necessary for us to use." She is without reservations in denouncing, crumb-crunching, cocktail-sipping Uncle Tom leadership paid by colonialist. The African nationalist pioneer movement headed by Carlos Cooks, is the most active of the splinter nationalist groups born out of the breaking up of the Garvey movement. Other groups in this category are, the Garvey Club, United Sons and Daughters of Africa, and the First Africa Corps. The most active of the new nationalist groups are, Liberation Committee for Africa, On Guard Committee for Freedom and the Provisional Committee for a Free Africa. The National Memorial Bookstore, operated by Louis H. Michaud, is the main gathering place for Harlem nationalists. It is called the home of common sense and proper propaganda, headquarters, of Black to African movement. The backroom of the bookstore contains a collection of pictures of the great personalities in the history of Afro-Americans. The area in front of the store has been renamed Harlem Square. Of all the nationalist groups in the United States, the Nation of Islam, called the Black Muslims, are the most written about and the most misunderstood. The interpreters of this group have not been able to decide whether the movement is religious or political. In a recent interview with Malcolm X, he said to me, "Our religion is mainly trying to find a way for the black man to get some heaven, too, while he is down here on earth." To accomplish the above-mentioned objective, the Black Muslim movement will have to be both religious and political. It will have to be a spiritual, political, and economic force. A recent convert to the Black Muslim movement, explaining why he joined the movement, and the basis of its appeal to an increasing number of Afro-Americans, said, "I am a man of 40 years of age. I fought against people who were supposed to be this country's enemies in the Second World War, and my father fought in the First World War. I have been a patriotic citizen and I have always obeyed this country's laws. Yet, I have never been able to feel like a citizen or a man. I was a 33rd degree Mason and I have been a deacon in 2 different churches. I am a first-class cabinet maker and I've had my own shop for nearly 10 years. In spite of all of this, white people still treated me as if I was a boy. The Muslims have taught me that I am a man, a black man, and that's something I can feel proud of." This convert has stated the case for the Black Muslims, in capsule. The drama of the search for dignity, definition, and direction is old, the cast of characters is new. To some extent the Black Muslims are a latter-day version of the Garvey movement, with a new-sounding dogma which is basically the same as Marcus Garvey's. To the Black Muslim the American promise and the American dream have grown sour with fulfillment. They have lost faith in the United States as a democratic nation. The Black Muslims in the United States have created what is essentially a proletarian movement. This is the largest movement of this nature to emerge among Afro-Americans since the heyday of Marcus Garvey and the collapse of his Back to Africa dream. In the following quote from Eric Lincoln's book, The Black Muslims in America, he explains why the black bourgeoisie leaders have been a complete failure with the Afro-Americans who make up the growing Black Muslim movement. Organizations such as the NAACP and the National Urban League, for all their virtues, have not caught the imagination and adherence of the Negro masses. Their memberships tend to comprise middle and upper-class Negroes and whites, in each case the least disprivileged of their race. The Black Muslims, by contrast, are undeniably a mass movement. From their present base of more than 100,000 members, they are reaching for the support of the entire Negro lower class and ultimately, of all other Black Americans. With this program it can be clearly seen that the Black Muslims have flung down a challenge to all other existing Afro-American organizations. How this challenge is answered will determine the future of the people of African descent in the Western world. Religious convictions involved. The explainers of the new Afro-American nationalism have given most of their attention to the Black nationalist splinter groups, heirs to the once powerful Garvey movement, and the Black Muslims. In taking this all too narrow approach, they have neglected another vital manifestation of the new Afro-American nationalism. Afro-Americans are turning away from both Christianity and Islam. There is a growing tendency to study and adhere to religions and customs that originated and developed in Africa. The most notable trend in this direction can be observed in the rise of voodoo cults in Harlem and other large Afro-American communities. The name of the cult, like the cult itself, is of West African origin. In Africa these cults were once predominant among the Fon people of Dahomey and the 3. Yoruba people of western Nigeria. This African religion, now being reintroduced, is not new to the people of African descent in the Western world. In Jan Haim John's book Muntu, The New African Culture, he gives the following report of the early manifestations of voodoo in the slaves who were brought to England, the West Indies and the United States, the reason why it, voodoo, was the religious conception of Dahomey in particular that came to prevail in Haiti is apparent from a London report of 1789 which tells us that 10 to 12,000 slaves were exported yearly from the kingdom of Dahomey. The English exported only 7 to 800 of these, the Portuguese about 3,000 and the French the remainder. In other words, more than 6 to 8,000 a year, were shipped to the French Antilles, above all to Saint Dominique, as the principal French colony of Haiti was then called. Moreau de Saint Mary, a relative of the Empress Josephine, wrote several volumes on the plantation life of the transplanted African in the West Indies. He describes, among other things, a voodoo ceremony. According to the Aradan Negroes, voodoo means a great supernatural being, a snake that knows the past and the present and, through the medium of the high priestess, foretells the future. These two are called king and queen, master and mistress, or papa and mama. The meeting takes place, he says, only secretly and at night, far from profane eyes. The initiated put on sandals and wrap themselves in red clothes. Sacrificial gifts are brought, the king and queen receive them. The receipts are used to meet the expenses of the community and assist needy members. Then follows an oath similar to that at the opening of the meeting and as fearful as the first, an oath of secrecy and obedience. In a recent announcement to his Afro-American brothers, Afuntila Ossergman, the self-proclaimed priest of the Yoruba Temple of New Oyo, Harlem's new African name, called for a return not only to African religions, but to an African way of life in its entirety. In his message he says, "We must Africanize everything. Our names, our hats, our clothes, our clubs, our churches, our religion, our schools, home furnishings, business, holidays, games, arts, social functions, political parties, our manners and customs, etc., etc., etc. Begin with yourself today. You have nothing to lose or fear. It is as natural for persons of African descent to take and maintain the customs, dress, and traditions of their motherland, as it is natural for persons of European descent to continue European customs and traditions in America. It is distinctly unnatural and degrading, even ridiculous, for persons of African descent to have and keep European customs and habits forced upon them during their enslavement. Our liberation must be complete. Every technique of slavery must be wiped out. We must begin with our so-called leaders. Support Africanization. Note to men, adopt the African look, cut the brim off your hats, you will look like you should, and less like an imitation. Change. And thus the Afro-American search for identity continues. The search is both heroic and pathetic. In growing numbers, Afro-Americans are turning back to an African religions and ways of life at a time when some Africans are beginning to turn away from them. The new African-minded Afro-Americans are accepting old African religions and ways of life, literally, at a time when the Africans are accepting these religions and ways of life, selectively and with some reservations. All African life is now going through a period of transition and modernization. An attempt is being made to preserve the best of old African ways of life. In increasing numbers, Africans with a Western education and a Western-oriented religion, principally Christianity, are beginning to feel 4. Spiritually unfulfilled. Now, with new insight, Africans are looking back and re-evaluating the worth of old African ways of life, while concurrently looking forward to the building of modern and industrialized African states. Therefore, the direction and predicament of the African and the Afro-American is basically the same, being both progressive and regressive. Distance, years of separation and alien ways of life imposed by rulers not of their choosing, have created misunderstanding and a lack of coordination of effort between these two African people. This fact notwithstanding, the Africans and the Afro-Americans are traveling different roads to the same ultimate goal: the realization and projection of themselves as full-fledged and dignified human beings. The notion that Europe and North America represents the only accomplishment that can be called a civilization is no longer accepted and believed. The European concept of the Africans and the North American concept of the Afro-American is now being both questioned and challenged. Among the Afro-Americans, particularly, very often the question is awkward and the challenge is ill-prepared. This is due, in part, to the fact that the new nationalist movements among Afro-Americans are led, mainly, by aroused proletarians, unlike the nationalist movements in Africa, whose leadership consists of a more articulate educated elite. The new Afro-American nationalism was born, and is growing without the encouragement of the so-called Negro leadership class. The new Afro-American nationalists, with all their awkwardness and inadequacy, have learned a lesson and discovered a great truth that still eludes the Negro leadership class referred to here. They have learned the value of history and culture as an instrument in stimulating the spiritual rebirth of a people. The cultural heritage of a people is directly related to their history. There can be no true understanding of the people of African origin in the United States until there is a better understanding, and more respect for, their African background. The culture of a people is the fuel that feeds the fires of their ambition, pride, and self-esteem. There can be no meaningful advancement without this stimulation. A people must take pride in their history and love their own memories in order to fulfill themselves. This is the lesson, I believe, the new Afro-American nationalists are trying to learn and teach. I think I can bring the picture clearer into focus by paraphrasing a statement made by Saunders Redding at the first American Negro Writers' Conference, in March 1959. A people's ultimate purpose is to use their gifts to develop their awareness of themselves in order to become a better instrument for living together with other people. This sense of identity is the root by which all honest creative effort is fed. A people's relation to their culture is the same as the relation of a child to its mother's breast. In spite of the charlatans and money changers who occasionally invade the camps of the new Afro-American nationalists, their influence continues to spread. Their numerous and conflicting programs leave much to be desired. There is a hunger among Afro-Americans for a new and more dynamic leadership. This hunger often drives them from one inadequate leader to another. The smug middle-class leadership of organizations like the NAACP and the National Urban League have missed, or misjudged, the new tempo of restlessness among the Afro-American newly alerted masses. They still seem to think of this group as being uneducated, unwashed, and unorganized, worthy of being led but not worthy of being touched or listened to. The American dream and the American promise of full citizenship, with dignity, after being so long delayed, is now being discarded as a hope and an objective by large numbers of Afro-Americans. Africa has become the magic word and the new hope. There is now, in Harlem, an African-oriented political party. This party, called the Alajo Party, recently sent out the following summons to action to its present and potential followers. 5. Unity, action, power. The re-Africanization of the black people of America has begun. Like yeast in a hot oven, we are suddenly beginning to rise. Each person must do his part. In traditional Africa, every person of 14 years of age must join a society to learn the culture, history, and political aims of his nation and his people. For 100 years, blacks in America have grown old with little or no knowledge of themselves or political aims to which they should aspire. Now, for the first time, the Alajo Party has a school for the training of our people and their leaders. All leaders must be educated by their own people in their own aims. Our present leaders are not. That is why our power is wasted. The U.S. owes us millions of dollars in indemnity for slavery. We must have strong leadership to collect this money, which is due to each family. You and your friends should join the Alajo Party now to petition the U.S. to pay its debt to us. Admittedly, the chances of collecting this vast indemnity are thin indeed. That is not the important point here. The fact that this issue has been placed on the agenda of things desired by the Afro-Americans and a demand has been made for its consideration represents a new and extreme approach to the plight of the people of African origin in the Western world. This approach also represents a concession. There is now a growing number of Afro-Americans who have given up all hopes of ever being completely integrated American citizens. The priest Rev. Afuntala Osarjman Adafunmi, of the Yoruba temple, Ogboni, keeper of ancestral customs, is also chief and founder of the Alajo Party. According to his literature, by his initiation into the priesthood of the Orishavuda religion, he is the first of the blacks of America to return wholeheartedly to the culture and traditions of Africa. He is bound therefore to uphold and establish the national customs of his ancestors. He and the members of his party, and all who join them, are adding new glory to the pageantry of West African civilization, as they sacrifice, not for barren integration or separation but to restore to Africans, born in America, the foundations of their cultural genius. The position of priest Rev. Adafunmi, like it or not, is clear, much clearer than the position of the moderate black bourgeoisie leaders, who are not leading. The Afro-American today represents a revolutionary force in the United States. Again, I think I should emphasize, the leadership of this force is basically proletarian. By proletarian I do not mean communist. The new Afro-American nationalists, like the African nationalists, are gravitating toward a form of African socialism. This new African socialism will be nothing more than a rehash and an updating of the old communal socialism that existed in Africa for more than 1,000 years before the European Karl Marx was born. An increasing number of thinking Africans and Afro-Americans are now looking back at their history and culture, and within themselves, for the spiritual and philosophical stimulus for their survival and direction. On this matter the position of the new Afro-American nationalists is extreme, and presently there is no apparent middle ground. The Yoruba Temple nationalists represent a more articulate manifestation of this extreme position. Unlike most of the other Afro-American nationalists, they have created a sizable body of literature explaining their point of view. The Yoruba Temple, the priest Rev. Adafunmi explains, is the advance guard for the change now being felt in the minds of every awaking Afro-American. It is farther ahead in its program for the future of the Afro-American than any society of its kind. In fact, it is the only society of its kind in 6. America. It is the only society which is the same in West Africa, Cuba, Haiti, Trinidad, and Brazil, because it is African through and through. The soul of the black is his religion. The Yoruba Temple does not believe we can ever fully succeed by trying to act and be like Europeans, Americans. This is ridiculous when you stop to think what foolishness this is. There is only one thing we can be: Africans, because that is what we were meant to be. Face it? Well, let's brace ourselves and face it. So far as the greater number of Afro-American nationalists are concerned, the showdown is now. The issue is clearly joined. In spite of the diversity and contradictions in words and objectives, all of the Afro-American nationalists basically are fighting for the same thing. They feel that the Afro-American constitutes what is tantamount to an exploited colony within a sovereign nation. Their fight is for national and personal liberation. No people are really free until they become the instrument of their own liberation. Freedom is not legacy that is bequeathed from one generation to another. Each generation must take and maintain its freedom with its own hands. In this regard, the Afro-American nationalists have extended the basis of their fight to include the reclaiming of their African heritage. In identifying their fight for national liberation with the new resurgence of Pan-Africanism, actually an Afro-American creation, the Afro-American not only as an instrument for the unification of Africa, but as a broader means for the unification of all people of African descent the world over. In taking this historical step, they have turned away from a leadership that was begging and pleading to a more dynamic leadership that is insisting and demanding. 7. The Passing of Patrice Lumumba. By John Henrik Clarke, 196 1. John Henrik Clarke was United Nations correspondent on African affairs, world mutual exchange, and international news features. The life of Patrice Lumumba proved that he was a product of the best and worst of Belgian colonial rule. In more favorable circumstances, he might have become one of the most astute national leaders of the 20th century. He was cut down long before he had time to develop into the more stable leader that he was obviously capable of being. When the Congo emerged clearly in the light of modern history, he was its bright star. His hero was Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and the model for his state was Ghana. In a young state, he had said, Paraphrasing a similar statement made by Dr. Kruma, you must have strong and visible powers. At the beginning of his political career he was pro-Western in his outlook. Mistakes have been made in Africa in the past, but we are ready to work with the powers which have been in Africa to create a powerful new bloc, he said at the beginning of 1960. If this effort fails, it will be through the fault of the West. As a reformer he was somewhat of a Republican in his approach. Our need is to democratize all our institutions, he had said on another occasion. We must separate the church from the state. We must take away all power from the traditional chiefs and remove all privileges. We must adapt socialism to African realities. Amelioration of the conditions of life is the only true meaning independence can have. His resentment of Belgian authority was unyielding in most cases. Mostly because he believed that paternalism was at the base of this authority. This byproduct of colonialism never failed to stir a rage within him. On the other hand, his reaction to the Belgian missionary attempt to enforce Christianity on the Congo was one of indifference. He had been subjected to both Catholic and Protestant mission influence, without showing any particular affection for either. His parents were devout Catholics. Being neither an atheist nor anti-Christian, he yet considered submission to a religion to be a curb to his ambitions. Rebellion was more rewarding and less wounding to his pride. During his long and lonely rise from obscurity to the Congo's first prime minister, he taught himself never to completely trust power in the hands of others. This attitude is reflected in the suspicion that developed between him and the UN forces in the Congo. His conflicts with the other Congo politicians was due mainly to his unyielding belief in the unitary state, and partly to his lack of experience in explaining, organizing, and administering such a state. Nevertheless, he was the only Congolese leader with anything like a national following, a point too often overlooked. His greatest achievement in the early difficult months of Congo independence was in maintaining, with only a few defections, the solidarity of his widely disparate coalition government. Lumumba belonged to the company of Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere in Tanganyika, Tom Mboya in Kenya, and Sékou Touré. These leaders believed that the only way to build an effective 1. Modern state free from the shackles of narrow tribal loyalties is to create a single, strong central government. This firm stand joined the issues in the Congo and created both the supporters and the opposition to Lumumba. He argued his case at the Round Table Conference that gave the Congo its independence in 1960. He laid it before the electorate in June 1960, and won an indecisive victory. Finally he tried to force it on his federalist opponents when he took control of the first independent government. Most of Lumumba's critics considered this to be his greatest error. He tried to cast the Congo into the tight mold of Ghana, rather than into the larger, more accommodating mold of Nigeria. The argument is interesting though useless now. Patrice Lumumba's body now lies smoldering in some unmarked and inglorious Congo grave, both his truth and spirit go marching on, much to the discomfort of his murderers. No other personality in African history has leaped so suddenly from death to martyrdom. In death he might have already made a greater contribution to the liberation and understanding of Africa than he could have made had he lived. In his short lifetime the stamp of his personality was pressed firmly into the African continent. He was purely an African of the mid-20th century. No other place and no other set of circumstances could have charged his life and caused his death in the same unique and tragic way. In death, he cast forth a spirit that will roam the African land for many years to come. For a long time the Congo appeared to be a peaceful island untouched by African anti-colonialism. In the 12 brief years between 1946 and 1958, the Belgians began to lose what had appeared to be an impregnable position. Some important events occurred in Africa and the rest of the world, and broke up the trinity in Belgium's alleged perfect colony. A change of political direction in Brussels and mounting nationalist pressure coming from within Africa helped to end the illusion that all was well and would stay well in the Congo. At last the Belgians began to have some second thoughts about their policy in the Congo. The missionary-trained evolved, the supposedly emancipated, westernized middle class had found their voices. Certain fundamental problems formed the core of the colonial dilemma in Africa, although Belgian colonists chose to ignore this fact. The same problems existed in the Congo as elsewhere in Africa. Freedom, self-determination, hatred of racial discrimination, and white settlement without assimilation made the Congo people feel unwanted in their own country, except as servants for white people. It was within this order of ideas that the Belgian Socialist Party attempted to change the trend of Belgium's colonial policy and devise a more humane approach to the problems of the Congo people. The accelerated economic development in the Congo during the war and after the war had changed the structure of the Congolese community. The black population of Leopoldville rose from 46,900 to 191,000 between 1940 and 1950. By 1955, the black population of Leopoldville had reached some 300,000. The mass exodus of Congolese from rural areas and their concentration in urban centers created new problems. The detribalized workers did not return to their respective villages when the city no longer afforded them employment. It was incumbent upon the Belgium Socialist Party to define its position in relation to the Congo. As far as basic premises were concerned, the party did recognize the primacy of native interests, and the aim of its activity will be to prepare the indigenous population gradually to take charge of its own political, economic, and social affairs, within the framework of a democratic society. Further, the party expressed its uncompromising opposition to any kind of racial discrimination and advised a raise in the standard of living of the people of the Congo. Only those whites who are prepared to work for the realization of these aims and who constitute the administrative personnel of the indigenous population are to enjoy the support of the government. This preparation for self. 2. Government presupposes the political organization of the Congo, i.e., the initiation of the native into citizenship. With this proposal, the Belgian Socialist Party admitted that the Congolese were not accepted as citizens in their own country. This fact had been the cause of a broadening dissatisfaction among the Congolese since the early part of the 20th century. With the relaxing of political restrictions, this dissatisfaction began to manifest itself in a form of embryo nationalism. The future Congolese leaders had already begun to gather their first followers. All of the early political parties in the Congo were the outgrowth of regional and tribal associations. Patrice Lumumba was the only Congolese leader who, from the very beginning of his career, attempted to build a Congo-wide political organization. During his short-lived career, Patrice Lumumba was the first popularly elected Congolese government prime minister. Like a few men before him, he became a near legend in his own lifetime. The influence of this legend extended to the young militant nationalists far beyond the borders of the Congo, and it is still spreading. Of all the leaders who suffered imprisonment at the hands of the Belgians before 1960, Lumumba had the largest number of followers among the Congolese masses, mainly because he had more of the qualities of character with which they liked to identify. As a speaker, he was equally effective in French, Kiswahili or Lingala. The devotion of the rank and file of his party, Mouvement National Congolais, MNC, to Patrice Lumumba was not a unique phenomenon. What is more significant is the fact that he was able to attract the strongly expressed loyalties of a tribally heterogeneous body of the Congolese. This made him the only national political leader. While other politicians tended to take advantage of their respective associations as the path to power, Lumumba took the broader and more nationalistic approach and involved himself in other movements only indirectly related to politics. In 1951, he joined the Association des Evolves de Stanleyville, one of the most active and numerically important of all the clubs in Oriental province. He was in the same year appointed Secretary General of the Association de Postiers de la Province Orientale, a professional organization consisting mostly of postal workers. 2 years later he became Vice Chairman of an alumni association consisting of former mission students. In 1956 he founded the Amicale Libérale de Stanleyville. Patrice Lumumba is a member of the Beteta tribe, a Mongo subgroup. He was born on July 2, 1925, in Katakokum in the Sunkuru district of the Kasai province. In growing up he only received a primary education. Very early in life he learned to push himself beyond the formal limits of his education. He made frequent contributions to local newspapers such as Stanleyvillois and the more widely read publications, Voix du Congo and Croix du Congo. Unlike the vast majority of Congolese writers of the period who placed major emphasis on the cultural heritage of their own tribes, Lumumba's early writings emphasized within the limits of Belgian official restrictions problems of racial, social, and economic discrimination. On July 1, 1956, the career of Patrice Lumumba was temporarily interrupted when he was arrested on the charge of embezzling 126,000 francs, $2,200, from the post office funds. He was sentenced to serve a 2-year prison term. On June 13, 1957, the sentence was commuted on appeal to 18 months, and finally to 12 months after the Wolves of Stanleyville reimbursed the sum in question. Subsequently, Lumumba left Stanleyville and found employment in Leopoldville as the sale director of the Brackengo, Polar Beer, brewery. Leopoldville became a good vantage point for Lumumba's Congo-wide activities. He had now entered into the crucial phase of his political career. In 1958, while combining the functions of vice-chairman of a liberal friendship society, the Cercle Liberal d'Études ETD agreement, with those of the president of the Association des Bêtes Lila, of Leopoldville, he joined a Christian democratic study group, the Centre d'études et de recherches sociales, created in 1955 by the secretary. 3. General of the Jeunesses Ouvrières Chrétiennes, Jacques Maird. Among the more prominent members of this organization were Joseph Ilio, now early 60s Prime Minister in the Kasavubu government, and Joseph Ngalula. Joseph Ilio was editor-in-chief of the bi-monthly Conscience Africaine. He had already acquired a wide reputation among Congolese when he decided, in July of 1956, to publish a nationalist-inspired manifesto which contained a daring 30-year plan of emancipation for the Congo. Both Ilio and Ngalula were anxious to broaden the basis of the movement National Congolais, a moderate nationalist organization created in 1956. Patrice Lumumba, then regarded as one of the eminent spokesmen of liberal ideas, joined the MNC. Once affiliated with this and other groups, Lumumba readily asserted himself and became the dominant figure. Shortly after proclaiming himself chairman of MNC's Central Committee, he formally announced on October 10, 1058, the foundation of a national movement dedicated to the goal of national liberation. His action at this moment was prompted by two important developments affecting the Congo. One was the forthcoming visit of a parliamentary committee appointed by the former Minister of the Congo, Mr. Patalon, for the purpose of conducting an inquiry concerning the administrative and political evolution of the country. Another was the creation of a movement pour les progrès national congolais in late November, 1958, by the Congolese delegates to the Brussels Exposition. Lumumba moved in and around these groups and quickly projected himself into the role of a dynamic and radical nationalist leader. A high point in his political development came in 1958, when he was permitted to attend the Pan-African Conference in Accra, Ghana. Here he became a member of the Permanent Directing Committee. Patrice Lumumba had now projected himself upon a political stage of international importance. In addition to whatever personal counsel he might have received from Ghana's Prime Minister, Nkrumah, there is little doubt that the Accra Conference was an important factor in shaping Lumumba's long-range objectives and further sensitizing him to the philosophy of Pan-Africanism. When he returned home, the emancipation of the Congo from Belgium's tutelage assumed first priority among his activities. In March, 1959, when Belgium had already announced its intention to lead the Congo without fatal procrastination and without undue haste toward self-government, Lumumba went to Brussels where he delivered several lectures under the auspices of Présence Congolaise, a Belgian organization dedicated to the promotion of African culture. On this occasion, Lumumba indiscreetly turned on his host and sponsors and deplored the bastardization and destruction of Negro African art, and the depersonalization of Africa. He reaffirmed his party's determination to put an end to the camouflage slavery of Belgian colonization and elect an independent government in 1961. With this act of boldness, Patrice Lumumba had set the stage for most of his future troubles and probably his future death. After the target date for independence had been approved by the movement National Congolais, new troubles began for Lumumba and his supporters. Now that the contestants for power were close to their goal, the competition between them became fiercer. Delegates to the Lualaba Congress, in April 1959, ran against the demands of other nationalist groups anxious to put themselves forward as the standard-bearers of independence. Several of Lumumba's earlier supporters withdrew from the MNC and formed their own parties. With the date for Congo independence practically rushing upon him, Lumumba set out to rebuild the movement National Congolais. He involved himself in every phase of his party's activists, organizing local sections of the MNC and recruiting new supporters. On November 1, 1959, a few days after his wing of the MNC held its Congress in Stanleyville, Lumumba was arrested for the second time and charged with having made seditious statements. He 4. was sentenced to 6 months in jail. After serving nearly 3 months of his sentence, he was released when a delegation of officials from the MNC notified the Belgian government that they would not participate in the Brussels Roundtable Conference unless Lumumba was set free. Soon after his release, Lumumba's party was victorious in the December elections. As expected, Stanleyville proved to be the main Lumumba stronghold in the Congo. In Stanleyville his party won 90% of the votes. Lumumba's status and influence continued to rise. As a representative of Oriental Province, he was appointed to the General Executive College, an interim executive body established after the Brussels Roundtable Conference. Trouble continued to brew within the ranks of his party. Victor Ndaka, vice-chairman of the MNC, broke with Lumumba for what he termed the extreme left-wing tendencies of the party leader. In 1960, he organized his own party. Once more Lumumba reshuffled the party personnel and strengthened his position. The MNC emerged from the next electoral struggle as the strongest in the House of Representatives, with 34 out of 137 seats. In the Provincial Assembly of Oriental, Lumumba's party held 58 out of 70 seats. In the assemblies of Kivu and Kasai provinces, 17 out of 25 seats were secured. Lumumba employed several techniques to mobilize his support and activate the rural masses. First, there was the careful selection of party officials and propagandists at the Lodja Congress, held March 9 to 12, 1960. These delegates of the Bakuchu and Baitila tribes agreed that they would entrust the defense of their interests to the political party which held a dominant position in the region. Namely, that was Lumumba's party, the MNC. The party's success among the Bakuchu and Baitila tribal associations was mainly due to Lumumba's tribal origin and the anti-Belgian orientation acquired by these tribes in resisting the penetration of Western rule. Lumumba and the MNC improved their techniques of building up functional organizations, in order to unify the political actions of the MNC. These organizational networks embraced a variety of interest groups and cut across tribal lines. Through a tactical alliance with minor parties, Lumumba tried to transform the MNC into an integrating structure where both sectional and national interests would be represented. This program received its formal sanction at the Extraordinary Congress of the MNC, held in Lualaba, April 3 to 4, 1960. This was a major landmark in the history of Lumumba's party. Once more he had proven to be the most able of all Congolese leaders. As the Congo crossed the threshold of independence, new troubles developed within the ranks of the MNC. Communication between Lumumba and some of the leaders of the party broke down. The Congo's most vital instrument of stability, the force publique, collapsed. The number and complexities of the issues now confronting Lumumba absorbed most of the time he formerly devoted to party activities. Now that the pomp and ceremony of the Belgians handing over power to elected Congolese leaders was over, one struggle for Lumumba was over, but a new and bitter one was beginning. His devotion to the idea of a united Congo was now more firm. He was one of the few Congolese politicians who had any conception of the Congo as a strong centralized state. Chambé thought first of carving himself out a state in Katanga where he could be the boss, with Belgian help. Kasavubu cherished the dream of restoring the ancient empire of Bakongo. Other Congolese politicians were still involved in their tribal ideals and hostilities. Lumumba was neither kind nor cautious toward the Belgians during the independence ceremony. This might have been one of his greatest mistakes. He announced too many of his future plans, which included not only the uniting of the Congo by giving assistance to the nations around him, especially Angola, who were still under European rule. Whoever made the decision to kill Lumumba probably made it this very day. He had crossed the path of the unseen power. 5. Manipulators who wanted to control the Congo economically even if they were willing to let Lumumba control it politically. Instead of saying, "Thanks very much for our independence. We appreciate what all you Belgians have done for our country," Lumumba said in effect, "It's about time, too. And it's a pity that in a half-century you didn't see fit to build more hospitals and schools. You could have made much better use of your time." Lastly, when the force publique revolted in the first days of July, Lumumba tried earnestly to be equal to this and other emergencies exploding around him. He faced the risks of his high position with real courage. Frantically, he moved over his large country trying to restore order. Several times he escaped death by inches. Once he was saved by a Ghanaian officer. Once his car was stoned by a mob. This did not keep him from trying to restore order to his troubled country. In the middle of July, when the structure of order in his country was deteriorating into chaos, Lumumba flew off for a grandiose tour of the United States, Canada, North and West Africa. This was another one of his unfortunate mistakes. In his absence, confusion became worse. In his dealings with the United Nations, he never knew exactly what he wanted, showing no steady policy toward the UN. He confused both his friends and enemies who grew impatient with his erratic behavior. When the disintegration within his country reached dangerous proportions, he asked for military from the United Nations. Within about 3 days the UN troops were on the spot. When Lumumba found that the UN troops could not be used as a private army to put down his political opponents, he became disenchanted with their presence in his country. By now Lumumba had quarreled with nearly every leading politician in the Congo. His continued erratic action shook the confidence of the outside world and of many of the African leaders who had wished him well and hoped that he could restore order rapidly. A power struggle had erupted in the Congo. Concurrent with this struggle, Belgians were working behind the scenes to reconquer the Congo economically. Their Congolese puppets, bought and paid for in advance, were deeply engrossed in their self-seeking venture. In the last weeks of his life, when he was being dragged around with a rope around his neck, while his captors yanked up his head for the benefit of newsreel cameras, he still carried himself with great dignity as well as courage. When he was beaten up on the plane which carried him to be handed over to his arch-enemy, Chambé, he did not cry out nor plead for mercy. When Chambé's troops beat him again, in the Elizabethville airport, he asked no one for help or pity. He was carried off by Chambé's troops and their Belgian officers on a journey from which he was certain never to return alive. Lumumba's conduct in the midst of these scenes will always stand to his credit in history. These traits of independence and courage in his personality went into the making of his martyrdom, a strange and dangerous martyrdom that makes Lumumba a more effective African nationalist in death than he was in life. Some of the people who are now most vocal in their praise of the dead Lumumba include many who in the past criticized some of his actions and speeches most savagely while he was still alive. Patrice Lumumba was pulled from power mostly by his own people, who were being manipulated by forces of change and power alien to their understanding. In the killing of Lumumba, white neocolonialists and their black African puppets frustrated the southward spread of independence movements. Lumumba had pledged to give assistance to the African nations to the east and the south of the Congo who are still struggling to attain independence, particularly Angola. Lumumba was a true son of Africa, and in his short unhappy lifetime he was accepted as belonging to all of Africa, not just the Congo. The important point in the Lumumba story, briefly related, is this: he proved that legitimacy of a post-colonial regime in Africa, relates mainly to its legal mandate, but even more, legitimacy relates to the regime's credentials as a representative of a genuine nationalism fighting against the intrigues. 6. Of new colonialism. This is why Lumumba was and is still being extolled, this best son of Africa, this Lincoln of the Congo, this Black Messiah, whose struggle was made noble by his unswerving demand for centralism against all forms of balkanization and rendered heroic by his unyielding resistance to the forces of neocolonialism which finally killed his body, but not his spirit. This man, who now emerges as a strange combination of statesman, sage, and martyr, wrote his name on the scroll of African history during his short and unhappy lifetime. Grouping. Furthermore, it represents an attempt to mute the long-standing internal differences between the Lovestone and Ruther approaches to international trade union activities. The success of this attempt can be attributed, at least in part, to the change in tactics dictated by the particular character of the African situation. Though remnants of the Lovestone strategy persist in the AALC, there are indications that Brown is seeking different ways of operation on the African continent. Part of the difficulty in assessing AALC is due to Brown's inordinate concern with secrecy. Very few public details have ever emerged about his operations anywhere, and Africa is no exception. There is, however, reason to believe that the phase of AALC's program oriented to constructing local institutions concerned with transmitting technical skills is a useful one, especially considering the delicate situation of Africa's trade unions. On the other hand, there remain several aspects of the AALC approach which could serve to limit its effectiveness in spreading and strengthening unionism more broadly on the continent. Many of the concepts of free trade unionism which are utilized as criteria to evaluate continuing assistance are totally unrealistic, for swift economic development in fact requires more collaboration between unions and government than American labor leaders would like to countenance. Moreover, gearing projects to unions with unimpeachable anti-communist records serves to attenuate the potential impact of such projects, for any external approach to Africa, if it is to be successful, must minimize political expediency. Equipped with a number of specialists and with Irving Brown's broad range of contacts on the continent, the AALC possesses significant opportunities to develop successful programs if its perceptions of reality are not veiled by archaic ideological positions. The American. By Robert S. Brown and John Henrik Clarke. Robert Brown is a member of the Economics Department. Fairleigh Dickinson University. John Clarke is Associate Editor of THIRD-WORLDISM. With something in excess of 10% of its population having its ancestral roots in Africa, is it possible for America to formulate and execute its African policy without some regard for the wishes of this sizable black minority of her citizens? Despite the fact that ties between the displaced African community resident in America and its motherland have never been entirely severed, until recent years these ties have for the most part been scanty, unorganized, primarily sentimental and cultural rather than economic or political, and have in any case involved only a minute fraction of either the displaced or the homeland population. Indeed, the gradual decay in lines of communication between the two groups after the slave trade was ended, and perhaps even more so after the subjection of most of Africa to European colonial domination, led to virtual isolation of the two groups from one another. With encouragement by the mores of the dominant culture, an ever-widening gap in understanding and sympathy gradually developed between Africans and American blacks. During the past decade, however, this gap has begun to close itself. Early exceptions. There were rare exceptions to the pattern of mutual isolation, of course, and the renowned American Negro scholar, Drive W.E.B. Du Bois, comes to mind as the foremost exponent of the importance of the retention and expansion of communications between Black Americans and Africans, as well as amongst the fractionated Afri Negroes impactcans themselves. Indeed, to his concept of Pan-Africanism is due much of the impetus for the African independence movements which ultimately erased the colonial system from much of Africa. The Back to Africa philosophy of Marcus Garvey, which attracted wide support among American Negroes in the mid-20s, probably represents the zenith of American Negro interest in Africa prior to the present decade. In the latter 30s, Paul Robeson and his wife, through their African travels, writings, and tireless educational efforts, succeeded in bringing to a limited number of middle-class Negroes an awareness that Africa was inhabited by dignified and intelligent human beings, many of whom were looking toward their black brothers in America for aid in breaking them free from colonial subjection. Robeson's Council on African Affairs was, at that time, the lone U.S. voice being raised on behalf of the political and economic integrity of the black Africans. There was, however, little of substance that the black American could offer to his African counterpart, for the Negro in America was himself still virtually without power, organization, or economic resources. Although the American Negro made no significant contribution in an organized way toward the winning of independence for the African nations, he did provide the movement with considerable spiritual support. Kwame Nkrumah, a leading architect of African independence and himself a product of a Negro college in America, made reference to the role of the American Negro in a speech to the All-African Peoples Conference in 1958. He said, "Many of them have made no small contribution to the cause of African freedom. Long before many of us were even conscious of our own degradation, these men fought for African national and racial equality. Long may the links between African and peoples of African descent continue to hold us together in fraternity." Post-World War II. From the Negro press, which was particularly vocal in this regard, and from the growing numbers of African American Negro contacts which developed with the influx of larger numbers of African students in the U.S. following World War II, an awareness of Africa's political and social evolvement became a part of the active consciousness of an expanding segment of the black intelligentsia. As the parallels between the restrictive measures imposed upon Africans in their homelands and the legal and extra-legal discrimination practiced against Negroes here in the U.S. became better understood, the feeling spread that the two struggles were inextricably tied together, and during the mid-50s the Negro's indifference toward the African began rather swiftly to transform itself into sympathetic concern. With the coming into independence of much of black Africa commencing in 1957, this concern became mixed with admiration as a procession of black, eloquent statesmen began to be received at the United Nations and the White House with full diplomatic honors. For the middle-class Negro it became fashionable to boast of some identification with Africa, and such attitudes were institutionalized through groups such as the American Society for African Culture, an artistic and literary association of black intellectuals which devotes itself to the exchanging of ideas and artistic endeavors between continental and New World Africans. The growing pressures on post-war America to afford her Negro citizens a greater measure of participation and visibility in the nation's affairs had led to the unofficial designation of the Liberian ministership, later raised to the rank of ambassador, as a Negro position, and as early as the later Truman era it had become rather standard policy to include a Negro in the U.S. annual delegation to the United Nations. Quite naturally, these black delegates had unfailingly been representatives of the Negro upper class and were wedded in varying degrees to the administration in power. Despite this, however, these black diplomats had, on more than one occasion, resisted America's timid policy with respect to African freedom, though they found themselves in the uncomfortable position of being asked to serve as spokesmen for U.S. policy positions which were mere apologias for the colonial powers and which were contrary to the best interests of all black people. Thus, criticism and counsel by Negro leadership with regard to U.S. policy in Africa did have a hearing in Washington, but it is unclear to what extent it had an impact because the name of Africa was not being heard in the Negro's increasingly strident demand for redress of grievances. Growing militancy. Black American grassroots identification with African problems burst upon the international scene during the First Congo Crisis, when a group of black nationalists created a disturbance in the galleries of the United Nations in protest against alleged UN connivance in the murder of Patrice Lumumba. This unprecedented public demonstration of American Negro concern with the African political scene symbolized the entry of a new factor in Washington's political calculations vis-a-vis Africa and revealed that the treatment of Africa was indeed being carefully observed by some elements in the black community, elements which were prepared to speak their minds unhampered by middle-class inhibitions and hypocrisy. The principal effect which the UN demonstration had was probably felt, not in Washington, but rather in the black ghettos, where the mystique of Africa was slowly beginning to take a hold, in alliance with the developing black nationalism and self-pride which the civil rights movement had aroused. This identification with African political affairs amongst the black masses perhaps reached a zenith with the visit to Africa of Malcolm X and his effort to enlist the support of the Organization of African Unity for the Negroes' efforts to achieve justice in America. Malcolm's untimely assassination abruptly ended this effort and no one has yet attempted to revive it. In 1964 a team of the younger, more activist civil rights workers, mainly from the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCL, and the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, made a goodwill trip to Africa to demonstrate their interest in that continent and their belief that the two peoples have much in common. Several other prominent young activists in the civil rights movement have subsequently paid Africa a visit. Thus far these visits have not produced spectacular organizational results, but they have served to further the all-important quest for clarification of the Afro-American's identity and the role for which he must prepare himself. Africa continues to be a major focus of attention amongst the brain trust of the more militant civil rights groups, and this tie is likely to expand as time goes by. The old-line civil rights organizations, on the other hand, have demonstrated only nominal interest in Africa. Probably the major civil rights leader to make an extensive tour through Africa in recent times was James Farmer, former director of CORE. However, there was little follow-up to his trip, nor has Farmer emerged as a vocal spokesman on African questions. American Negro Leadership Conference in Africa. The most notable modern effort which has been made to organize American Negroes into some sort of action group in behalf of African interests is that of the American Negro Leadership Conference on Africa, a loose confederation of organizations having completely or strongly Negro memberships. The conference is under the titular leadership of several prominent civil rights leaders. Roy Wilkins of the NAACP, Whitney Young of the Urban League, Dr. Martin Luther King, Mrs. Dorothy Height of the National Council of Negro Women, James Farmer, and a Philip Randolph. The accomplishments of the Leadership Conference have been pretty much limited to two national conferences, in 1962 and 1964. The 1964 conference, in particular, attracted considerable attention in Washington. Excellent papers were presented dealing with the foremost African political problems in which the U.S. had a direct stake. Secretary of State Rusk addressed the conference, and other high government officials, including Adlai Stevenson, attended various sessions of the conference as spectators. The conference was held at the height of one of the Congo crises, and its final resolutions and statement hardly constituted a resounding endorsement of U.S. policies in Africa. Indeed, it led the New York Times to editorialize that civil rights leaders, and presumably Negroes generally, should confine themselves to expressing opinions on domestic matters and leave international affairs to the so-called experts. The final document of the conference reiterated the statement which had underlain the founding spirit of the first conference. The American Negro community in the United States has a special responsibility to urge a dynamic African policy upon our government. Although we have a serious civil rights problem which exhausts much of our energy, we cannot separate the struggle at home from that abroad. If the United States cannot take vigorous action to help win freedom in Africa, we cannot expect to maintain the trust and friendship of the newly independent and soon-to-be independent peoples of Africa and Asia. Further, the American Negro community has a responsibility in simple terms of historical continuity. Since the turn of the century, Negro leaders and scholars have expressed the concern of Negro Americans for the elimination of colonialism and its evils. While our conference will not initiate a new interest on the part of American Negroes, it will launch a more aggressive determination to make our influence felt on the policies of our government in these critical areas of the vast continent. The political positions adopted by the Leadership Conference were essentially those which independent African nations had been urging for some time. They include condemnation of apartheid practices in South Africa, urging of the return of Southwest Africa to the indigenous population, opposition to independence for Southern Rhodesia under a minority government, termination of U.S. assistance to independence on Portugal, and positive efforts to achieve independence for Portugal's African colonies, and recommendations that the Congo problem be turned over to the Organization for African Unity for resolution. An aid program was requested for Africa of a magnitude comparable to that provided to Europe after World War II, and revisions in aid policies and in trade policies toward Africa were urged. Taken altogether, the conference resolutions plotted out a dramatic new course for U.S. policy in Africa. Some of it was probably not practicable, at least in 1964, other portions, however, if heeded would probably have avoided or minimized some of the conflict and instability which characterizes much of Africa today. Unfortunately, there was no significant follow-through on these recommendations beyond a pro forma meeting with President Kennedy, and the Leadership Conference has continued to exist primarily as a phantom organization. Impact slight. The extent of the American Negro's direct impact on U.S. policy in Africa thus does not appear to have been noticeable. Certainly it has fallen far short of its potential, a fact which may be most easily attributable to the recency of the Negro's emergence from total political and economic ineffectiveness. The American dream, focusing on the melting pot ideal which for the Negro has been interpreted as full integration into the white society, is a further obstacle to Negro-African identification. So long as the integration ideal remains dominant, though unachieved, the Negro's psyche is subjected to a dual and conflicting loyalty. Even today, the search for identity persists as the number one problem of the black man in America. Clearly, however, to the extent that the Negro comes to believe that integration will elude him in perpetuity in America, he is likely to broaden his identification with his national community. The outcome which such a shift in outlook might ultimately have on U.S. policy in Africa only the most foolhardy would dare to predict. Martyrs. They are lying there along the captured roads, along the roads of disaster, slender poplars, statues of the somber gods wrapped in long golden cloaks. The prisoners from Senegal lie like lengthened shadows across the soil of France. In vain they have cut down your laughter, and the darker flower of your flesh. You are the flower of the foremost beauty in stark absence of flowers, black flower and solemn smile, diamond time out of mind. You are the clay and the plasma of the world's virid spring fresh. You are of the first couple, the fertile belly, milt and sperm. You are the sacred fecundity of the bright paradise gardens and the incoequable forest, victor over fire and thunder. The immense song of your blood will conquer machines and mortars. The pulse of your speech, lies and sophistry. No hate your heart without hate, no guile your guileless heart. Black martyrs, zero undying race, give me leave to say the words which will forgive. Leopold Sédar Senghor, Senegal. Black Roots. The growing interest in Africa and the rediscovery of the lost African heritage launched the spread of black consciousness among young civil rights militants. The Search for Africa. By John Henrik Clarke. ET 67.1 He Africans who came to the United States as slaves started their attempts to reclaim their lost African heritage soon after they arrived in this country. They were searching for the lost identity that the slave system has destroyed. Concurrent with the black man's search for an identity in America has been his search for an identity in the world, which means, in essence, his identity as a human being with a history, before and after slavery, that can command respect. Some Afro-Americans gave up the search and accepted the distorted image of themselves that had been created by their oppressors. As early as 1881, Dr. Edward Wilmot Blitten, the great West Indian scholar and benefactor of West Africa, addressed himself to this situation when he said, "In all English-speaking countries the mind of the intelligent Negro child revolts against the descriptions of the Negro given in elementary school books, geographies, travels, histories." Having embraced or at least assented to those falsehoods about himself, he concludes that his only hope of rising in the scale of respectable manhood is to strive for what is most unlike himself and most alien to his peculiar tastes. Despite the alienation spoken of here by Dr. Blitten, the Afro-American's spiritual trek back to Africa continued. Drive W.E.B. Du Bois, the elder statesman among the Afro-Americans, addressed himself to the broader aspects of this situation on the occasion of the celebration of the second anniversary of the Asian-African, Bandung, Conference and the rebirth of Ghana on April 30, 1957, when he said, "From the 15th through the 17th centuries, the Africans imported to America regarded themselves as temporary settlers destined to return eventually to Africa. Their increasing revolts against the slave system, which culminated in the 18th century, showed a feeling of close kinship to the motherland, and even well into the 19th century they called their organizations African, as witness the African Unions of New York and Newport, and the African Churches of Philadelphia and New York. In the West Indies and South America there was even closer indication of feelings of kinship with Africa and the East. The planters' excuse for slavery was advertised as conversion of Africa to Christianity, but soon American slavery appeared based on the huge profits of the sugar empire and the cotton kingdom. As plans were laid for the expansion of the slave system, the slaves themselves sought freedom by increasing revolt, which culminated in the 18th century. In Haiti they won autonomy, in the United States they fled from the slave states in the South to the free states in the North and to Canada. Here the free Negroes helped form the abolition movement, and when that seemed to be failing, the Negroes began to plan for migration to Africa, Haiti, and South America. Civil war and emancipation intervened, and American Negroes looked forward to becoming free and equal citizens here with no thought of return to Africa or of kinship with the world's darker peoples. However, the rise of the Negro was hindered by disfranchisement, lynching, and caste legislation. There was some recurrence of the back to Africa idea and increased sympathy for darker folk who suffered the same sort of caste restrictions as American Negroes. During the 18th century there was strong agitation among certain groups of black people in America for a return to Africa. This agitation was found mainly among groups of free Negroes because of the uncertainty of their position as freedmen in a slave-holding society. One can see it late into the 18th century, Dr. Du Bois explains in his Hook Dust of Dawn, when the Negro Union of Newport, Rhode Island, in 1788, proposed to the Free African Society of Philadelphia a general exodus to Africa on the part of at least free Negroes. The back to Africa idea has been a recurring theme in Afro-American life and thought for more than 100 years. This thought was strong during the formative years of the colonization society and succeeded in convincing some of the most outstanding black men of the 18th and 19th century, such as John Russwurm, the first Negro college graduate, Bowdoin, 1826, and Lot Carey, the powerful Virginia preacher. Later the society fell into severe disrepute after an argument with the abolitionists. Two freedom struggles emerged early in the 19th century, one African, one Afro-American. While the Africans were engaged in their wars against colonialism, the American blacks were engaged in slave revolts. Some slaves took the Christian version of the Bible seriously and believed that God meant all men to be free. Such a slave was Gabriel Prosser, of Virginia, who felt that he was inspired by God to lead his people to freedom. Over 40,000 slaves were involved in his revolt of 1800 before it was betrayed. In 1822, in Charleston, SC, a carpenter, Denmark VC, planned one of the most extensive revolts against slavery ever recorded. He, too, was betrayed and afterwards put to death along with 36 of his followers. In 1831, the greatest slave revolt of all occurred in Virginia, led by Nat Turner, a plowman and a preacher, whose father had escaped to freedom. In 1839, Joseph Sink, the son of a Mende king in Sierra Leone, West Africa, was sold into slavery and shipped to Cuba. Sink and his fellow Africans revolted on board the ship and ordered the ship's owners to sail to Africa. The Spanish owners of the ship steered northward when they were not being watched and eventually landed off the coast of Long Island. The Africans were arrested and sent to New Haven, Con, where they were put on trial. When the trial began, there was great excitement in the country. People talked about the case and took sides. Southern politicians wanted to give the Africans back to the Spaniards who had bought them. The trial lasted all winter. In court, Sink made a wonderful speech in his own language, telling the story of how he and his men had fought to be free. After that speech, the court ordered the Africans set free. Cinque and his men were sent to school to be educated and were found to be intelligent and quick to learn. Meanwhile, the two Spaniards and the Spanish government appealed to the United States Supreme Court to have the Africans returned to them as slaves. The friends of Cinque and his men asked John Quincy Adams, the former President of the United States and a great lawyer, to speak for the Africans. On March 9, 1841, after Adams had spoken, Chief Justice Taney of the Supreme Court ruled that Cinque and the others were to be freed. After that, Cinque continued his schooling, and in 1842 he and his men returned to Africa. All America had been stirred by this case. The slave owners feared that the news about the freedom and return to Africa of Cinque and his fellow Africans would cause their slaves to revolt and also demand to be returned to their homeland. In the years before the Civil War, plans for the migration of the free Negroes back to Africa were revived and agents were sent to South America, Haiti, and Africa. Paul Kuffel, a free black ship owner from New Bedford, Massachusetts, had founded the Friendly Society for the Emigration of Free Negroes from America and had taken a large number back to Africa at his own expense. In the middle of the 19th century, while the issue of slavery was being debated in most of the country, the feeling for Africa among American blacks was growing stronger. Publications like Freedom's Journal and Douglas Monthly, edited by Frederick Douglass, called attention to the plight of the people of Africa as well as the black Americans. "I thank God for making me a man simply, but Delaney always thanks him for making him a black man." This spoke Frederick Douglass of his old friend, Martin R. Delaney, spokesman, physician, explorer, and scientist. Martin R. Delaney was proud of his African background and the Mandingo blood that flowed in his veins. He was one of the leaders of the great debate following the passage of the Fugitive Slave Act in 1850. He was the spokesman for the black people who felt that the bitter racial climate in America had made life for them, in this country, unbearable. Delaney was the strongest voice in several conventions of free Negroes to discuss plans for emigrating to Africa. In 1859, he led the first and only exploratory party of American-born Africans to the land of their forefathers. In the region of the Niger River, in the area that became Nigeria, Delaney's party carried out scientific studies and made agreements with several African kings for the settlement of emigrants from America. This interest in Africa was continued under the leadership of men like Rev. Alexander Crummell and Bishop Henry M. C. Neal Turner. During the latter part of the 19th century, Edward Wilmot Blitten, a native of what was then the Danish West Indies, called attention to the important role that Africa could play in emerging world affairs. He was convinced that the only way to bring respect and dignity to his people was by building progressive new empires in Africa. He was of the opinion that the New World Negro has a great future in Africa. He saw Liberia in West Africa as the ideal place where African Americans could build a new and great civilization by making use of the things that they had learned in the West and preserving the best of the African way of life. Because of his, and the work of many others, the Can't End on Pesos. African consciousness was translated into useful programs of ICE to Africa. Afro-American institutions of higher learning joined in this service through their training of the personnel of the churches as well as their support of Africans studying in their institutions. The idea of uniting all Africa had its greatest development early in this century. In 1900 a West Indian lawyer, H. Sylvester Williams, called together the first Pan-African Conference in London. This meeting attracted attention and put the word Pan-African in the dictionaries for the first time. The 30 delegates to the conference came mainly from England, the West Indies and the United States. The small delegation from the United States was led by W.E.B. Du Bois. This meeting had no deep roots in Africa itself, and the movement and the idea died for a generation. Then came the First World War. At the close of this war, W.E.B. Du Bois led the determined agitation for the rights of African people throughout the world, particularly in Africa. Meetings were held and a petition was sent to President Wilson, who was meeting with other leadmen of the Western world at the Peace Congress in Versailles. Dr. Du Bois went to Paris with the idea of calling a Pan-African Congress for the purpose of pressing upon the members of the Peace Congress setting in Versailles the importance of Africa in the future world. In spite of being without credentials and influence, some attention was paid to the idea. President Wilson's assistant, Colonel House, was sympathetic but non-committal. The Chicago Tribune said, January 19, 1919, in dispatch from Paris dated December 30, 1918, an Ethiopian utopia, to be fashioned out of the German colonies, is the latest dream of leaders of the Negro race who are here at the invitation of the United States government as part of the extensive entourage of the American peace delegation. Robert R. Moton, successor of the late Booker T. Washington as head of Tuskegee Institute, and Dr. William E. B. Du Bois, editor of The Crisis, are promoting a Pan-African conference to be held here during the winter while the P. Conference is on full blast. It is to embrace Negro-Latin from America, Abyssinia, Liberia, Haiti, and the French and British colonies and other parts of the Black world. Its object is to get out of the Peace Conference an effort to modernize the Dark Continent, and in the world reconstruction to provide international machinery looking toward the civilization of the African natives. The Negro leaders are not agreed upon any definite plan, but Dr. Du Bois has mapped out a scheme which he has presented in the form of memorandum to President Wilson. It is quite utopian, and it has less than a Chinaman's chance of getting anywhere in the peace conference, but it is nevertheless interesting. As self-determination is one of the words to conjure with in Paris nowadays, the Negro leaders are seeking to have it applied, if possible, in a measure to their race in Africa. Dr. Du Bois' dream is that the peace conference could form an internationalized Africa, to have as its basis the former German colonies, with their 1 million square miles and 12,500,000 population. To this, his plan reads, could be added by negotiation the 800,000 square miles and 9 million inhabitants of Portuguese Africa. It is not impossible that Belgium could be persuaded to add to such a state the 900,000 square miles and 9 million natives of the Congo, making an international Africa with over 2,500,000 square miles of land and over 20 million people. This Africa for the Africans could be under the guidance of international organization. The governing international commission should represent not simply governments, but modern culture, science, commerce, social reform, and religious philanthropy. It must represent not simply the white world, but the civilized Negro world. With these two principles, the practical policies to be followed out in the government of the new states should involve a thorough and complete system of modern education, built upon the present government, religion, and customary law of the churches. Within 10 years 20 million black children ought to be in school. Within a generation young Africa should know the essential outlines of modern culture. From the beginning the actual general government should use both colored and white officials. W. E. B. Du Bois wrote extensively about the idea of Pan-Africanism and the world unity of people of African descent. This is the essence of his statement on the intent of the Pan-African Congress of 1919. This Congress represented Africa partially. Of the 57 delegates from 15 countries, 9 were African countries with 12 delegates. The other delegates came from the United States, which sent 16, and the West Indies, with 21. Most of these delegates did not come to France for this meeting, but happened to be residing there, mainly for reasons connected with the war. America and all the colonial powers refused to issue special visas. The Congress influenced the peace conference. The New York Evening Globe, February 22, 1919, described it as the first assembly of the kind in history, and has for its object the drafting of an appeal to the peace conference to give the Negro race of Africa a chance to develop unhindered by other races. Seated at long green tables in the council room today were Negroes in the trim uniform of American Army officers, other American colored men in frock coats or business suits, polished French Negroes who hold public office, Senegalese who sit in the French Chamber of Deputies. The Congress specifically asked that the German colonies be turned over to an international organization instead of being handled by the various colonial powers. Out of this idea came the Mandates Commission. The resolution of the Congress said in part, A. that the Allied and associated powers establish a code of law for the international protection of the natives of Africa, similar to the proposed International Code for Labor. B. That the League of Nations establish a permanent bureau charged with the special duty of overseeing the application of these laws to the political, social, and economic welfare of the natives. C. The Negroes of the world demand that hereafter the natives of Africa and the peoples of African descent be governed according to the following principles. 1. The land and its natural resources shall be held in trust for the natives, and at all times they shall have effective ownership of as much land as they can profitably develop. 2. Capital. The investment of capital and granting of concessions shall be so regulated as to prevent the exploitation of the natives and the exhaustion of the natural wealth of the country. Concessions shall always be limited in time and subject to state control. The growing social needs of the natives must be regarded and the profits taxed for social and material benefit of the natives. 3. Labor, slavery and corporal punishment shall be abolished, and forced labor except in punishment for crime, and the general conditions of labor shall be prescribed and regulated by the state. 4. Education. It shall be the right of every native child to learn to read and write his own language, and the language of the trustee nation, at public expense, and to be given technical instruction in some branch of industry. The state shall also educate as large a number of natives as possible in higher technical and cultural training, and maintain a corps of native teachers. 5. The state, the natives of Africa must have the right to participate in the government as far as their development permits in Con. Negro Digest, February 1968, 87. Conformity with the principle that the government exists for the natives, and not the natives for the government. They shall at once be allowed to participate in local and tribal government according to ancient usage, and this participation shall gradually extend, as education and experience proceeds, to the higher offices of state, to the end that, in time, Africa be ruled by consent of the Africans. Whenever it is proven that African natives be not receiving just treatment at the hands of any state, or that any state deliberately excludes its civilized citizens or subjects of Negro descent from its body politic and cultural, it shall be the duty of the League of Nations to bring the matter to the civilized world. The idea of Pan-Africa having that been established, Dr. Dubois now attempted to build a real organization. The Pan-Africa movement began to represent growth and development. Soon the Dubois approach to Pan-Africanism was challenged by the approach of Marcus Garvey. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People began its interest in Africa with support of the various Pan-African congresses called by Dr. Dubois. The African and Afro-American freedom struggle that had met and joined forces, briefly, in the 19th century was now meeting again in the 20th century. Two great personalities were bringing the message of Africa's awakening to the world's attention. Both of them were saying in different ways that Africa was great once and will be great again. Both of them told the Afro-Americans that they had a part to play in Africa's redemption. The two personalities were W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey. The Italian-Ethiopian War renewed interest in Africa. This interest sustained and was increased when, in 1957, the Gold Coast gained its independence and took back its ancient name Ghana. Black American grassroots identification with African problems burst upon the international scene during the First Congo Crisis, when a group of black nationalists created a disturbance in the galleries of the United Nations in protest against alleged UN connivance in the 1960 murder of Patrice Lumumba. This identification with African political affairs amongst the black masses reached its zenith with the visit to Africa by Malcolm X shortly before his death and his effort to enlist the support of the Organization of African Unity. This growing interest in Africa and a rediscovery of the lost African heritage launched the spread of black consciousness among young civil rights militants. Out of this feeling the concept of black power was born. Malcolm X. The Man and His Times. By John Henrik Clarke. That a man who had inhabited the lower depth of life could rise in triumph as a reproach to its ills, and become an uncompromising champion of his people, is itself a remarkable feat. 9C0-B. He man best known RIR as Malcolm X lived our three distinct and in CVJ-related lives under the respective names, Malcolm Little, Malcolm X and El Haji Malik E. Shabazz. Any honest attempt to understand the total man must begin with some understanding of the significant components that went into his making. The racist society that produced and killed Malcolm X is responsible for what he was and for destroying what he could have been. He had the greatest leadership potential of any person to emerge directly from the black proletariat in this century. To another time under different circumstances he might have been a king and a good one. He might have made a nation and he might have destroyed one. He was a creation of the interplay of powerful and conflicting forces in mid-century America. No other country or combination of forces could have shaped him the way he was and ultimately destroyed him with such unique ruthlessness. Malcolm X knew, before he could explain it to him, Elf and others, that he was thine in a society that was engaged in systematic destruction of his people's self-respect. His first memories arc of conflict. In this respect his early life was no different than most black Americans where conflict comes early and stays late. In his own words, "When my mother was pregnant with me, she told me later, a party of hooded Ku Klux Klan riders galloped up to our home in Omaha, Nebraska, one night. Surrounding the house, brandishing their shotguns and rifles, they shouted for my father to come out. My mother went to the front door and opened it. Standing where they could see her pregnant condition, she told them that she was alone with her 3 small children and that my father was away, preaching, in Milwaukee. The Klansmen shouted threats and warnings at her that we had better get out of town because the good Christian white people were not going to stand for my father's spreading trouble among the good Negroes of Omaha with the Back to Africa preachings of Marcus Garvey." This was how he remembered. His father, an ambitious dreamer attempting to maintain himself and his family while bigoted white policemen, Ku Klux Klansmen and black legionnaires were determined to teach him to stay in his place. The father of Niall Cone X was killed while fighting against the restricted place that W.A., and to his people in this country. Much later, and in many different crass, Malcolm X continued the same fight and was subsequently killed for the same reason. Every major event in Malcolm's life brought him into conflict with the society that still thrives on the oppression of his people. His mother was born as a result of her mother being raped by a white man in the West Indies. When he was 4, the house where he and his family lived was burned down by members of the Ku Klux Klan. When he was 6, his father met a violent death that his family always believed was a lynching. After the death of his father, who was a follower of the black nationalist Marcus Garvey, his family was broken up and for a number of years he lived in state institutions and boarding homes. When he finally went to school he made good marks, but lost interest, and was a dropout at the age of 15. He went to live with his sister in Boston and went to work at the kinds of jobs available to Negro youth, mainly the jobs not wanted by white people, like shoe shine boy, soda jerk, hotel busboy, member of a dining car crew on trains traveling to New York, and a waiter in a Harlem nightclub. From these jobs, he found his way into the underworld and thought, at the time, that his position in life was advancing. In the jungle of the underworld, where the fiercest survive by fleecing the weak and the defenseless, he became a master manipulator, skilled in gambling, the selling of drugs, burglary, and hustling. A friend who had helped him get his first job gave him the rationale for his actions. "The main thing you have to remember," he was told, "is that everything in the world is a hustle." Malcolm returned to Boston, where he was later arrested for burglary and sentenced to 10 years in prison. The year was 1946 and he was not quite 21 years old. Prison was another school for Malcolm. He now had time to think and plan. Out of this thinking he underwent a conversion that literally transformed his whole life. By letters and visits from his family he was introduced to the Black Muslim movement, which calls itself officially the Lost Found Nation of Islam. He tested himself in the discipline of his newly chosen religion by refusing to eat pork. The event startled his fellow inmates, who had nicknamed him _Satan. He describes the occasion in this manner. It was the funniest thing, the reaction, and the way that it spread. In prison, where so little breaks the monotonous routine, the smallest thing causes a commotion of talk. It was being mentioned all over the cell block by night that Satan didn't eat pork. It made me very proud, in some odd way. One of the universal images of the Negro in prison and out was that he couldn't do without pork. It made me feel good to see that my not eating it had especially startled the white convicts. Later I would learn, when I had read and studied Islam a good deal, that unconsciously my first pre-Islamic submission had been manifested. I had experienced, for the first time, the Muslim teaching, if you take one step toward Allah, Allah will take 2 steps toward you. My brothers and sisters in Detroit and Chicago had all become converted to what they were being taught was the natural religion for the black. His description of his process of self-education in prison is an indictment of the American educational system and a tribute to his own perseverance in obtaining an education after being poorly prepared in the public schools. While in prison he devised his own method of self-education and learned how to speak and debate effectively so that he could participate and defend the movement after his release from prison. He started by copying words from the dictionary that might be helpful to him, beginning with A. He went through to Z and then he writes, "For the first time, I could pick up a book and actually understand what the book was saying." This aspect of his story calls attention to the tremendous reservoirs of talent, and even genius, locked up in the black ghettos among the masses. It also indicates what can be accomplished when the talent of this oppressed group is respected and given hope and a purpose. Within a few years he was to become a debater with a national reputation. He took on politicians, college professors, journalists, and anyone, black or white, who had the nerve to meet him. He was respected by some and feared by others. Malcolm was released from prison in 1952, when he was 27 years old. For a few weeks he took a job with his oldest brother, Wilfred, as a furniture salesman in Detroit. He went to Chicago before the end of that year to hear and meet the leader of the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad. He was accepted into the movement and given the name Malcolm X. He went back to Detroit and was made assistant minister of the Detroit Mosque. From this point on, his rise in the movement and in the eyes of the public was rapid. At the end of 1953, he went to Chicago to live with the leader of the Nation of Islam and to be trained by him personally. After organizing a mosque in Philadelphia, he was sent to head the movement in Harlem in 1954 before he was 30 years old. In a few years he was able to transform the Black Muslim movement into a national organization and himself into one of the country's best-known personalities. As the public spokesman and defender of the movement, he literally put it on the map. This was the beginning of his trouble with his leader, Elijah Muhammad. When the public thought of the Black Muslim movement, they thought first of Malcolm X. Malcolm X had appeal far beyond the movement. He was one of the most frequent speakers on the nation's campuses and the object of admiration by thousands of militant youth. In his pamphlet, Malcolm X, the Man and His Ideas, George Brightman gives the following description of Malcolm's appeal as a speaker. His speaking style was unique, plain, direct like an arrow, devoid of flowery trimming. He used metaphors and figures of speech that were lean and simple, rooted in the ordinary, daily experience of his audiences. He knew what the masses thought and how they felt, their strengths and their weaknesses. He reached right into their minds and hearts without wasting a word, and he never tried to flatter them. Despite an extraordinary ability to move and arouse his listeners, his main appeal was to reason, not emotion. I want only to convey the idea that rarely has there been a man in America better able to communicate ideas to the most oppressed people, and that was not just a matter of technique, which can be learned and applied in any situation by almost anybody, but that it was a rare case of a man in closest communion with the oppressed, able to speak to them, because he identified himself with them, an authentic expression of their yearning for freedom, a true product of their growth in the same way that Lenin was a product of the Russian people. From 1954, when he was made responsible for the Black Muslim movement in Harlem, the history of that movement is, essentially, the history of the rise of Malcolm X. In public speeches, where he nearly always prefaced his remarks with the statement, "The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us." Malcolm X was teaching lessons about the Black Americans' fight for basic dignity that was more meaningfully logical than anything that Elijah Muhammad had overconceived. He was the public figure most identified with the movement and most sought after as its spokesman. Louis E. Lomax referred to him as the S.I. Paul of the Black Muslim movement and adds, "Not only was he knocked to the ground by the bright light of truth while on an evil journey, but he also rose from the dust stunned, with a new name and a burning zeal to travel in the opposite direction and carry America's 20 million Negroes with him." In these years, Malcolm X was preaching separation and frightening more white people than the social protest organizations that were demanding integration. The bold act of refusing integration was a challenge to a society that never intended to integrate the Black Americans in the first place. With this act, Malcolm X put American society on the defensive by questioning its intentions toward his people and proving that those intentions were false. Also, he made Black America question itself and face reality. He identified the enemy of their promise, indicted that enemy and still did not relieve the victim, his own people, of the responsibility for being the instrument of their own liberation. To place Malcolm X and his rough-hued grandeur in proper perspective, one must first understand the nature of the society that produced him and ultimately destroyed him. To a large extent, the shadow of slavery still hangs over this land, and affects the daily life of every American. Slavery was the black gold that produced America's first wealth and power. Slavery was the breeding ground for the most contagious and contaminating monster of all times, racism. It was this racism and oppression by white America that convinced Malcolm X of the necessity of black nationalism as the vehicle for black liberation, as opposed to integration, while he was in the Black Muslim movement. Although his black nationalism, while he was in the Muslim organization, was narrow and sectarian, this did not prevent him from playing a Truman, continued on PN 001. Dually important role in the evolution of the black freedom struggle. Prior to the arrival of Malcolm X on the scene, most of white America looked upon the established civil rights organizations as extremists, although most of them were creatures and creations of the white controllers of power. But Malcolm comes along and says, "Not only do I refuse to integrate with you, white man, but I demand that I be completely separated from you in some states of our own or back home in Africa. Not only is your Christianity a fraud but your democracy a brittle lie." Neither the white man nor his black apologists could answer the latter argument. Because they could not answer Malcolm in this area, they attacked him where he was most vulnerable, the concept of separatism, and that all white folks were blue-eyed devils, labeling him a hate-monger, racist, dangerous fanatic, black supremacist, etc. In reality, he was none of these things. Certainly he didn't preach black supremacy. Malcolm X preached black pride, black redemption, black reaffirmation, and he gave the black woman the image of a black man that she could respect. The fact that Malcolm X, while in the Black Muslim movement, could reject a white person on any term caused most of white a psychological suicide, and instilled admiration and pride in most black Americans. For the egos of most Americans are too bloated that they cannot conceive of a black man rejecting them. It can be stated categorically that Malcolm X, while in the Black Muslim movement and out of it, created the present stage of the civil rights struggle to the extent that he was a catalytic agent off stage, sarcastically criticizing the civil rights leaders, popping a whip which activated them into more radical action and programs. He was the alternative with which the power holders of America had to deal, if they didn't deal with the established civil rights leaders. On December 1, 1963, about 2 weeks after President John F. Kennedy's assassination, Malcolm X addressed a public rally at Manhattan Hatton Center in New York City. He was speaking as a replacement for Elijah Muhammad, as he had done many times before. After the speech, in a question and answer period, Malcolm X made the remark that led to his suspension as a Muslim minister. In answer to a question, "What do you think about President Kennedy's assassination?" Malcolm X answered that he saw the case as, "the chickens coming home to roost." Soon after the remark, Malcolm X was suspended by Elijah Muhammad and directed to stop speaking for 90 days. Some weeks later, when Malcolm X realized that there were a number of highly placed persons in the Black Muslim movement conspiring against him, seemingly with Elijah Muhammad's consent, he left the movement. Malcolm devotes a chapter in his book to the growth of his disenchantment and his eventual suspension from the Black Muslim movement. He says, "I had helped Mr. Muhammad and his ministers to revolutionize the American black man's thinking, opening his eyes until he would never again look in the same fearful way at the white man. If I harbored any personal disappointment whatsoever, it was that privately I was convinced that our Nation of Islam could be an even greater force in the American black man's overall struggle if we engaged in more action. By that I mean I thought privately that we should have amended, or relaxed, our general non-engagement policy. I felt that, wherever black people committed themselves, in the Little Rocks and the Birminghams and other places, militantly disciplined Muslims should also be there for all the world to see, and respect and discuss." On March 8, 1964, he publicly announced that he was starting a new organization. In fact, two new organizations were started, the Muslim Mask Incorporated, and the Organization of Afro-American Unity. Malcolm X was still somewhat beholden to Elijah Muhammad in the weeks immediately following his break with the movement. At his press conference on March 12 he said, in part, "I am and always will be a Muslim. My religion is Islam. I still believe that Mr. Muhammad's analysis of the problem is the most realistic, and that his solution is the best one. This means that I too believe the best solution is complete separation, with our people going back home, to our own African homeland. But separation back to Africa is still a long-range program, and while it is yet to materialize, 22 million of our people who are still here in America need better food, clothing, housing, education, and jobs right now. Mr. Muhammad's program does point us back homeward, but it also contains within it what we could and should be doing to help solve many of our problems while we are still here. Internal differences within the Nation of Islam forced me out of it. I did not leave of my own free will. But now that it has happened, I intend to make the most of it. Now that I have more independence of action, I intend to use a more flexible approach toward working with others to get a solution to this problem. I do not pretend to be a divine man, but one do believe in divine guidance, divine power, and in the fulfillment of divine prophecy. I am not educated, nor am I an expert in any particular field. But I am sincere, and my sincerity is my credentials. The problem facing our people here in America is bigger than all other personal or organizational differences. Therefore, as leaders, we must stop worrying about the threat that we seem to think we pose to each other's personal prestige, and concentrate our united efforts towards solving the unending hurt that is being done daily to our people here in America. 1 am going to organize and head a new mosque in New York City, known as the Muslim Mosque Incorporated. This gives us a religious base, and the spiritual force necessary to rid our people of the vices that destroy the moral fiber of our community. Our political philosophy will be black nationalism. Our economic and social philosophy will be black nationalism. Our cultural emphasis will be black nationalism. Many of our people aren't religiously inclined, so the Muslim Mosque Incorporated will be organized in such a manner as to provide for the active participation of all Negroes in our political, economic, and social programs, despite their religious or non-religious beliefs. The political philosophy of black nationalism means, we must control the politics and the politicians of our community. They must no longer take orders from outside forces. We will organize and sweep out of office all Negro politicians who are puppets for the outside forces. Malcolm X had now thrust himself into a new area of conflict that would take him, briefly, to a high point of international attention and partial acceptance. During the last phase of his life, Malcolm X established the Muslim Mosque Incorporated, and a non-religious organization, the Organization of Afro-American Unity, patterned after the Organization of African Unity. He attempted to internationalize the civil rights struggle by taking it to the United Nations. In several trips to Africa and one to Mecca, he sought the counsel and support of African and Asian heads of state. His trip to Mecca and Africa had a revolutionary effect upon his thinking. His perennial call had always been for black unity and self-defense in opposition to the integrationists' program of nonviolence, passive resistance and Negro-white unity. When he returned home from his trip, he was no longer opposed to progressive whites uniting with revolutionary blacks, as his enemies would suggest. But to Malcolm, and correctly so, the role of the white progressive was not in black organizations but in white organizations in white communities, convincing and converting the unconverted to the black cause. Further, and perhaps more important, Malcolm had observed the perfidy of the white liberal and the American left whenever Afro-Americans sought to be instruments of their own liberation. He was convinced that there could be no black-white unity until there was black unity, that there could be no workers' solidarity until there is racial solidarity. The overwhelming majority of white Americans demonstrate daily that they cannot and will not accept the black man as an equal in all its ramifications after having 345 years of racism preached to them from the pulpit, taught in the primer and textbook, practiced by the government, apotheosized on editorial pages, lauded on the airways and television screens. It would be tantamount to self-castration, a gutting of the ego. It would be asking white America to completely purge itself of everything it has been taught, fed, and believed for 345 years. It was this recognition of what racism had done to the white man and the black mind that the following paragraph was and is a keystone of the Organization of Afro-American Unity's program. We must revamp our entire thinking and redirect our learning trends so that we can put forth a confident identity and wipe out the false image built up by an oppressive society. We can build a foundation for liberating our minds by studying the different philosophies and psychologies of others. Provisions are being made for the study of languages of Eastern origin such as Swahili, Hausa, and Arabic. Such studies will give us, as Afro-Americans, a direct access to ideas and history of our ancestors, as well as histories of mankind at large. More so than any other Afro-American leader, Malcolm X realized that there must be a concomitant cultural and educational revolution if the physical revolution is to be successful. No revolution has ever sustained itself on emotion. When Malcolm X returned from his trip to Mecca and Africa, he completely repudiated the black Muslims' program of separation, their acquisitive thirst for money and property and machine idolatry. He felt that they were merely imitating the racist enemy. He still believed in separation from his racist enemy, but his was an ideological separation. To Malcolm X, the belief was that the Afro-American must transcend his enemy, not imitate him. For he foresaw that both the black Muslims and the integrationists were aping the oppressor, that neither recognized that the struggle for black freedom was neither social nor moral. It was and is a power struggle, a struggle between the white haves and the black have-nots. A struggle of the oppressor and the oppressed. And if the oppressed is to breach the power of the oppressor, he must either acquire power or align himself with power. Therefore, it is not accidental that Malcolm's political arm, the Organization of Afro-American Unity, was patterned to the letter and spirit after the Organization of African Unity. Nor should it be surprising that he officially linked up the problems of Afro-Americans with the problems of his black brothers and sisters on the mother continent. Malcolm X's vision was broad enough to see that the Afro-Americans were not a minority as the enemy and his lackeys would have us believe. Afro-Americans are not an isolated 22 million. There are over 100 million black people in the Western Hemisphere: Cuba, Brazil, Latin America, the West Indies, America, etc. And Malcolm knew that when we unite these millions with the 300 million on the African continent, the black man becomes a mighty force. The second largest people on earth. And so Malcolm's perennial theme was unity, unity, unity. The formation of the Organization of Afro-American Unity and the establishment of an official connection with Africa was one of the most important acts of the 20th century. For this act gave the Afro-Americans an official link with the new emerging power emanating from both Africa and Asia. Thus, Malcolm X succeeded where Marcus Garvey and others had failed. Thus, doing this, Malcolm projected the cause of Afro-American freedom into the international arena of power. When he internationalized the problem, by raising it from the level of civil rights to that of human rights and by linking up with Africa, Malcolm X threw himself into the crossfire of that invisible, international cartel of power and finance which deposes presidents and prime ministers, dissolves parliaments, if they refuse to do their bidding. It was this force, I believe, which killed Malcolm X, which killed Lumumba, which killed Hammarskjöld. There is another and more potent reason why the American oppressors feared Malcolm X and desired him dead. And that is the publicized fact that he was going to bring the oppression of Afro-Americans before the United Nations, charging the United States government with genocide. Many of the oppressors had conniptions when confronted with the prospect of a world body discussing the problems of Afro-Americans. In the introduction to Malcolm X's autobiography, M.S. Handler has said, "No man in our time aroused fear and hatred in the white man as did Malcolm, because in him the white man sensed an implacable foe who could not be had for any price, a man unreservedly committed to the cause of liberating the black man in American society rather than integrating the black man into that society. He was, more precisely, a man in search of a definition of himself and his relationship to his people, his country, and the world. That a man who had inhabited the lower depth of life could rise in triumph as a reproach to its ills, and become an uncompromising champion of his people, is in itself a remarkable feat. Malcolm X went beyond this feat. Though he came from the American ghetto and directed his message to the people in the American ghetto first of all, he also became, in his brief lifetime, a figure of world importance. He was assassinated on February 21, 1965, while on the threshold of his potential. About the men of his breed, the writer, John Oliver Killen has said, he was a dedicated patriot, dignity was his country, manhood was his government and freedom was his land. New York City, November 1968. John Henrik Clarke, author of Malcolm X, The Man and His Times, is editor of several anthologies, including the popular American Negro short stories. He also is an editor of Freedom Ways magazine. The above article is adapted from his introductory essay to a book on the late Malcolm Shabazz to be published later this year. Africa and the American Negro Press. John Henrik Clarke. The American Negro Press has been more consistent in its coverage of African news than any other news media in the United States. This would indicate that its coverage has been adequate. Quite the contrary. While the quantity of this coverage could be accepted as adequate, the quality leaves much to be desired. In fact, the American Negro Press, like the American press in general, have missed or mishandled the story of emergent Africa. I believe the emergence of Africa to be the greatest news event in the age in which we live. In the handling of news relating to Africa, there seems to be a reoccurring multiplicity of errors that can be traced to one error: the inability or reluctance of the present interpreters of Africa to recognize and understand Africa's historical past. Contrary to a still prevailing concept, the Africans did not wait in darkness for the Europeans to bring the light. What we are now witnessing is neither the first nor the second emergence of Africa. This is an elementary fact, yet the Johnny-come-latelys who have lately discovered Africa, do not seem to be aware of it. The awareness of Africa by the men who built and developed the American Negro Press, goes back to the hectic and heroic beginning of Negro journalism in this country. Some of the back issues of these old papers show their editors' keen awareness of Africa and its importance. In the publication, Douglas Monthly, edited for the Anti-Slavery Society by Frederick Douglass, the following news item appeared in the issue of January 1862, under the heading, The Future of Africa. Miscellaneous, by Rev. Alexander Crummell, B.A., of Liberia, West Africa. The undersigned proposes to issue in 12 volumes of about 300 pages, orations, addresses, and other papers, mostly prepared for national and missionary occasions in Liberia, West Africa, and pertaining to national life and duty. The following is a list of the articles. 1. The English language in Liberia. 2. The duty of a rising Christian state to contribute to the world's well-being and civilization. 3. Address on laying the cornerstone of St. Mark's Hospital, Cape Palmas. 4. Duty and relations of free colored men, in America to Africa. 5. Eulogium on the life and character of Thomas Clarkson, ESQ 6. God and Nation an Anniversary Sermon. 7. The Fitness of the Gospel for its WN Work a Convocational Sermon. 8. The Progress and Prospects of the Republic of Liberia. 9. The Progress of Civilization along the West Coast of Africa. 10. The Negro Race Not Under a Curse from the London Christian Observer of August, 1853. This volume will be printed on good white paper, in clear type, neatly bound, and at $1 per copy. As it is published to help repair serious losses by fire in Africa, and to secure the education of children, it will not be published until 400 subscribers are obtained. The aid of generous friends is requested, at an early day as possible, as the subscriber is anxious to return, very soon, to his duty in Africa. Alexander Cromwell, Missionary 311, Spring Street, New York, New York. December 12, 1861. Alexander Cromwell, founder of the African Academy, friend and contemporary of Dr. Edwin W. Blitten, the great West Indian scholar and benefactor of West Africa, was one of the first of our early writers to call attention to Africa through the American Negro Press. He was the dean of the Black Scholarly and Literary Group, in the closing quarter of the 19th century. The life of Dr. Cromwell later fired the imagination and redoubled the vigor of Drive W.E.B. Du Bois, whose sharp and penetrating pen burned its own path in national and international affairs, from the early 90s to the present day. Du Bois, inspired by Alexander Cromwell, made the subject of Africa a burning issue in the American Negro press. In 1915, the Home University Library brought out a small book, The Negro, in which Du Bois outlined the program that must be followed in order to deal properly with the whole field of African life and history. Carter G. Woodson came forward with his researches and publications, which blossomed forth into the widest popularization of the subject. Quietly, African scholars like J. E. Moreland, Arthur A. Schomburg, J. A. Rogers and William L. Hansberry led the field in gathering material. After the First World War, Du Bois again accelerated the American Negro's interest in Africa by organizing a series of Pan-African Congresses. At a time when the news about the aspirations of Africans for self-government was being ignored throughout most of the world, the American Negro press gave full coverage to the subject. In the pages of these newspapers we learned of the activities of outstanding African personalities stubbornly keeping alive the dream of eventual independence for all African nations. The South African writer, Sol Plaatje, and the trade unionist, Clement Catterley, made tours of the United States in 1927 and 1928. Now the story of Africa's struggles was brought directly to us by two able Africans. This occasion went unnoticed by all, except the American Negro press. From the reports on the Pan-African Congress we learned of other Africans of caliber. Dr. J.E.K. Agri had lived in the United States for a number of years and returned to the Gold Coast, now Ghana. The career of his fellow countryman, the Honorable Casely Hayford, had been well reported in the American Negro press. Again, from the Pan-African Congress reports the names of Blaise Diagne, of French West Africa, a member of the Chamber of Deputies, Paul Panda of the Belgian Congo, and René Marin of French Equatorial Africa, became identified with Africa's awakening. The coverage of news relating to Africa was revitalized by the American Negro press during the Italian-Ethiopian War. In the reporting of this conflict, the American Negro press was fortunate in having at least two reporters who had been well schooled in African history in particular and world history in general. In his dispatches from Ethiopia, J. A. Rogers gave an astute analysis to the Pittsburgh Courier, of the war, together with a commentary on the political intrigues in Europe that led to this conflict. Later, in a small book, The Real Facts About Ethiopia, he digested his reports and produced the most revealing document of the Italian-Ethiopian War that has so far appeared in print. Dr. Willis N. Huggins, a high school history teacher, author of a remarkable book Introduction to African Civilizations, went to Geneva and reported on the League of Nations meetings concerning the Italian-Ethiopian War, for the Chicago Defender. Here again the American Negro press in its coverage of African news was fortunate to have on the scene of conflict a keen observer who could see through the subterfuge and pretenses of European powers in their frantic schemes to keep their African colonies. Both Rogers and Huggins saw behind and beyond the headlines and foretold the future repercussions of Ethiopia's betrayal. Their reports were a high watermark in American Negro journalism. While the coverage of African news by the American Negro press was increasing, in the years since the Italian-Ethiopian War, the caliber of this coverage was sadly declining. Today, most of the news about Africa that appears in the Negro press, consists of press release handouts from the various colonial information centers, rewritten news items from white newspapers, and an occasional article or group of articles by a non-journalist traveler, recently returned from a trip to Africa. Very little on the scene and behind-the-scene coverage of African news is being done. The few exceptions I will mention later. The coverage of African news by the American Negro press was accelerated when the rise of independence movements in Africa became international news. This acceleration reached some kind of ceremonious plateau the week the Gold Coast gained its independence and took back its ancient name, Ghana. The occasion was well observed by the American Negro press. Most of the major Negro papers published special supplements, saluting the new state of Ghana. For many years the Pittsburgh Courier has been ahead of all other Negro newspapers in its coverage of news relating to Africa. Their special supplement of the occasion of Ghana's independence was the most intelligently edited of the many that were published. In an article, Ghana, the Empire in the Sudan, George S. Schuyler wrote a capsule his Story of the Old Empire of Ghana and briefly appraised the significant events leading to the establishment of the new state. In other articles by J. A. Rogers, Marguerite Cartwright, and the editor of the Courier, the history and importance of the new state were presented in a manner that could be understood by readers who had no prior knowledge of the subject matter. Here again an American Negro newspaper proved that it was capable of presenting African news on a high journalistic level. Unfortunately, the American Negro press has never been consistent in maintaining this high standard. The largest Negro newspaper published locally, in New York City, the Amsterdam News, did not do as well as the Courier in its Ghana Independence supplement, lacking the experienced writers on Africa that the Pittsburgh Courier has nearly always had. Their writer picked at and wrote about the subject, without showing any real understanding of it. His contribution lost my interest when he digressed in his article in order to explain how a Ghanaian male persuades a Ghanaian female to say yes to that ancient and obvious question. The flurry of interest in African news continued somewhat abated. Kwame Nkrumah, Prime Minister of Ghana, became a national hero to the American Negroes, who were presently very short of heroes. Now he has a place in the right side of our heart, alongside Martin Luther King. The Pittsburgh Courier continued to lead all other Negro newspapers in its coverage of African news, particularly in reporting the news as it relates to African history. From September 7, 1957 to March 8, 1958, the Courier published a 27-week series of articles under the title, Famous African Chiefs. This was the longest series of this nature ever to appear in an American Negro newspaper. This series of articles were drawn from a completed book, The Lives of Great African Chiefs. The book consists of 21 short biographies of outstanding African chiefs whose lives and activities have influenced the direction of African history in the years between the early part of the 18th century to the middle of the 20th century. Now permit me to digress long enough to make one thing clear: commendable as the Pittsburgh Courier may be, I do not mean to imply that its coverage of African news is adequate. There is no really adequate coverage of African news by any newspaper in this country. In the November 16, 1957 issue of the Courier, another impressive special supplement was published on Africa. All the material for this supplement, except an article, Africa's Peaceful Revolution by George S. Schuyler, was prepared by the French Press and Information Service here in New York City. This supplement was informative in spite of being completely pro-French. After reading this one-sided recitation on the achievement of the French in Africa, an uninformed person could easily conclude that the French imperialists were angels who came to Africa to bring milk and honey. A well-informed person could easily conclude that this was not the case. The major weakness of the American Negro press in its coverage of African news is plainly shown in the publication of this supplement. All too often, news relating to Africa is published without question, examination, or analysis. In May 1958, the pro-French leaning of the Pittsburgh Courier was continued in a more direct way. George S. Schuyler, New York editor of the Courier, made a tour through the French colonies in West Africa and wrote a series of revealing articles, titled, "In Brightest Africa." To me, the articles revealed, among other things, the French were obviously paying Mr. Schuyler's traveling bill, and he was obviously seeing what they wanted him to see. Once more, French imperialism was washed whiter than snow. I traveled through some of the same colonies last summer, paying my own traveling bill. And my eyes saw an entirely different picture. There is much to admire in French colonial administration and much to abhor, and snow is figuratively and literally whiter than anything I saw. Another major weakness of the American Negro press in its coverage of African news is the lack of a dynamic approach in presenting the African story. Indeed, they view with alarm as the unpredictable Africans move rapidly from one stage of transition to another. This alarm should be converted into a new and dynamic journalism that will present the story of emergent Africa in a manner that will summon both attention and respect. First, the standard sitters of the American Negro press will have to learn what makes a good African story. New and more interesting ways must be found to tell the African story, which indeed is the story of the new age of man. A case in point, last year Chikdi Kama, son of the great Bechuana chief of the same name, died in London, where he had gone for medical treatment. The name Chikdi Kama has been in the news at regular intervals for more than 25 years. In addition to being the son of one of the greatest men born in southern Africa, Chikdi Kama was an able and defiant African leader who lived under British rule without ever really accepting it. In 1933, Chikdi Kama tried and punished a misbehaving Englishman for molesting some Bechuana girls. The incident made headlines around the world. The thought of a white man being tried and punished by an African, in an African court, shook the then prevailing colonial structure. Chikdi's tribe, the Bamangwata, and others in Bechuanaland, were on the brink of revolution. The British muddled through this crisis by slapping Chikdi's wrist lightly and carefully. Their reprimand was tantamount to a retreat. After the passing of this crisis, Chikdi Kama resumed his responsibilities as paramount chief of the Bamangwata tribe of Bechuanaland, following in the footsteps of his distinguished father. In the years that followed, he developed into one of the most able tribal rulers in all Africa. When he objected to his nephew's, Seretse Kama's, marriage to an English girl, he was back in trouble again, and back in the headlines. The death of this outstanding African personality went almost unnoticed by the American Negro press. This is what I meant when I said, the standard sitters of the American Negro press do not seem to know what makes a good African story. In addition to needing a new way to evaluate the African story, they also need a new way to re-evaluate the relations between the emergent African and the status of the people of African descent in the Western world. Admittedly, the American Negro press in its coverage of African news have been more consistent and thorough than any other news media in the United States, all the more reason why their present inadequacy cannot be excused. The African story is bigger than all the storytellers, and it is forever changing. No one is expected to tell it as well as it needs to be told. The many dimensions of the African story have made the collective efforts of all of its present-day interpreters appear like a molehill that leaves a mountain to be desired. New dimensions of an old struggle. Black Power and Black History. By John Henrik Clarke. It is not really a Negro revolution that is upsetting the country. What is upsetting the country is a sense of its own identity. If, for example, one managed to change the curriculum in all the schools so that Negroes learned more about themselves and their real contributions to this culture, you would be liberating not only Negroes, you'd be liberating white people who know nothing about their own history. And the reason is that if you are compelled to lie about one aspect of anybody's history, you must lie about it all. If you have to lie about my real role here, if you have to pretend that one hoed all that cotton just because I loved you, then you have done something to yourself. You are mad. James Baldwin from A Talk to Teachers, December 1963. Figuratively speaking, the concept of black power and black history are twins that were fathered by the same history. History worthy of respect. The Europeans who started the slave trade and the colonial system that followed needed to propagate this concept in order to justify their action. The present-day young black militants are asking, in many ways, why the word history is so limited when it is applied to their people. They are beginning to learn, belatedly, that history, depending on how it is manipulated, can be either an instrument of oppression or of liberation. In most cases, what is called African history is only the history of Africa's contact with Europe, beginning with the slave trade. What is called Negro history is generally the history of American slavery and subsequent effects. The Europeans who started the slave trade in the 15th century had to forget or pretend to forget all they had previously known about Africa's contribution to the development of mankind. The present-day black power and black history advocates are trying to restore what the slave trade and the system of economic oppression took away. Their fight has long roots and it was not started by Stokely Carmichael or H. Rap Brown. In a formal sense, the concept of black power started in the 19th century, concurrent with the many attempts to restore black men to an honorable place in history. The concept of black power confuses most people because they are looking for a complicated system. Black power means no more or less than the right to determine your own destiny, starting with the control of your own communities. This is the same thing that every ethnic group in America has or is trying to get. Black power without a respect for black history is meaningless. Until the essential manhood of a people is respected, no power in their hands is effective. In a speech made in Cuba last year, Stokely Carmichael, while addressing himself to the subject Black Power and the Third World, said this: "Since 1966, the cry of the rebellions has been Black Power. In this cry, there was an ideology implied which the masses understood instinctively. It is because we are powerless that we are oppressed, and it is only with power that we can make the decisions governing our lives and our communities. Black Power is more than a slogan, it is a way of looking at our problems and the beginning of a solution. Because our color has been used as a weapon to oppress us, we must use our color as a weapon of liberation. This is the same as other people using their nationality as a weapon for their liberation. This coming together around our race was an inevitable part of our struggle. We recognize, however, that this is not the totality, only the necessary beginning." Then, while emphasizing the need for the cultural restoration of a people, he said, "Black Power recognizes that while we are made to feel inferior, this is only that we can be easily exploited. Color and culture were and are key in our oppression, therefore our analysis of history and our economic analysis are rooted in these concepts. With power we will take our birthright, because it was with power that our birthright was taken from us. Black Power not only addresses itself to exploitation, but to the problem of cultural integrity. The 19th century black militants, and some before them, were saying essentially the same thing in different ways. The fight against the distortion and suppression of the true history of the Africans and Afro-Americans was started long before the Civil War by free Negroes and escaped slaves who had learned to read and write. The Back to Africa idea has been a recurring theme in the lives of black Americans for more than 100 years. The thought was strong during the formative years of the colonization society, and some of the most outstanding black men of the 18th and 19th centuries came under its persuasion. In the middle of the 19th century, while the issue of slavery was being debated in most of the country, the feeling for Africa among American blacks was growing stronger. Publications like Freedom's Journal and Douglas Monthly, edited by Frederick Douglass, called attention to the plight of the people of Africa as well as the black Americans. As far back as 1881, the renowned scholar and benefactor of West Africa, Dr. Edward Wilmot Blitten, speaking on the occasion of his inauguration as president of Liberia College, sounded the note for the organized teaching of the culture and civilization of Africa and decried the fact that the world's image of Africa was not in keeping with Africa's true status in world history. I quote from his address on this occasion. "The people generally are not yet prepared to understand their own interests in the great work to be done for themselves and their children. We shall be obliged to work for some time to come not only without the popular sympathy we ought to have but with utterly inadequate resources. In all English-speaking countries the mind of the intelligent Negro child revolts against the descriptions of the Negro given in elementary books, geographies, travels, histories. Having embraced or at least assented to these falsehoods about himself, he concludes that his only hope of rising in the scale of respectable manhood is to strive for what is most unlike himself and most alien to his peculiar tastes. And whatever his literary attainments or acquired ability, he fancies that he must grind at the mill which is provided for him, putting in material furnished by his hands, bringing no contribution from his own field, and of course nothing comes out but what is put in. The great human drama now being called the Black Revolution in the USA has long historical roots, and it cannot be fully understood until it is seen in this context." In his 1944 book, Capitalism and Slavery, Dr. Eric Williams places the origin of this revolution in historical perspective and calls attention to its early development, when, in 1492, Columbus, representing the Spanish monarchy, discovered the New World. He set in train the long and bitter international rivalry over colonial possessions for which, after 4.5 centuries, no solution has yet been found. Portugal, which had initiated the movement of international expansion, claimed the new territories on the ground that they fell within the scope of a papal bull of 1455 authorizing her to reduce to servitude all infidel people. The two powers, Spain and Portugal, to avoid controversy, sought arbitration and, as Catholics, turned to the Pope, a natural and logical step in an age when the universal claims of the papacy were still unchallenged by individuals and governments. After carefully sifting the rival claims, the Pope issued, in 1493, a series of papal bulls which established a line of demarcation between the colonial possessions of the states. The East went to Portugal and the West went to Spain. Though the announcement of the fact came much later, the European scramble for Africa and subsequently, Asia and North America, started with this act. The labor and raw materials of Africa, Asia, South America, and the West Indies financed the European Industrial Revolution. The Africans who were brought to the New World against their will were dehumanized, and in most cases, deculturalized. They were neither respected Africans nor accepted New World Americans. They were renamed, and became a marginal branch of the human family now referred to as Negroes. The Europeans needed a rationale for their actions, and a rationale was created with supporting concepts. The cruelest concept ever devised by the mind of man was created to support the slave trade and the colonial system that followed the concept of race and the assumption that there are superior and inferior races. The Africans were depicted as a people without a history who had never properly handled power and who, certainly, had made no contribution to the development of human cultures. And thus the seeds of the present-day conflict were planted. Black History and Self-Identity. The American Federation of Teachers Conference on Racism in Education held in Washington, D.C. on December 8, 9, and 10, 1966, set in motion much of the present action and the debate about Black history and how it should be taught in the public SE tools. The noted actor, Ossie Davis, addressed the conference on the first day. His opening remarks were, "Those of us who are concerned, who are caught up, who really want to be involved in the revolution, must be prepared at this conference to tear aside our most private thoughts and prejudices." The tone for the conference had been set. For 2 days more than 1,500 teachers and educators examined and indicated the American educational system. They were told that a curtain of ignorance hangs over the school systems of this nation and that our children are not being educated to face the realities of this nation and this world. Cases of deliberate distortion of the role that the Black Americans have played in the making of this country were pointed out. And it was further stated that everyone from professional textbook writers to missionaries had participated in this distortion. Ossie Davis cited the English language as a basic transmitter of prejudice. In his speech entitled, "The English Language is My Enemy," he said that he counted 120 synonyms for the term blackness in Roget's thesaurus, half of which were grossly unfavorable. Davis argued that right from the time a black child learns the English language he learns 60 ways to despise himself, and a white child learns 60 ways to aid and abet the crime. Keith E. Baird, a New York school teacher, who followed Ossie Davis, talked about the importance of ethnic identification for Afro-Americans. Mr. Baird, who is a teacher of languages, spoke of the respected place in history, as celebrated in the Jewish holiday of Hanukkah of the Maccabees of biblical times. He also pointed out that in the process of ethnic identification, not only a person's individual attributes are considered, but the cultural identification of this group. Baird presented to the conference a resolution that he urged it to adopt, the wording of which was, to say that the slavery-connected word Negro should be abandoned, and in its place the words Afro or African American be applied to persons of African descent in the United States in all places where such reference to ethnic descent is appropriate. At a later conference session concerning resolutions, this one was unanimously adopted. In his presentation, Mr. Baird had defined what the cry for Black history is about. It is about the search for a people's identity and their need for a new image of themselves. The Black Americans are trying to locate themselves on the map of human geography. This explains the growing preference for the words Black African and Afro-American. These words show how the Black Americans relate to a land, a history, and a culture. In a number of other conferences sponsored by the local branches of the American Federation of Teachers and the UFT, the teachers agreed on plans to implement courses in Black history. The main conferences were held in Detroit, May 11 to 13, 1967, and in Chicago, March 22 to 24, 1968, and conferences in Denver and St. Louis followed. While many of the white teachers clearly admitted that racism is rampant in the American educational system, very few of them had any basic plan concerning what to do about it. Their reluctance to commit themselves to the correction of this racism caused a lot of black teachers to form separate organizations, some within the framework of the American Federation of Teachers and the UFT. The Chicago Black Teachers Caucus was one. In New York City, the Afro-American Teachers Association was another. Still another organization, the Conference of Afro-American Educators, which met in Chicago in June 1968, shows the best potential of becoming a nationwide force to effect change in the educational system. At this conference, Donald Freeman, who renamed himself Baba Lumumba, defined education as it relates to black people. What we understand by education is the application of all one's knowledge for the benefit of the collective, which in turn will benefit each individual within the collective. To this end, what must constitute a basic part of one's education is the understanding of people rather than things. We realize that once people understand themselves, their knowledge of things is facilitated, that the exclusive knowledge of things does not guarantee knowledge of people and in fact contributes to the erosion, disintegration, and destruction of the creativity of man. Therefore, education must, 1. Teach black people who they are, 2. Teach black people what they are fighting for, 3. Teach black people who they must identify with, 4. Teach black people where their loyalty must lie, 5. Teach black people what must be done, 6. Teach black people how to do it, and 7. Teach black people that the destinies of all black people are inseparably linked, whether we are in North, Central, or South America, the West Indies, Europe, Asia, or Africa. Broadening his explanation, Mr. Freeman continued. Now, there must be a complete unity of all aspects of one's life, and in particular education must be indelibly linked with one's life processes for the benefit of each black man and woman and all black people. Those who have knowledge primarily from books must be linked with those who have knowledge from the streets and vice versa to confront and solve all the problems of black people. Education must assure that all of what one learns can be and will be applied to concrete practical problems and their solutions. If our people can throw Molotov cocktails in white stores, we can certainly throw Molotov cocktails in our minds. Mathematics, physics, electronics, sociology, religion, and other sciences must not be viewed as abstractions, but comprehended as the concentrated experiences of man's interrelationships with man, nature, and the universe to mold and control his own destiny. It is obvious that the American educational establishment is not ready to correct itself and implement these suggestions that it would consider extreme. This would not only be tantamount to correcting itself, it would also be tantamount to repudiating itself. At the base of the grievance of the black teachers and growing numbers of black people is the fact that they have been educated or miseducated in a system that has yet to acknowledge that they are an integral part of American or Western civilization. Both the clamor for black power and black history are the clamor of people to enter the mainstream of a society and to institute dynamic social reform or to replace that society. The most far-reaching reforms will be in the field of education. Control is the key word in the school situation because it implies power to act in one's best interest at a time and a place of one's choosing. The educational establishment could digest or tolerate decentralization because the school system would still be run in the main by the educational establishment, which is a force operating outside of the local community. When community control is added to decentralization, a whole new area of power is defined. This means that the community will have the right to hire and fire teachers and to control the massive budget of the school system that is now a major American industry. In an address in Ann Arbor, Michigan on May 25, 1968, Dr. Grace Boggs said in effect that the question of black control of the schools has now become a question of survival for all black people. Urban school systems are disintegrating before their eyes to the point where their actual physical and mental safety are at stake. Black children and their parents have lost the traditional respect for the teachers and principals of their schools because of the growing alienation between the school and the community. The mass media, principally television, have taught these children to become suspicious of most large establishments, especially police forces and governmental agencies that make promises which they do not keep. Many of the white teachers in the large educational systems in cities like New York, Detroit, Philadelphia, Chicago, and Los Angeles, come to the system with preconceived notions about the ability of the black child to learn. Instead of teaching him, they spend a lot of time convincing themselves that the children are unteachable. They do not bring their best teaching ability to these communities because they do not respect the children or the community well enough to do so. In addition to being poor teachers for the black community, these teachers are not even good babysitters. In a lot of cases they are arrogant, unfulfilled, and insecure people, long overdue for analysis. Very often the black child and the black community become whipping boys for their neuroses. Community control would mean that these teachers can be transferred or fired, once their lack of qualifications have been proven. There is no attempt to drive all white teachers out of any black community. However, teachers who fall within the above description will not be secure under any form of community control. Keith E. Baird, director of the Afro-American History and Cultural Unit of the Board of Education, gave the following explanation of decentralization and community control at the Summer Forum at Columbia University in August of 1968 on the Black Experience. I am going to talk about decentralization in the public schools and its implications. I use the term decentralization largely because it is the one that is generally used. Now, most words that begin with this prefix "- suggest a kind of fall from grace, and I think that discussion about the changes that are being sought in the school system suffers somewhat from this semantic difficulty. I rejoice, however, to see that in this booklet the decentralization means reforming the present school system in New York City into largely autonomous school districts, joined with the Central Education Agency into a citywide federation. Now this is a fairly decent and workable definition, but what does it actually mean in terms of the Black experience, the context in which we have come together to discuss this matter? We seem to have two separate questions before us, decentralization and community control. Of course, the two are not necessarily mutually exclusive. You can have decentralization without having community control, and you can have community control without having decentralization. Now there is no problem about white people controlling the schools, because that, of course, is what has always happened. The schools are run by white people, the majority of the teachers are white, and the people who administer the schools are in great part white. Thus we have what are essentially white schools, reflecting white interests, a white self-concept, and white culture. The question of community control comes in because certain enclaves, certain new ethnic enclaves, will now be having greater control, or at any rate be in a better position to exercise control over the schools their children go to, provided, of course, that the rules and regulations of the New York City Board of Education actually permit this to happen. Thus we come to what is really the crux of the situation, namely, the control of schools in Afro-American and Puerto Rican areas by the Afro-American and Puerto Rican communities, particularly because these communities have not been significantly represented until now at the policy-making level in educational affairs. What community control boils down to is simply this: are we or are we not going to let Black people and Puerto Rican people really tell teachers what to do? Especially, tell white teachers what to do? And so on. That is really what this whole thing boils down to, and we may as well face up to it. Because most of decentralization and community control talk in New York City is centered around IS 201 in Harlem and Ocean Hill-Brownsville in Brooklyn, it would be well to show the essence of the background of this conflict. The crucial issue of the IS 201 controversy is the poor quality of education in ghettos such as Harlem. From the 1st through the 12th grade, an increasingly larger proportion of ghetto youth perform below their grade level in reading and math. 87% of the pupils in the Harlem school district are below grade level. Better than 2/3 of the pupils drop out before graduation from high school. Daniel Schreiber, the former assistant superintendent of District 4, in which IS 201 is located, verified these figures. The parents of School District 4 were willing to accept the promise. Negro Digest, February 1969, 83. Of the Board of Education that integration would help solve the problem of poor education for their children. When 201 was proposed as a junior high school as far back as 1958, parents objected on the grounds that construction of a school at the proposed site would create another segregated school. As late as 1965, Dr. Bernard Donovan maintained that 201 would be an integrated school. He even alluded to having the school related to a university, accompanied by special programs. By February of 1966, Daniel Schreiber maintained that 201 would be integrated, but by this time, integrated had come to mean representative groups of Black and Puerto Rican children. As early as March 28, community representatives were demanding the establishment of a community group to which teachers would be responsible, in addition to the demand for an integrated school. Parents' opposition to the Board of Education's response, or lack of response, to these demands cancelled the scheduled opening of 201 for the spring term of 1966. The school district was gerrymandered without the consultation of the community to create a student body of Puerto Ricans and Negroes. Integration gives way to quality education. By the end of the summer, the Board of Education had to admit that it had no plan for truly integrating 1s 201. The parents, realizing that the Board of Education had no intention of integrating the schools of Harlem, focused attention on the basic problem of improving the quality of education in Harlem, with the realization that it would in reality have to be segregated. There is agreement between the parents and the Board of Education that the board has failed to integrate the Harlem schools. There is also agreement between the parents and the board that the quality of education in Harlem is low. The disagreement lies in the means used to improve the quality of education. The parents place the full responsibility of poor education in Haarlem upon the Board of Education, whose present structure they feel is incapable of providing or administering a quality educational system to meet the needs of the ghetto community. The composition of the board, how its members are selected and its source of power indicate the distance that exists between the body that makes educational policy and the community for whom the policy is made. The Ocean Hill-Brownsville decentralization experiment in Brooklyn, New York was spoiled by success. The local school board, consisting mainly of parents from the community, took their job seriously and asked that a number of teachers who they deemed incompetent be transferred. This move seemed to have shocked and angered both the Board of Education and the head of the United Federation of Teachers. This abrupt exercising of power by the local school board and their unit administrator came unexpectedly. The two large black ghettos of Brooklyn merge at Ocean Hill. Its inhabitants include a growing number of Puerto Ricans. Nothing of a dynamic nature was expected of these slum dwellers. In September 1966, the controversy around IS 201 in Haarlem had a profound effect on the Ocean Hill-Brownsville School District. That month a group of parents in Haarlem demanded that the Board of Education respect their right to select the principal for IS 201. These parents were asking, for the first time, to have a voice in the administration of the schools in their community. The contagious cry for community control was now spreading beyond Haarlem. It did not bypass the Ocean Hill-Brownsville School District in Brooklyn. After some protracted agitation, the Board of Education allowed the people of Ocean Hill to form an administrative unit, with the understanding that the board would relinquish some of its authority to this unit. The administrative unit and the local governing board succeeded and began to exercise the authority that the Board of Education never thought it would use. This is the basis of their trouble with the Board of Education and the United Federation of Teachers. The dispute between the people of Ocean Hill-Brownsville on one side and the Board of Education and United Federation of Teachers on the other side might well be a sad indication of what will soon be a national crisis in education. The cry for black power and black history has rekindled a long smoldering fire that will, no doubt, affect major changes in the educational, political, and economic structure of the United States. The Alienation of James Baldwin. By John Henrik Clarke. The now flourishing talent of James Baldwin had no easy birth, and he did not emerge overnight, as some of his new discoverers would have you believe. For years this talent was in incubation in the ghetto of Haarlem, before he went to Europe nearly a decade ago in an attempt to discover the United States and how he and his people relate to it. The book in which that discovery is portrayed, The Fire Next Time, New York, Dial Press, 1963, is a continuation of his search for place and definition. The hardships of that search were recently described by Sterling Stuckey, chairman of the Committee of Negro Culture and History. The tragedy of the American Negro is born of the twin evils of the slave experience and varying patterns of segregation, supported by law and custom, that have been nationwide in dimension for a century. The consequences of the Negro's quasi-freedom, unfolded against a grim backdrop of 2.5 centuries of slavery, have been no less destructive to his spiritual world, his hierarchy of values, and his image of himself than to his everyday world of work. This quasi-freedom of the Negro is often more humiliating than slavery and more difficult to fight, because it gives the Negro the illusion of freedom while denying him the fact. Thus the Negro continues his alien status in a country where his people have lived for more than 300 years. The Fire Next Time, like most of Baldwin's writings, is about this alienation. 2 essays, one long and one short, make up the book. The short essay, My Dungeon Shook, originally appeared in the Progressive magazine. The long essay, Down at the Cross, originally appeared in the New Yorker under the title, Letter from a Region in My Mind, and the issue in which it came out is now a collector's item. Baldwin, more than any other writer of our times, has succeeded in restoring the personal essay to its place as a form of creative literature. From his narrow vantage point of personal grievance, he has opened a window on the world. He plays the role traditionally assigned to thinkers concerned with the improvement of human conditions, that of alarmist. He calls our attention to things in our society that need to be corrected and things that need to be celebrated. The narrowness of his vantage point is no assurance that he is right or wrong, nor does it negate the importance of what he is saying. The oppressed person is the best authority on his oppression. Racism in the United States has forced every Negro into a prolonged and pathetic war. He is either at war against his oppression or against the weakness within himself that frustrates his ability to participate in this war effectively. The saddest participants in this war for mental and physical survival and basic human dignity are those Negroes who think that they are removed from it, those who live with the illusion that they have been integrated. The limitation and uniqueness of Baldwin's vantage point is that he is addressing his audience from the war zone. The first essay, subtitled Letter to My Nephew on the 100th Anniversary of the Emancipation, is Baldwin's advice to a young relative entering the area of racial conflict on the anniversary of the proclamation that is supposed to have set his people free. The thrust of the author's eloquent anger is deep. 1. This innocent country set you down in a ghetto in which, in fact, it intended that you should perish. Let me spell out precisely what I mean by that, for the heart of the matter is here, and the root of my dispute with my country. You were born where you were born and faced the future that you faced because you were black and for no other reason. The limits of your ambition were, thus, expected to be set forever. You were born into a society which spelled out with brutal clarity, and in as many ways as possible, that you were a worthless human being. You were not expected to aspire to excellence, you were expected to make peace with mediocrity. Wherever you have turned, James, in your short time on this earth, you have been told where you could go and what you could do, and how you could do it, and where you could live and whom you could marry. I know your countrymen do not agree with me about this, and I hear them saying, you exaggerate. They do not know Harlem, and I do. So do you. Take no one's word for anything, including mine, but trust your experience. Know whence you came. If you know whence you came, there is really no limit to where you can go. This is close to the root of the matter. The Negro was not brought to the United States to be given democracy. When the promise of democracy was made, it was not made to him, and this is the main reason why the growth of democracy in this nation is retarded. Nonetheless, Baldwin advises his nephew not to despair. You came from sturdy, peasant stock, men who picked cotton and dammed rivers and built railroads, and in the teeth of the most terrifying odds, achieved an unassailable and monumental dignity. You came from a long line of poets, some of the greatest poets since Homer. One of them said, the very time I thought I was lost, my dungeon shook and my chains fell off. You know, and I know that the country is celebrating 100 years of freedom, 100 years too soon. The long essay, Down at the Cross, is brilliantly written, though much too long and involved for the meagerness of its message. In essence, it consists of Baldwin's reflections on growing up in Harlem and on how this ghetto upbringing influenced him. Baldwin's evaluation of the black Muslims and their leader, Elijah Muhammad, tells us more about the author than about his subject. As a guest in the home of Muhammad, he seems to have vacillated between personal attraction and ideological estrangement. He speaks of his host as follows: I felt that I was back in my father's house, as indeed, in a way, I was, and I told Elijah that I did not care if white and black people married and that I had many white friends. I would have no choice, if it came to it, but to perish with them, for, I said to myself, but not to Elijah, I love a few people and they love me and some of them are white, and isn't love more important than color? But the people in control of the power structure of the United States have already answered Baldwin's question in the negative. This answer is one of the main reasons for the existence of the black Muslims, for in spite of all that can justifiably be said against them, they have found what most Negroes are still searching for: a way of reclaiming their dignity as human beings. Baldwin is a highly regarded intellectual, the most honored Negro writer since Richard Wright. Yet the word struggle, inseparable from the existence of the Negro people, rarely appears in his work, nor as a novelist has he yet created a single Negro character who attains stature in a fight against his condition. Neither does he show any awareness of the economic base for oppression. These are serious limitations in a man hailed by many as the spokesman for his people. There is a tangential aspect of Baldwin that requires brief comment. That is the cult of white followers that has grown up around him. These disciples flock to all his public appearances as to some masochistic ceremony of penance. It is as though they cry out, "Oh, Jimmy, punish us for the sins we have committed against your people." Tears yes, actions never. For them Baldwin has become a sponge, soaking up the wastes of their conscience. In fairness to Baldwin, one must say that this cult is not of his making nor is it under his control. A lot of people are hearing Baldwin's words but missing his message. What the Negro wants is justice, not sympathy, and if justice is not forthcoming, there may well be the fire next time and sooner than we think. 3. Paul Robeson, The Artist as Activist and Social Thinker by John Henrik Clarke. Paul Robeson was indeed more than an artist, activist, and freedom fighter. The dimensions of his talent made him our Renaissance man. He was the first American artist, black or white, to realize that the role of the artist extends far beyond the stage and the concert hall. Early in his life he became conscious of the plight of his people, stubbornly surviving in a racist society. This was his window on the world. From this vantage point he saw how the plight of his people related to the rest of humanity. He realized that the artist had the power, and the responsibility, to change the society in which he lived. He learned that art and culture are weapons in a people's struggle to exist with dignity, and in peace. Life offered him many options and he never chose the easiest one. For most of his life he was a man walking against the wind. An understanding of his beginning and how he developed artistically and politically, will reveal the nature of his mission and the importance of the legacy of participation in struggle that we have inherited from him. He was born, April 9, 1898, at a time of great crisis for his people. When he died, January 23, 1976, his people were still in a crisis, partly of a different nature, and partly the same crisis that they faced in the closing years of the 19th century, when Paul Robeson was born. He was born 3 years after Booker T. Washington made his famous Atlanta Exposition Address, 1895, and 2 years after the Supreme Court announced a decision in the Plessy v. Ferguson case, in which the concept of separate but equal facilities for Black Americans became law. Of course the separateness never produced any equalness. The time and the decision did produce some of the problems that Paul Robeson would address himself to in later years. His early years were strengthened by binding family ties. They were not easy years. He recalled those years and reflected on their meaning in the introductory issue of the newspaper Freedom, November 1950. "My father was of slave origin," he said. "He reached as honorable a position as a Negro could under these circumstances, but soon after I was born he lost his church and poverty was my beginning. Relatives from my father's North Carolina family took me in, a motherless orphan, while my father went to new fields to begin again in a corner grocery store. I slept 4 in a bed, ate the nourishing greens and cornbread. Many times I stood on the very soil on which my father was a slave, where some of my cousins were sharecroppers and unemployed tobacco workers. I reflected upon the wealth bled from my near relatives alone, and of the very basic wealth of all this America beaten out of millions of Negro people, enslaved, freed, newly enslaved until this very day." He grew to early manhood during the Booker T. Washington era. He made his professional debut at the Harlem YMCA in 1920, in a play, Simon, the Cyrenian, by Reggie Torrance. The play was about an Ethiopian who steps out of a crowd to help a tired and haggard Jesus Christ carry his cross up Calvary Hill to be crucified. His role in this play was symbolic of his commitment to just causes and to oppressed people, the world over, the rest of his life. This dimension of his life is the main focus of this paper. He was not persecuted, denied a passport and attacked at Peekskill because he 1. was a world-famous concert singer and activist. Many of his persecutors admired him in these capacities. He was persecuted, denied a passport and attacked at Peekskill because he was an artist and activist who used his art and his personality to call for change in the society in which he lived. This was not a late development in his life. He grew to manhood observing the need for change. Paul Robeson attended elementary and high school in Westfield and Somerville, New Jersey. He won a 4-year scholarship to Rutgers College and entered in the fall of 1915. Only 2 other black students had attended the school since its founding in 1776. Robeson's achievements in both scholarship and athletics at Rutgers were extraordinary. He won Phi Beta Kappa honors in his junior year, was valedictorian of his graduation class, and was the debating champion in all of his 4 years. Although he was initially brutalized by his own teammates when he tried out for the football team, he survived to become one of the greatest football players of all time. Walter Camp selected Robeson as his first team All-America end for 2 years 1977 and 1918, and he was named on all important consensus All-America teams for both those years. Robeson was also a great all-round athlete, winning a total of 15 varsity letters in football, basketball, baseball, and track. In May of 1918 Reverend Robeson died. Paul's relatives and his football coach, Foster Sanford, were especially helpful to him during the trying time immediately after his father's death. Following his graduation in 1919, Paul went to live in Harlem and entered Columbia Law School, from which he graduated in 1923. To pay his way through law school, Paul played professional football on weekends, first with Fritz Pollard on the Akron, Ohio team in 1920 and 1921, and then with Milwaukee in 1922. In 1921, he met and married Eslinda Cardozo Good, a brilliant young woman who was the first black analytical chemist at Columbia Medical Center. Their marriage lasted 44 years until Eslinda's death in 1965. In the early 1920s Paul Robeson joined the Provincetown Players in Greenwich Village. This brought him to the attention of the American playwright, Eugene O'Neill, who selected him for the lead in his play, All God's Children Got Wings. His performance in this play established his importance in the American theater. In 1924, he was in another Eugene O'Neill play, The Emperor Jones. By 1925, he was known both in England and in the United States as an actor and as a concert singer. Lawrence Brown, who accompanied him during his first concert in 1925, remained with him for 25 years. In these years following the First World War, Black Americans were discovering themselves, their culture and their history. Thousands of black soldiers had returned from the war in Europe to face unemployment, bad housing, and lynchings. The Universal Negro Improvement Association led by Marcus Garvey, and the intellectual movement called the Harlem Literary Renaissance reached their respective highs during this period. The years of the 1920s were proving grounds for Paul Robeson's development as an artist and a responsible person. Many of the roles that Paul Robeson played in America were repeated in the theaters of London. It has been reported his political ideas took shape after George Bernard Shaw introduced him to the concept of socialism in 1928. This may be partly true about his political ideas in a formal sense, though his social awareness started before this time. His first visit to the Soviet Union in 1934 had a more profound influence on the shaping of his political ideas and understanding. Later, he publicly expressed his belief in the principles of scientific socialism. It was his convictions that a socialist society represents an advance to a higher stage of life for all mankind. The rest of his life was a commitment to this conviction. He spoke out against oppression wherever he saw it, and not just the oppression of his own people. He went to Spain during the Civil War in that country and sang for the Republican troops. 2. And for the members of the international brigades. This was part of a gathering of anti-fascist forces who were in battle with the army of General Franco, who was backed by Hitler and Mussolini. When Paul Robeson returned to the United States, he expressed the belief that the war in Spain represented dangers for the world far beyond that country's borders. I saw the connection between the problems of all oppressed people and the necessity of the artist to participate fully, he said. He opposed every form of racism in his own country. He was the first American artist to refuse to sing before a segregated audience. He spoke out against lynching, segregated theaters and eating places a generation before the beginning of what is referred to as the Black Revolution. He supported all organizations that he thought were working genuinely to improve the lot of his people and mankind. In his book, Robeson, Labor's Forgotten Champion, Balamp Publishing Co., Detroit, Michigan, 1975, Dr. Charles H. Wright states that Robeson saw the struggle of the working classes of Spain in the same terms that he saw the struggles of the black man in the United States. He made this clear after he left Spain and embarked on a series of public appearances on behalf of the Republicans, both on the continent and in England. It was from the continent, probably the Spanish embassy in Paris, that he issued what became known as his Manifesto Against Fascism. The manifesto reads, as follows. Every artist, every scientist must decide, now, where he stands. He has no alternative. There are no impartial observers. Through the destruction, in certain countries, of man's literary heritage, through the propagation of false ideas of national and racial superiority, the artist, the scientist, the writer is challenged. This struggle invades the former cloistered halls of our universities and all her seats of learning. The battlefront is everywhere. There is no sheltered rear. The artist elects to fight for freedom or slavery. I have made my choice. I had no alternative. The history of the era is characterized by the degradation of my people. Despoiled of their lands, their culture destroyed, they are denied equal opportunity of the law and deprived of their rightful place in the respect of their fellows. Not through blind faith or through coercion, but conscious of my course, I take my place with you. I stand with you in unalterable support of the lawful government of Spain, duly and regularly chosen by its sons and daughters. In January 1938 he visited Spain with his wife, Eslinda. Plans had already been made for him to sing to the troops in the International Abraham Lincoln Brigades. This was not his introduction to the international aspects of the fight against fascism. The Spanish Civil War started in June 1936, the Italian-Ethiopian War had started the year before. On December 20, 1937, Robeson had participated in a meeting on the Spanish Civil War at Albert Hall in London. This and other anti-fascist activity disenchanted the United States Department of State. This was probably the formal beginning of his harassment by that agency. This harassment would continue for another 20 years. In his writings and speeches, for most of the years of his active career, Paul Robeson was very explicit in explaining the motive and antecedents of his fight against every form of racism and oppression. At a Welcome Home rally in Harlem, June 19, 1949, he restated his 3. position and the nature of his commitment. I have traveled many lands and I have sung and talked to many peoples. Wherever I appeared, whether in professional concert, at peace meetings, in the factories, at trade union gatherings, at the mining pits, at assemblies of representative colonial students from all over the world, always the greeting came, take back our affection, our love, our strength to the Negro people and to the members of the progressive movement of America. I was then, through my athletics and my university record, trying to hold up the prestige of my people, trying in the only way I knew to ease the path for future Negro boys and girls. And I am still in there slugging, yes, at another level, and you can bet your life that I shall battle every step of the way until conditions around these corners change and conditions change for the Negro people all up and down this land. The road has been long. The road has been hard. It began about as tough as I ever had it in Princeton, New Jersey, a college town of Southern aristocrats, who from Revolutionary time transferred Georgia to New Jersey. My brothers couldn't go to high school in Princeton. They had to go to Trenton, 10 miles away. That's right, Trenton, of the Trenton Six. My brother or I could have been one of the Trenton Six. Almost every Negro in Princeton lived off the college and accepted the social status that went with it. We lived for all intents and purposes on a southern plantation. And with no more dignity than that suggests all the bowing and scraping to the drunken rich, all the vile names, all the Uncle Tomming to earn enough to lead miserable lives? He could not see himself accepting any form of Jim Crow Americanism. He said in many ways he hated what American was, but he lived what it promised to be. He defended the stated higher ideals and potential of the United States while calling attention to the fact that the nation's promise to all people had not been kept. And I defied, he said, and I defy any part of this insolent, dominating America, however powerful, to challenge my Americanism, because by word and deed I challenge this vicious system to the death. Paul Robeson would not let his public acceptance as an actor and singer make him relax in comfort and forget the struggle for basic dignity still being waged by the rest of his people. On this point he said, "I refuse to let my personal success, as part of a fraction of 1% of the Negro people, to explain away the injustices to 14 million of my people, because with all the energy at my command, I fight for the right of the Negro people and other oppressed labor-driven Americans to have decent homes, decent jobs, and the dignity that belongs to every human being." Somewhere in my childhood these feelings were planted. Perhaps when I resented being pushed off the sidewalk, when I saw my women being insulted, and especially when I saw my elder brother answer each insult with blows that sent would-be slave masters crashing to the stone sidewalks, even though jail was his constant reward. He never said it, but he told me day after day, "Listen to me, kid." He loved me dearly. Don't you ever take it, as long as you live. In my opinion, the artistic and political growth of Paul Robeson has its greatest stimulant during the 1930s. Paul was always discovering something new in the human situation, and new dimensions in old things he already knew. He was, concurrently, both a student and a scholar, in pursuit of knowledge about the world's people and the conditions of their lives. Africa, its people and cultures were of special interest to him. In a note, dated 1936, included in his selected writings, published by the Paul Robeson Archives, 1976, he makes this comment: "I am a singer and an actor. I am primarily an artist. Had I been born in Africa, I would have belonged, I hope, to that family which sings and chants the glories and legends of the tribe. I would have liked in my mature years to have been a wise elder, for I worship wisdom and knowledge of the ways of men." His artistic strength was in his love for the history, songs, and for culture of his people. In this way he learned to respect the cultures of all people. An article published in the Royal Screen Pictorial, London, April 1935, he said, "I am a Negro. The origin of the Negro is African. It would, therefore, seem an easy matter for me to assume African nationality. At present the younger generation of Negroes in America looks towards Africa and asks, what is there to interest me? What of value has Africa to offer that the Western world cannot give me? Their acknowledgement of their common origin, species, interest, and attitudes binds Jew to Jew, a similar acknowledgement will bind Negro to Negro. I realize that this will not be accomplished by viewing from afar the dark rites of the witch doctor. It may be accomplished, or at least furthered, by patient inquiry. To this end I am learning Swahili, Chui, and other African dialects which come easily to me because their rhythm is the same as that employed by the American Negro in speaking English, and when the time is ripe, I propose to investigate on the spot the possibilities of such a regeneration as I have outlined. Meanwhile, in my music, my plays, my films, I want to carry always the central idea to be African. Multitudes of men have died for less worthy ideals, it is more eminently worth living for." This interest in Africa, started during his London years, continued throughout the rest of his life, and very logically led to his participation in the development and leadership of organizations like the Council on African Affairs, 1937 to 1955, and the National Negro Congress. In an article in his Selected Writings, that was first published in Fighting Talk, April 1955. Paul Robeson speaks of his discovery of Africa in this way: I discovered Africa in London. That discovery back in the 20s profoundly influenced my life. Like most of Africa's children in America, I had known little about the land of our fathers. Both in England, where my career as an actor and singer took me, I came to know many Africans. Some of their names are now known to the world as Akiwe, and Nkrumah, and Kenyatta, who has just been jailed for his leadership of the liberation struggles in Kenya. Many of these Africans were students, and I spent many hours talking with them and taking part in their activities at the West African Students' Union building. Somehow they came to think of me as one of them, they took pride in my successes, and they made Mrs. Robeson and me honorary members of the union. Besides these students, who were mostly of princely origin, I also came to know another class of African, the seamen in the ports of London, Liverpool, and Cardiff. They too had their organizations, and much to teach me of their lives and their various peoples. As an artist, it was most natural that my first interest in Africa was cultural. Culture. 5. The foreign rulers of that continent insisted there was no culture worthy of the name in Africa. But already musicians and sculptors in Europe were astir with their discovery of African art. And as I plunged, with excited interest, into my studies of Africa at the London University and elsewhere, I came to see that African culture was indeed a treasure store for the world. Those who scorned the African languages as so many barbarous dialects could never know, of course, of the richness of those languages, and of the great philosophy and epics of poetry that have come down through the ages in these ancient tongues. I studied these languages as I do this day, Yoruba, Efik, Benin, Ashanti, and the others. I now felt as one with my African friends and became filled with a great, glowing pride in these riches, new found for me. I learned that along with the towering achievements of the cultures in ancient Greece and China, there stood the culture of Africa, unseen and denied by the imperialist looters of Africa's material wealth. I came to see the root sources of my own people's culture, especially in our music, which is still the richest and most healthy in America. Scholars had traced the influence of African music to Europe, to Spain with the Moors, to Persia and India and China, and westward to the Americas. And I came to learn of the remarkable kinship between African and Chinese culture, of which I intend to write at length some day. My pride in Africa, that grew with the learning, impelled me to speak out against the scorners. I wrote articles for the New Statesman and Nation and elsewhere championing the real but unknown glories of African culture. I argued and discussed the subject with men like H. G. Wells, and Lasky, and Nehru, with students and savants. He now saw the logic in this culture struggle and realized, as never before, that culture was an instrument in a people's liberation, and the suppression of it was an instrument that was used in their enslavement. This point was brought forcefully home to him when the British intelligence cautioned him about the political meaning of his activities. He knew now that the British claim that it would take 1,000 years to prepare Africans for self-rule was a lie. The experience led him to conclude that, yes, culture and politics were actually inseparable here as always. And it was an African who directed my interest in Africa to something he had noted in the Soviet Union. On a visit to that country, he had traveled east and had seen the Yakuts, a people who had been classed as a backward race by the Tsars. He had been struck by the resemblance between the tribal life of the Yakuts and his own people of East Africa. What would happen to a people like the Yakuts now that they were freed from colonial oppression and were a part of the construction of the new socialist society? I saw for myself when I visited the Soviet Union how the Yakuts and the Uzbeks and all the other formerly oppressed nations were leaping ahead from tribalism to modern industrial economy, from illiteracy to the heights of knowledge. Their ancient culture blossoming in new and greater splendor. Their young men and women mastering the sciences and arts. 1,000 years? No, less than 30. During his London years, Paul Robeson was also involved with a number of Caribbean people and organizations. These were the years of the Italian-Ethiopian War, the self-imposed exile of Haile 6. Selassie and Marcus Garvey, and the proliferation of African and Caribbean organizations, with London headquarters, demanding the improvements in their colonial status that eventually led to the independence explosion. In an article in the National Guardian, Paul Robeson spoke of his impressions of the Caribbean people, after returning from a concert tour in Jamaica and Trinidad. He said, "I feel now as if I had drawn my first grade of fresh air in many years. Once before I felt like that. When I first entered the Soviet Union I said to myself, I am a human being. I don't have to worry about my color. In the West Indies I felt all that and something new besides. I felt that for the first time I could see what it will be like when Negroes are free in their own land. I felt something like what a Jew must feel when first he goes to Israel, what a Chinese must feel on entering areas of his country that now are free. Certainly my people in the islands are poor. They are desperately poor. In Kingston, Jamaica, I saw many families living in shells of old automobiles, hollowed out and turned upside down. Many are unemployed. They are economically subjected to landholders, British, American and native. But the people are on the road to freedom. I saw Negro professionals, artists, writers, scientists, scholars. And above all I saw Negro workers walking erect and proud. Once I was driving in Jamaica. My road passed a school and as we came abreast of the building a great crowd of school children came running out to wave at me. I stopped, got out of my car to talk with them and sing to them. Those kids were wonderful. I have stopped at similar farms in our own Deep South and I have talked to Negro children everywhere in our country. Here for the first time I could talk to children who did not have to look over their shoulders to see if a white man was watching them talk to me. They crowded around my car. For hours they waited to see me. Some might be embarrassed or afraid of such crowds of people pressing all around. I am not embarrassed or afraid in the presence of people. I was not received as an opera singer is received by his people in Italy. I was not received as Joe Louis is received by our own people. These people saw in me not a singer, or not just a singer. They called to me, "Hello, Paul. We know you've been fighting for us." In many ways his concert tours were educational tours. He had a similar experience, in New Orleans, on October 19, 1942 when he sang before a capacity audience of black and white men and women, seated without segregation, in the Booker T. Washington School Auditorium. On this occasion he said, "I had never put a correct evaluation on the dignity and courage of my people of the Deep South until I began to come south myself. I had read, of course, and folks had told me of strides made, but always I had discounted much of it, charged much of it to what some people would have us believe. Deep down, I think, I had imagined Negroes of the South beaten, subservient, cowed. But I see them now courageous and possessors of a profound and instinctive dignity, a race that has come through its trials unbroken, a race of such magnificence of spirit that there exists no power on earth that could crush them. They will bend, but they will never break." 7. I find that I must come south again and again, and yet again. It is only here that I achieve absolute and utter identity with my people. There is no question here of where I stand, no need to make a decision. The red cap in the station, the president of your college, the man in the street, they are all one with me, part of me. And I am proud of it, utterly proud of my people. He reaffirmed his commitment to the black struggle in the South by adding, "We must come south to understand in their starkest presentation the common problems that beset us everywhere. We must breathe the smoke of battle. We must taste the bitterness, see the ugliness. We must expose ourselves unremittingly to the source of strength that makes the Black South strong." In spite of the years he and his family spent abroad, he was never estranged from his own people. In his book, Here I Stand, he explained this in essence when he said, "I am a Negro. The house I live in is in Harlem, the city within a city, Negro metropolis of America. And now as I write of things that are urgent in my mind and heart, I feel the press of all that is around me here where I live, at home among my people. The 1940s, the war years, was a turning point in his career. His rendition of Ballad for Americans made a lot of Americans, black and white, rethink the nature of their commitment, or lack of it, in the making of genuine democracy in this country. The song stated a certainty that our marching song to a land of freedom and equality will come again. Mr. Robeson sang, "For I have always believed it and I believe it now." In this song, and his life, he was asking that America keep its promise to all of its people. On October 19, 1943, he became the first black actor to play the role of Othello with a white supporting cast, on an American stage. He had played this role years before in London. In 1944, Paul Robeson was awarded the Spingarn Medal by the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Soon afterwards he took the lead in a course of actions more direct and radical than the NAACP. He led a delegation that demanded the end to racial bars in professional baseball. He called on President Truman to extend the civil rights of blacks in the South. He became a founder and chairman of the Progressive Party, which nominated former Vice President Henry A. Wallace in the 1948 presidential campaign. In the years immediately following the Second World War, Paul Robeson called attention to the unfinished fight for the basic dignity of all people. The following excerpt was extracted from a speech he made in Detroit, Michigan on the 10th anniversary of the National Negro Congress. These are times of peril in the history of the Negro people and of the American nation. Fresh from victorious battles, in which we soundly defeated the military forces of German, Italian, and Japanese fascism, driving to oppress and enslave the peoples of the world, we are now faced with an even more sinister threat to the peace and security and freedom of all our peoples. This time the danger lies in the resurgent imperialist and pro-fascist forces of our own country, powerfully organized gentlemen of great wealth, who are determined now, to attempt what Hitler, Mussolini, and Tojo tried to do and failed. And the elected political leadership of the United States is serving as the spearhead of this new drive toward imperialist war in the world and the ruthless destruction of our freedom and security here at home. 8. I understand full well the meaning of these times for my country and my people. The triumph of imperialist reaction in America now, would bring death and mass destruction to our own and all other countries of the world. It would engulf our hard-won democratic liberties in the onrush of native fascism. And it would push the Negro people backward into a modern and highly scientific form of oppression, far worse than our slave forefathers ever knew. I also understand full well the important role which my people can and must play in helping to save America and the peoples of all the world from annihilation and enslavement. Precisely as Negro patriots helped turn back the Redcoats at Bunker Hill, just as the struggles of over 200,000 Negro soldiers and 4 million slaves turned the tide of victory for the Union forces in the Civil War, just as the Negro people have thrown their power on the side of progress in every other great crisis in the history of our country, so now, we must mobilize our full strength, in firm unity with all the other progressive forces of our country and the world, to set American imperialist reaction back on its heels. On this occasion he further stated, I have been a member of the National Negro Congress since its inception. I have taken great pride in its struggles to unite the progressive forces of the Negro people and of organized labor in common struggle. And I know that I now talk to an assembly of approximately 1,000 delegates, the overwhelming majority of whom are the elected representatives of millions of trade unionists throughout our country. Here is the concrete expression of one of the most salutary developments in the political history of America: the unity of the Negro people and the progressive forces of labor of which they are an increasingly active part. The trouble of the post-war years, mainly the lack of civil rights for his people, made him step up his political activity. At the World Peace Congress in Paris in 1940, he stated that it is unthinkable that American Negroes will go to war on behalf of those who have oppressed us for generations against a country, the Soviet Union, which in one generation has raised our people to the full dignity of mankind. His words, often exaggerated out of context, turned every right-wing extremist organization in America against him. Their anger reached a sad and destructive climax during two of his concerts in Peekskill, New York in the summer of 1949. His interest in Africa, that had started early in his life, continued through his affiliations with the Council on African Affairs and the column that he wrote regularly for the newspaper Freedom. His association with organized labor was almost as long and consistent as his association with the concert stage. In a speech, Forge Negro Labor Unity for Peace and Jobs, delivered in Chicago, before 900 delegates to the National Labor Conference for Negro Rights, June 1950, his association and commitment to the laboring class was restated in the following manner. No meeting held in America at the mid-century turning point in world history holds more significant promise for the bright future toward which humanity strives than this National Labor Conference for Negro Rights. For here are gathered together the basic forces, the Negro sons and daughters of labor and their white brothers and sisters, whose increasingly active intervention in national and world affairs is an essential requirement if we are to have a peaceful and democratic solution of the burning issues of our times. 9. Again, we must recall the state of the world in which we live, and especially the America in which we live. Our history as Americans, black and white, has been a long battle, so often unsuccessful. For the most basic rights of citizenship, for the most basic rights of citizenship, for the most simple standards of living, the avoidance of starvation for survival. I have been up and down the land time and again, thanks in the main to you trade unionists gathered here tonight. You helped to arouse American communities to give answer to Peekskill, to protect the right of freedom of speech and assembly. And I have seen and daily see the unemployment, the poverty, the plight of our children, our youth, the backbreaking labor of our women, and too long have my people wept and mourned. We're tired of this denial of a decent existence. We demand some approximation of the American democracy we have helped to build. He ended his speech with this reminder. As the black worker takes his place upon the stage of history, not for a bit part, but to play his full role with dignity in the very center of the action, a new day dawns in human affairs. The determination of the Negro workers, supported by the whole Negro people, and joined with the mass of progressive white working men and women, can save the labor movement. This alliance can beat back the attacks against the living standards and the very lives of the Negro people. It can stop the drive toward fascism. It can halt the chariot of war in its tracks. And it can help to bring to pass in America and in the world the dream our father dreamed of, a land that's free, of a people growing in friendship, in love, in cooperation and peace. This is history's challenge to you. I know you will not fail. In 1950, Paul Robeson's passport was revoked by the State Department, though he was not charged with any crime. President Truman had signed an executive order forbidding Paul Robeson to set foot outside the continental limits of the United States. Committees to restore Paul Robeson's passport were organized in the United States and in other countries around the world. The fight to restore his passport lasted 8 years. For Paul Robeson, these were not lost or inactive years, and they were not years when he was forgotten or without appreciation, though, in some circles, his supporters dwindled down to a precious few. He was fully involved, during these years, with the Council on African Affairs, Freedom Magazine, the American Labor Movement, the Peace Movement, and the National Council of American Soviet Friendship. From its inception in November 1950 to the last issue, July-August 1955, Paul Robeson wrote a regular column for the newspaper Freedom. After his passport was restored in 1958, he went to Europe for an extended concert tour. In 1963 he returned to the United States, with his wife Eslinda, who died 2 years later. After her death he gave up his home in Harlem and moved to Philadelphia to spend his last years with his sister Mrs. Marion Forsyth. Next to W.E.B. Du Bois, Paul Robeson was the best example of an intellect who was active in his people's freedom struggle. Through this struggle both men committed themselves to the struggle to improve the lot of all mankind. Paul Robeson's thoughts in this matter is summed up in the following quote from his book, Here I Stand. I learned that the essential character of a nation is determined not by the upper classes, but by the common people, and that the common people of all nations are truly brothers in the great family of mankind. And even as I grew to feel more 10. Negro in spirit, or African as I put it then, I also came to feel a sense of oneness with the white working people whom I came to know and love. This belief in the oneness of humankind, about which I have often spoken in concerts and elsewhere, has existed within me side by side with my deep attachment to the cause of my own race. Some people have seen a contradiction in this duality. I do not think, however, that my sentiments are contradictory. I learned that there truly is a kinship among us all, a basis for mutual respect and brotherly love. At the time of his death, January 23, 1976, a new generation was discovering Paul Robeson for the first time. An older generation was regretting that it had not made the best use of the strengths and hope that he had given to them. The writer, L. Clayton Jones, made this comment in the Amsterdam News, after his death. One watches with restrained anger as a nation of hypocrites grudgingly acknowledges the passing of a 20th century phenomenon, Paul Robeson, all-American athlete, Shakespearean actor, basso profundo, linguist, scholar, lawyer, activist. He was all these things and more. In December 1977, an ad hoc committee to end the crimes against Paul Robeson was formed to protest the inaccurate portrayal of Paul Robeson in a new play by Philip Hayes Dean. Their statement read, in part, "The essence of Paul Robeson is inseparable from his ideas, those most profoundly held artistic, philosophical, and political principles which evolved from his early youth into the lifelong commitments for which he paid so dear and from which he never wavered down to his final public statement in 1975. In life, Paul Robeson sustained the greatest effort in the history of this nation to silence a single artist. He defied physical and psychological harassment and abuse without once retreating from his principles and the positions to which he dedicated his life. We believe that it is no less a continuation of the same crime to restore him, that he is safely dead, to the pantheon of respectability on the terms of those who sought to destroy him. Robeson is the archetype of the black American who uncompromisingly insists on total liberation. His example and his fate strike to the very heart of American racism. For the nation to confront him honestly would mean that it confronts itself to begin at last the process of reclamation of the national soul. 11. 3. African Studies in the United States. An Afro-American View. John Henrik Clarke. University-based African studies programs in the United States are comparatively new. Most of them did not exist prior to the African freedom exploration with the emergence of Ghana in 1957. American interest in Africa is as old as the nation itself. But this interest has not always been in Africa's favor, and it is highly questionable now. Why are so many Americans now studying about Africa? Why are most of them white Americans? Why are there so few black Americans with decision-making positions in present-day African studies programs? In light of the prevailing American attitude toward Africa, mainly negative before the freedom exploration, what is the basis of their interest in Africa now? Most of the African studies programs in the United States deal more with anthropology and politics than with history. There is not a single African studies program in the United States that is approaching African history systematically, beginning at the beginning. Indeed, there is some justification for questioning whether these are really African studies programs, inasmuch as most of the attention is paid to the evolvement of Africa since the European contact in the 15th and 16th centuries and present-day African politics in transition. Couldn't these programs be more correctly called American Studies of the Effects of European Expansion 1442–1969? Defects in American African Studies. The glaring defect in all of the American African Studies programs is the total, insulting neglect of the role that black Americans played in keeping alive an interest in African history when no university in the United States had any respectful interest in the subject. Any honest approach to African studies in the United States must begin with at least a brief history of the interest that black Americans have shown in this subject and the desire to reclaim their African heritage. The Africans who came to the United States as slaves started their attempts to reclaim their lost African heritage soon after they arrived in this country. They were searching for the lost identity that the slave system had destroyed. Concurrent with the black man's search for an identity in America has been his search for an identity in the world, which means, in essence, his identity as a human being with a history, before and after slavery, that can command respect. Blidden and Dubois, some Afro-Americans gave up the search and accepted the distorted image of themselves that had been created by their oppressors. As early as 1881, Dr. Edward Wilmot Blidden, the great West Indian scholar and benefactor of West Africa, addressed himself to the situation when he said, "In all English-speaking countries, the mind of the intelligent Negro child revolts against the descriptions of the Negro given in elementary school books, geographies, travels, histories. Having embraced or at least assented to those falsehoods about himself, he concludes that his only hope of rising in the scale of respectable manhood is to strive for what is most unlike himself and most alien to his peculiar tastes." But despite the alienation Dr. Blidden speaks of, the Afro-American's spiritual trek back to Africa continued. Dr. W.E.B. Dubois, the Afro-American elder statesman, addressed himself to the broader aspects of this situation at the celebration of the second anniversary of the Asian African, Bandung, Conference and the rebirth of Ghana on April 30, 1957, when he said, "From the 15th through the 17th centuries, the Africans imported to America regarded themselves as temporary settlers destined to return eventually to Africa. Their increasing revolts against the slave system, which culminated in the 18th century, showed a feeling of close kinship to the motherland, and even well into the 19th century they called their organizations Africans, as witness the African Unions of New York and Newport, and the African Churches of Philadelphia and New York. Even closer kinship with Africa and the East was felt in the West Indies and South America." The Afro-American Press. The awareness of Africa by the men who built and developed the Afro-American press goes back to the hectic and heroic beginning of black journalism in this country. Some of the back issues of these old papers show their editors' keen awareness of Africa and its importance. Alexander Crummell, founder of the African Academy, friend and contemporary of Dr. Edwin W. Blidden, was one of the first of our early writers to call 10. attention to Africa through the Afro-American press. He was the dean of the black scholarly and literary group in the closing quarter of the 19th century. The life of Dr. Crummell later fired the imagination and redoubled the vigor of Dr. W.E.B. Dubois, whose sharp and penetrating pen burned its own path in national and international affairs, from the early 90s to the present day. Dubois made the subject of Africa an issue in the Afro-American press. In 1915, the Home University Library brought out a small book, The Negro, in which Dr. Dubois outlined the program that must be followed in order to deal properly with the whole field of African life and history. Dr. Carter G. Woodson's researches and publications came forth into the widest popularization of the subject. Quietly, African scholars like Dr. J. E. Moreland, Mr. Arthur A. Schomburg, Mr. J. A. Rogers and Professor William L. Hansberry led the field in gathering material. After the First World War, W.E.B. Dubois again accelerated the American black man's interest in Africa by organizing a series of Pan-African Congresses. At a time when the news about the aspirations of Africans for self-government was being ignored throughout most of the world, the Afro-American press gave full coverage to this subject. In the pages of these newspapers we learned of the activities of and briefly appraised the significant events leading to the establishment of the new state. In other articles by J. A. Rogers, Marguerite Cartwright, and the editor of the Courier, the history and importance of the new state were presented in a manner that readers who had no prior knowledge of the subject matter could understand. Background of Afro-American interest in Africa. Interest in Africa extended into every part of Afro-American life. For nearly 50 years, the editors of the Negro Yearbook published at Tuskegee Institute, compiled and published an annual list of books, monograms, and articles relating to Africa. The Afro-American Church interest was shown in their many missionary efforts and in the early concern for education in Africa. In 1958, the French African magazine, Présence Africaine, published a special issue devoted to the subject Africa seen by American Negroes. The publication was widely distributed by the American Society of African Culture. This organization was then young, bright, and hopeful, and a lot of black Americans were looking to it as the potential builder of a new bridge of understanding between Africans and Afro-Americans. Most of the articles in the publication Africa Seen by American Negroes tended to justify this potential. In her article African Studies Programs in the United States, Dr. Adelaide Cromwell Hill calls Africa Today attention to the fact that the interest of American universities in Africa and their interest in area programs, as such, are two quite different things. In fact, she states, academic concern with Africa at the university level far antedates the popularity and feasibility of so-called area programs. In calling attention to Afro-American interest in Africa, Dr. Hill makes this observation, as early as 1903, W.E.B. Du Bois, scholar, writer, and university teacher, makes the following assertion in his classic work, Souls of Black Folk. The problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line, the relation of the darker to the lighter races of men in Asia and Africa, in America, and the islands of the seas. Du Bois was for some years associated with Atlanta University. As a teacher and thinker, he undoubtedly influenced generations of Negroes both within and outside the Negro universities. Another equally persuasive influence for students at Negro universities has been the work of Carter Woodson. The voluminous writings of Dr. Woodson represent a classic repository of reliable data, much of which was previously unknown to Negroes, on the history of the American Negro. In his many times revised work The Negro in Our History, Dr. Woodson underscores the African origin of American Negroes. Among Afro-American universities, Howard and Lincoln have had the best African studies programs through the years, Howard, located in Washington, D.C., being the first black university with a full-fledged program in African studies. Lincoln University, in Pennsylvania, has played another important role in developing interest in Africa. A number of Africans who become the leaders of their respective nations, such as Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana and the late Nnamdi Azikiwe of Nigeria, were Lincoln University graduates. There is a traditional interest in Africa in every major Afro-American organization. In the NAACP, this interest was best expressed in the pages of the Crisis magazine during the editorship of Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois. A similar interest was reflected in the pages of the Journal of Negro History while that publication was being edited by Carter G. Woodson. The American Society of African Culture. In June of 1959, the American Society of African Culture held its second annual conference at the Waldorf Astoria in New York City. The papers presented at this conference, collectively, represented a new and in-depth approach to African studies. Most of the papers were prepared by black scholars. An ominous and negative note crept into this conference and went almost unnoticed by those attending. This was in the form of a paper by Dr. Harold R. Isaacs called The American Negro and Africa, Some Notes. In this paper, Dr. Isaacs infers very uniquely that the Afro-American and the African are total 11 strangers and have a traditional dislike of each other. His pontifical attitude would later be reflected by what seemed to be a conscious attempt on the part of a number of white people involved in African studies to spread dissension between Africans and Afro-Americans. Harold Isaacs continued his negative attitude in these matters, and a second paper was presented at the third annual conference of the American Society of African Culture, University of Pennsylvania, June 1960. This time his paper was called Five Writers and Their Ancestors. In the second paper, by taking some negative quotes from five major black writers out of context, he tried to reinforce the theme of the first paper. He later published an article in the New Yorker magazine in which he continued to persist in his negative emphasis on African and Afro-American relations. At a subsequent conference of the American Society of African Culture, this thesis was challenged by Dr. Horace Mann Bond. Dr. Bond was overly kind to Dr. Isaacs, who clung unrelentingly to his original point of view. It was 3 years after the presenting of the original paper that some of the members of AMSAC began to question why the organization was being used to project such a negative point of view. The idealistic hope that AMSAC would prove to be a bridge of understanding began to wane, and the romance between AMSAC and some of its early members was over. Many continued to participate in the activities of the organization, but it was no longer effective as the instrument for which it was understood to have been created. On reflection, many of the members mourned the loss of the potential that AMSAC could have had, and have continued to work in an informal unit to exchange their points of view on African and Afro-American relations. The African Studies Association. While the African Studies Association is not the first organization of this nature in the United States, it is the largest and most influential because most of the other African studies programs derive many of their program ideas from the ASA. There are some black associate members and fellows, but the organization is essentially a white organization, and there has been no overt attempt to solicit black membership until very recently. An examination of the participants in the conferences for the last 10 years reveals that most of the papers are presented by white scholars, and their concern in the main is African anthropology and African politics. There are very few papers presented on general African history, and the attempt to correct the myriad of misconceptions concerning Africa, Africans, and Afro-Americans is minimal. The ASA, being the largest and most influential organization of this kind, does not differ essentially from any of the other white organizations involved in African studies. This brings to mind the question, what is Africa being studied for, and why are there so few Afro-Americans involved in these programs? At the 10th annual meeting at the New York Hilton in 1967, for the first time, there were panels on the teaching of African history and the future of African history, with adequate Afro-American representation on the panels. This was some change from the previous practice of the association. There were similar panels at the 11th annual meeting in Los Angeles in 1968. It was at this conference that a group of Africans and Afro-Americans attending called a Black Caucus for the purpose of reassessing their role in the organization. It was not their intent to leave the association, but to demand decision-making positions within the structure. This was a revolt against the standard practice of African organizations, governed by whites, to give minute token participation to blacks in roles designed to leave them voiceless in matters concerning themselves. I think this revolt, which seemed minor on the surface, will have far-reaching repercussions on African studies programs in the United States, because it is not unrelated to the growing revolt of Afro-Americans against the structured exclusion from matters relating to them and their culture. Other segments of the black community, especially the students, are saying I must be the authority on myself. African studies programs will change. The standard African studies programs as now constructed are obviously being outmoded by the pressure of Afro-American students for a realistic presentation of African history that will not have as its main focus the European contact and the slave trade. The growing number of African and Afro-American scholars entering the field will play a major role in effecting this change. 12. The African Heritage Studies Association, AHSA. Some notes on the conflict with the African Studies Association, ASA, and the fight to reclaim African history. Author, John Henrik Clarke. The African Heritage Studies Association, AHSA. Some notes on the conflict with the African Studies Association, ASA, and the fight to reclaim African history. John Henrik Clarke. What is called the conflict seems to be very old right now, in view of all that has happened between 1968, when the conflict began to surface at the 11th Annual Convention of the African Studies Association in Los Angeles, and the present. The conflict is older than its formal beginning, and we are no closer to a solution now than we were in 1968. The conflict is over who will interpret African history. White scholars, more than blacks, have always understood the importance of controlling history and social thought. The best way to control a people is to control what they think about themselves. There is a need, once more, to look back at the roots of this conflict in order to understand the present crisis in Western historiography. Many white scholars, classified as historians, are neither scholars nor historians. They are clever propagandists writing rationalizations in support of white world domination. They are in serious trouble now, especially over the interpretation of African history. They are being questioned by African scholars throughout the world who, fortunately, are beginning to write the African side of history and the relationship of African history to world history. Most Western historians write about Africa as if this continent and its people waited in darkness for Europeans to bring the light. This is the recurring myth that has thrown human history out of kilter. Both black and white historians have failed to deal with the fact that for most of mankind's existence, Europe, as such, was not in existence. The world could not have waited in darkness for Europeans to bring the light because, when the ancient world emerged, what is now called Europe had no light. In their book, A History of the Modern World, 3rd edition, page 13, the writers R.R. Palmer and Joel Calton state, there was really no Europe in ancient times. In the Roman Empire we may see a Mediterranean world, or even a West and an East in the Latin and Greek-speaking portions. But the West included parts of Africa as well as of Europe, and Europe as we know it was divided by the Rhine-Danube frontier, south and west of which lay the civilized provinces of the empire, and north and east the barbarians of whom the civilized world knew almost nothing. To the Romans Africa meant Tunisia, Algeria, Asia meant the Asia Minor Peninsula, and the word Europe, since it meant little, was scarcely used by them at all. It was in the half-millennium from the 5th to the 10th centuries that Europe as such for the first time emerged with its peoples brought together in a life of their own, clearly set off from that of Asia and Africa. The only way to deal honestly with the above statement is to reverse history as we know it, because as we know it, it is a protracted white lie. This, in essence, is what the conflict between the African Studies Association, ASA, and the African Heritage Studies Association, AHSA, is all about, whether the contestants know it or not. The one word, heritage, in the title of our organization makes a world of difference. AHSA is part of the worldwide decolonization process. We now realize, as never before, that during the second rise of Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries, the Europeans not only colonized most of the world, but they also colonized, and began to monopolize, the interpretation of history, particularly African history. In their approach to Africa they literally wallowed in lies and in contradictions. The main lie was that Africa had no history. This condition was at the base of the explosion against ASA in Montreal, Canada, October 1969. In the last 4 years, a large number of Africans and Afro-Americans have joined ASA and act as if the differences between the two organizations have been settled. Some of them do not know anything about the differences in the first place. This is why I now feel called on to retell, at least briefly, what happened and why. This crisis, like all crises, has a background. The late discovery of Africa by the white academic community who, in the main, still ignore this background helped to create this crisis. This crisis was sharpened through the years by white scholars' domination over African studies programs in most American universities. The glaring defect in all of the American African studies programs is the total, insulting neglect of the role that Black Americans have played in keeping alive an interest in African history when no university in the United States had any respectful interest in the subject. Any honest approach to African studies in the United States must begin with at least a brief history of the interest that Black Americans have shown in this subject and the desire to reclaim their African heritage. The Africans who came to the United States as slaves started their attempts to reclaim their lost African heritage soon after they arrived in this country. They were searching for the lost identity that the slave system had destroyed. Concurrent with the black man's search for an identity in America has been his search for an identity in the world, which means, in essence, his identity as a human being with a history, before and after slavery, that can command respect. Some Afro-Americans gave up the search and accepted the distorted image of themselves that had been created by their oppressors. As early as 1881, Dr. Edward Wilmot Blitten, the great Caribbean scholar and benefactor of West Africa, addressed himself to this situation when he said, "In all English-speaking countries, the mind of the intelligent Negro child revolts against the descriptions of the Negro given in elementary school books, geographies, travels, histories. Having embraced or at least assented to those falsehoods about himself, he concludes that his only hope of rising in the scale of respectable manhood is to strive for what is most unlike himself and most alien to his peculiar tastes. Despite the alienation spoken of here by Dr. Blitten, the Afro-American's spiritual trek back to Africa continued. Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois, the elder statesman among the Afro-Americans, addressed himself to the broader aspects of the situation on the occasion of the celebration of the second anniversary of the Asian-African, Bandung, Conference and the rebirth of Ghana on April 30, 1957, when he said, "From the 15th through the 17th centuries, the Africans imported to America regarded themselves as temporary settlers destined to return eventually to Africa. Their increasing revolts against the slave system, which culminated in the 18th century, showed a feeling of close kinship to the motherland, and even, well into the 19th century, they called their organizations African, as witness the African Unions of New York and Newport and the African Churches of Philadelphia and New York. In the West Indies and South America there was even closer indication of feelings of kinship with Africa and the East. There was a written interest in Africa by Afro-Americans during the days when their early newspapers and other publications were in their formative years. The awareness of Africa by the men who built and developed the Afro-American press goes back to the hectic and heroic beginning of black journalism in this country. Some of the back issues of these old newspapers show their editors' keen awareness of Africa and its importance. Alexander Crummell, founder of the Negro Academy and friend and contemporary of Dr. Edward W. Blitten, the great Caribbean scholar, was one of the first of our early writers to call attention to Africa through the Afro-American press. He was the dean of the black scholarly and literary group in the closing quarter of the 19th century. The life of Dr. Crummell later fired the imagination and redoubled the vigor of Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois, whose sharp and penetrating pen burned its own path in national and international affairs, from the early 90s to the present day. Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois, inspired by Alexander Crummell, made the subject of Africa a burning issue in the Afro-American press. In 1915, the Home University Library brought out a small book, The Negro, in which Dr. Du Bois outlined the program that must be followed in order to deal properly with the whole field of African life and history. Dr. Carter G. Woodson came forward with his researches and publications which blossomed forth into the widest popularization of the subject. Quietly, African scholars like Dr. J. E. Moorland, Mr. Arthur A. Schomburg, Mr. J. A. Rogers, from Jamaica, and Professor William L. Hansberry led the field in gathering material. It was Carter G. Woodson who called attention to the fact that African history may well be the basis of world history. He said, in effect, that Africa came into the Mediterranean world mainly through Greece, which had been under African influence, and then Africa was cut off from the melting pot by the turmoil among the Europeans and the religious conquests incident to the rise of Islam. Africa prior to these events had developed its history and civilization, indigenous to its people and lands. Africa came back into the general picture of history through the penetration of North Africa, West Africa, and the Sudan by the Arabs. European and American slave traders next ravaged the continent. The imperialist colonizers and missionaries finally entered the scene and prevailed until the recent re-emergence of independent African nations. After the First World War, W.E.B. Du Bois again accelerated the American black man's interest in Africa by organizing a series of Pan-African Congresses. At a time when the news about the aspirations of Africans for self-government was being ignored throughout most of the world, the Afro-American press gave full coverage to this subject. Interest in Africa extended into every part of Afro-American life and influenced, in some way, most of their institutions. For nearly 50 years, the editors of the Negro Yearbook, published at Tuskegee Institute, compiled and published an annual list of books, monographs, and articles relating to Africa. The Afro-American Church's interest was shown in their many missionary efforts and in the early concern for education in Africa. In 1958 the French African magazine, Présence Africaine, published a special issue devoted to the subject Africa seen by American Negroes. The publication was widely distributed by the American Society of African Culture. This organization was then young, bright, and hopeful, and a lot of Black Americans were looking to it as the potential builder of a new bridge of understanding between Africans and Afro-Americans. Most of the articles in the publication Africa Seen by American Negroes tended to justify this potential. In her article African Studies Programs in the United States, Dr. Adelaide Cromwell Hill calls attention to the fact that the interest of American universities in Africa and their interest in area programs, as such, are two quite different things. In fact, she states that academic concern with Africa at the university level far antedates the popularity and feasibility of so-called area programs. At ASA's 10th annual meeting at the Waldorf Astoria in 1967, for the first time there were panels on the teaching of African history and the future of African history, with adequate Afro-American representation on the panels. This was a change from the previous practice of the association. There were similar panels at the 11th annual meeting of the ASA in Los Angeles in 1968. It was at this conference that a group of Africans and Afro-Americans attending called a Black Caucus for the purpose of reassessing their role in the organization. It was not their intent to leave the association, but to demand decision-making positions within the structure of the ASA. The statement of the Black Caucus, October 19, 1969, is printed here in its entirety. The African Studies Association is called upon by the Black Caucus to immediately direct its energies towards rendering itself more relevant and competent to deal with the challenging times and conditions of Black people in Africa, in the United States, and in the whole of the Black world. In moving towards this objective, we charge the association with taking the steps necessary to immediately broaden Black participation in all phases of the association's operations. We note that at present only one Black person is holding a policy-deciding position in this association dealing with predominantly Black countries and societies. Too few of the program chairmen and participants are drawn from Black. Volume 6, Numbers 2/3, Summer/Fall 1976. 7. Africanists, and in general, the association reflects the white caste and is identified with a white posture. While trusting the academicians in the association, we urge that Black people be recruited for participation in the African Studies Association, and that representation be drawn from those engaged in fields closely related to African and Afro-American studies, with particular emphasis on Black youth, inside and outside the universities. We see the future prospects of a vital and meaningful association linked directly to the significant strengthening of its ties with Black Africanists. We encourage ASA members to seek out African and Afro-American scholars to direct the rapidly developing Afro-American studies centers in the United States. Finally, the ASA must address itself in a meaningful and educational way to changing American public opinion based on deep racism and ignorance of the Black people whom the African Studies Association takes as its subjects. On December 28, 1968, a core of the group that had met in Los Angeles met again in New York at the Mary McLeod Bethune School. Professor John Henrik Clarke presided. The group agreed, 1. That the name of the new organization should be the African Heritage Studies Association, 2. That a convention be held in Washington, D.C., to ratify its name, 3. That many Black scholars should be invited to the convention in Washington, D.C., so that the new organization may get the benefit of both their larger experiences and their moral and financial support, and 4. That the AHSA should start a publication to mirror accurate scholarly research on the African pluriverse. The demise of the Black Caucus heralded the birth of the African Heritage Studies Association. The first convention and the official launching of the association came on June 27, 1969, at Federal City College in Washington, D.C. The convention lasted from June 27 to June 29. The change that I referred to earlier and the revolt against a white scholar's approach to African studies did not take long to develop. A meeting was planned between the executive committees of AHSA and ASA for October 17, 1969 in Montreal, Canada. The purpose of this meeting was to define the future relationship between AHSA and ASA. This meeting, carefully planned far in advance, never took place. Other events ruled it off the agenda. These events forced the members of the African Heritage Studies Association to move ahead of their own schedule and become the official spokesman for the black intellectuals in Montreal during the 12th annual conference of ASA in 1969. Part of the confusion at Montreal was due to the fact that the main aims and objectives of AHSA had not been made known to any appreciable number of the attending black intellectuals, who could have explained these objectives to the students. Had these objectives been known, the revolt against the domination of the conference by white scholars might still have occurred, but it is my opinion that this revolt would have been more orderly and constructive. For the record, the main aims and objectives of the African Heritage Studies Association are stated here. Education 1. Reconstruction of African history and cultural studies along Afrocentric lines while effecting an intellectual union among black scholars the world over. 2. Acting as a clearinghouse of information in the establishment and evaluation of a more realistic African or Black Studies program. 3. Presenting papers at seminars and symposia where any aspect of the life and culture of African people are to be discussed. 4. Relating, interpreting, and disseminating African materials to elementary and secondary schools, colleges, and universities. International 1. To reach African countries directly through embassies in order to facilitate greater communications and interactions between Africans and Africans in the Americas. 2. To assume leadership in the orientation of African students in the U.S. and orientation of Afro-Americans in Africa by establishing contacts. 3. To form a committee to monitor American foreign policy toward Africa, to strengthen and support Congressman Diggs as chairman of the House Subcommittee on African Affairs. Domestic 1. To inform all other black associations and organizations of the existing responsibilities in the area of black studies. 2. To solicit their influence and affluence in the promotion of black studies and in the execution of AHSA programs and projects. 3. To arouse social consciousness and awareness of these groups. 4. To encourage their financial contribution to black schools with black studies programs. Black students and scholars 1. To encourage and support students who wish to major in black studies. 2. To instill in black students and scholars the necessity for involvement in black studies programs at all levels to the extent of their expertise. 3. To make sure that black scholars attend national and international conferences relating to black studies and persuade them to read papers at these conferences. 4. To ask all black students and scholars to rally around AHSA to build it up as a sturdy organization for the reconstruction of our history and culture. Black communities 1. All black studies programs should be relevant to the black community near the school and should in turn be supported by the black community. 2. The association, AHSA, should act as a liaison between DID-UK communities and funding agencies. 3. AHSA should compile a list of black scholars who need financial support for their community projects or their academic research. 4. The association will edit a newsletter or a journal through which its activities should be known. The confrontation at Montreal cannot be honestly seen out of context with other events that helped to set it in motion. For years, the African Studies Association had been a white organization with token black representation that had little or no influence on the major decisions affecting the organization. The African Studies Association is not just a professional association. Its leaders perform other functions that directly or indirectly affect the lives and livelihood of Africans and Afro-American scholars and students. Its annual meeting, which brings together government officials, journalists, publishers, foundation representatives, businessmen, scholars, students, and members of voluntary associations, serves as a point of contact and a marketplace where jobs, research funds, ideas, and information are exposed and exchanged. Its members are scholars whose research not only determines or influences at the very least the image of Africa in America, but also conditions the kind and scope of much of the written documentation available about the continent. Research completed by its members has provided background material for United States foreign policy decisions in Africa. For these reasons we deemed the ASA annual meeting the proper forum for our demands. 8th issue, a quarterly journal of Africanist opinion. The African peoples attending this conference demanded that the study of African life be undertaken from a Pan-Africanist perspective. This perspective defines that all black people are African people and rejects the division of African peoples by geographical locations based on colonialist spheres of influence. This demand joined the issue and offended a large number of white scholars attending the conference. They resented the projection of African people as a world people with a common cause and a common destiny. More than anything else, they resented the Afro-Americans being linked with the Africans in Africa. The demands of the blacks attending this conference had exposed the neocolonialism that a large number of these so-called scholars had been practicing for years. Africa to them was a kind of ethnic plantation over which they reigned and explained to the world. Most of them even resented Africans being considered authorities on Africa. The confrontation at Montreal awakened them from their dreams. Specifically, the African people who made up the Black Caucus wanted their demands to be the means of changing the ideological and structural basis of the African Studies Association. As negotiations between the Black Caucus Group and the ASA board progressed, it became clear that the demand for an equal number of black members of the Board of 12 would be the most difficult demand for the old guard in the ASA to live with. The ASA Executive Board decided that perhaps they could offer 3 seats in addition to the 2 already held by blacks. The ASA Board was surprised when the 2 black members, Dr. Absalom Vilakasi of South Africa and Dr. Elliot P. Skinner of Columbia University, supported the demands of the Black Caucus. The offer of 3 additional African members was rejected. This prompted the board to convene an assembly of the voting membership of the ASA to decide the issue. Probably the most crucial event in the 3-day confrontation was the ASA voting membership's rejection of the Black Caucus's demands by a vote of 103 to 97 in its plenary session on Friday afternoon. It is of interest that the ASA, an organization of scholars whose prestige and output depend upon maintaining good relations with Africans, both in terms of gaining entry into African countries and obtaining reliable information from them, would have permitted, if for no other than political reasons, their voting membership to go on record as having voted against minimal demands of African peoples. People have argued in defense of the white ASA membership that a large number of them supported the demands, but they were affronted by the tactics of disruption and therefore could not in good conscience grant the blacks immediate representation on the board. If this assessment is true, then it raises a fundamental question of their ability to understand and evaluate societies, or even events occurring in those societies, with which they disagree in principle. The Black Caucus/AHSA committee that negotiated with ASA's board consisted of Africans, West Indians, and Afro-American students and professors, one of whom had been an ASA voting member since its inception. Moreover, the majority of the African visitors invited by the ASA and the Canadian African Studies Committee to attend the conference supported the substance of the Black Caucus's demands. The caucus's concerns over the white domination of scholarly output on Africa had been expressed by Africans at 2 earlier international conferences of Africanists at Dakar. Indications of African support was initially voiced by Gabriel D. Arbasier, a nationalist leader in Francophone Africa since the 1940s and, at the time, Senegalese ambassador to Germany. D. Arbasier was slated to deliver the keynote address for the opening session, at which time the first statement of black demands was presented. Robert Gardner, director of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, actively participated in the caucus's meetings and supported its demands. By Friday noon, when the Black Caucus met with the invited African guests to clarify our position in French and in English, they presented a written declaration of support which had been signed by most of the leading African participants. Léon Damas of French Guiana, one of the 3 original Negritude poets along with Aimé Césaire and Léopold Sédar Senghor, read the declaration of solidarity cited below. We, the undersigned, participating in a joint annual meeting of the African Studies Association and the Committee on African Studies in Canada, in our capacity as guests of the latter, in face of the incidents which confront the Afro-American participants and the ASA, USA, note that the Africanist Congress held the orientation of African Studies in 2 resolutions adopted at the 5th and 6th committees. We strongly reiterate the view that African studies as conceived within the context of colonialism and imperialist domination of the African continent have served exclusively to reinforce an ideology which serves their domination in the interest of foreign capital used to exploit the African continent. The question of the procedure, tactics, and ultimate objective of the Black Caucus was a pivotal issue. In the eyes of the ASA white membership, any challenge to their authority that was not supported by the Black ASA voting members had no legitimacy. However, they misinterpreted an expression by some Black Africanists of non-support of tactics to also mean non-support of substantive issues. In the confrontation at Montreal, the old order of the African Studies Association was challenged without compromise. The existence of this organization is now contingent on whether it can meet this challenge creatively and respectfully. First, an attempt should be made to understand the genesis of the African and Afro-American concern for their history and their long fight to make it an acceptable study in schools and universities. Long before the recent discovery of Africa by the academic community, Black Americans were showing an interest in African history. Most of the courses in African history and lecture discussions were held in churches and community centers. To the best of my knowledge, these were the first courses in African history held in this country. The challenge and confrontation that started at Los Angeles in October 1968 and erupted into a dramatic climax in Montreal in October of the next year was a long time in the making. In the time span between the conference in Los Angeles and the one in Montreal, what started out as a Black Caucus became the African Heritage Studies Association. This association intends to examine every aspect and approach to the history and culture of African people in this country and throughout the world. Further, its members intend to project their influence into every organization that relates to Africans and the people of African descent. We will decide who is and is not an authority on our life and history, and we will question. Volume 6, Numbers 2/3, Summer/Fall 1976-9. Black scholars as well as white ones. We deplore the fact that so many people, mainly white, are gaining quick reputations as authorities on African people. We suspect that this is a new area of academic colonialism and that it is not unrelated to the neocolonialism that is attempting to re-enslave Africa by controlling the minds of African people. Further, we suspect that this closely connected group of white authorities are attempting to control or direct the historical information relating to Africa in a manner that will make Africans believe that they are forever dependent on people of European descent and that the coming of the Europeans to Africa was, in spite of the slave trade and the colonial system, a blessing in disguise. The intent of the African Heritage Studies Association is to use African history to effect a world union of African people. We do not believe that the closely connected group of white authorities on Africa are interested in such a union. In fact, we think the idea frightens them because this means that they will lose their control over information about Africa. They resent the idea of any black person taking it upon himself to question their authority and examine their credentials. That is precisely what the members of the African Heritage Studies Association intend to do. First, they intend to ask for an entire new approach to African history. This new approach must begin with a new frame of reference. What and who are the African people? We make no sharp distinction between the Africans in Africa and the people of African descent in other parts of the world. This at once projects the possibility of a world union of African people. First, we will call for a new frame of reference in all matters relating to Africa. We reject the term Black Africa because it presupposes that there is a legitimate white Africa. The term Negro Africa is offensive to us because there is no such thing as a Negro. This word grew out of the European slave trade and the colonial system, and it fails to relate the people of African descent to land, history, and culture. Our original place of origin was Africa, and no matter where we live on this earth, We are an African people. Our approach to African history and culture everywhere will be in keeping with this definition. We intend to use history as a force for our liberation and as a basis of African world unity. We depend on an honest and creative approach to history to tell what we have been, what we are, and what we still must be. And thus, the African Heritage Studies Association was born. This birth did not end our troubles or our confrontations with ASA. An analysis of the confrontations after Montreal and the attempts to work out a way for both organizations to coexist has been made in detail in another report by Dr. Elliot P. Skinner and need not be repeated here. However, attention should be called to another neglected aspect of the relationship of AHSA and ASA and their respective participation in the Third International Congress of Africanists, held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, in December 1973. First, let us say a word about the International Congress and how it came into being. The greatest achievement of the Third International Congress was the coming together of scholars from all parts of the world to present papers on the economic, social, political, scientific, cultural, and historical development of Africa. The International Congress of Africanists was formed in 1963 in Accra, Ghana. Formerly, the International Congress of Orientalists used to discuss scholarly issues on Asia and Africa. But when several African countries became independent, it was agreed that the African continent required an organization devoted solely to African matters, an organization which would hold its meetings on African soil. Thus, at the invitation of the Ghana government, and with additional financial support from UNESCO and US foundations, the first Congress was held in Africa in December 1963. Hundreds of scholars from all over the world attended this first session, where statutes of the Congress were drawn up, and many learned papers on Africa were read. The president of the first Congress was Dr. Kenneth Onwuka-Dike of Nigeria. The Secretary General was Dr. Nana Kabinanka-Shafor of Ghana. The opening address was given by the late Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, then President of the Republic of Ghana. At the invitation of the Senegalese government, the Second Congress was held in Dakar, Senegal, in December 1967. Again, many scholars participated and many papers were read. The president of the Second Congress was Dr. Alien Diop of Présence Africaine and the International Society of African Culture. The Secretary General was Professor Glassane Enda of Senegal and the University of Dakar. President Leopold Senghor welcomed the delegates. In spite of the fact that the first two congresses were held in Africa, they were dominated by white scholars, mainly from the US-based organization, the African Studies Association. No papers by Black American scholars were presented at the first Congress and only one at the second. Behind the scenes, white scholars manipulated both the first and second Congresses. This is why the Third International Congress was exceptional at last. The Africans took over, and the Afro-Americans played a major role and presented papers in a number of sessions. One Afro-American was elected to the permanent council that was to cover the Congress for the next 5 years and plan future meetings. Afro-Americans participated on all levels of this conference. The Afro-American delegation, led by Professor James Turner, director of the Africana Studies and Research Center, Cornell University, was a representative and well-balanced group that consisted of Patricia Karumah, Milfred Fierce, May King, Shelby Smith, Stephen McGans, John Henrik Clarke, Asa Davis, Rokudzo Murepa, Len and Rosalind Jeffries, Isaac Akani Oben, Joseph Harris, Walter Rodney, Ahmed Mohidin, and Elliot Skinner. Before the conference officially began, a meeting was arranged between the two major American African historical organizations attending this conference, the African Studies Association, mostly white but now having a black president, the South African scholar named Absalom Vilakasi, and the African Heritage Studies Association, all black and headed by Professor James Turner. There was some fear that there might be, now on African soil, a reoccurrence of the conflict of October 21, 1969, when Afro-American scholars broke away from ASA in order to form AHSA. The Congress was officially opened on Monday, December 10, with an address by His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie. In his remarks, he called attention to this fact: the weight of historical evidence attests that since the earliest times the civilization and progress of man has been based on knowledge gained through study and research rather than on that based on gratuitous assumptions. It is now generally acknowledged that for development and economic growth, study and research constitute a basis of proven worth. There can be no doubt that you, the scholars who have devoted your life works. 10 issue, a quarterly journal of Africanist opinion. To study and research on Africa, will, aside from your contributions to human knowledge in general, also make contributions that will form the basis for the growth and development of Africa. In further remarks, the Emperor observed that the status of African scholars in the field of African studies was changing for the better, when he said, "It cannot be denied that in the past the conduct of study and research on Africa was in the hands of non-Africans. The nature and content of such study and research was therefore primarily determined by non-African needs and interests. The time has now come when Africa, having abandoned the subservient status, is guiding her own destiny in the political and economic spheres. In the academic sphere, as well, the time seems to have come when Africans can abandon the role of subservience and embrace that of full and equal participation. A clear demonstration of this is the fact that among you, the scholars assembled in this hall today, there is a greater number of African scholars than at any time in the past, already and able to participate in deliberations pertaining to their continent. While it is true that, as we pointed out earlier, scholarly research recognizes no political boundaries, yet it cannot at the same time be denied that Africans need to carry a greater share of the study and research on their continent than they do at present. Their greater participation can no doubt help to redirect Africanist research into areas of greater relevance to Africa's needs and interests. We are convinced that the work of scholars can have great relevance to the struggle that our continent is now waging against poverty, ignorance, and disease. The afternoon sessions began with the reading of papers on the history of Northeast Africa and of Africa in general. This history still is in great dispute. It begs for good questions and good answers. What is history, and what is its meaning in the life of people in general and African people in particular? Why is there now a national and international fight over the history of African people, and who will interpret and control this history? White historians and authorities on the development of nations and civilizations, who for the past 500 years, in most cases, have said that African people had no history, now are fighting to control the interpretation of the history they once said we did not have. What is this fight really about? To understand it, we might have to look backwards and forwards at the same time, while using the present as our vantage point. It was no accident that Professor Roland Oliver of England, a member of the Old Guard and the Old School of Interpreters of African History, was chairman of this first session on African history. There now exists a form of academic neocolonialism that intends to control African social thought. It would surface very early at this conference, and, fortunately, the Africans would prove equal to combating it. Many of the papers on African economic and political development dealt with African problems in the abstract, as though a new African reality did not exist. The presenters of these papers and the other delegates had to be reminded of the existence of apartheid and the overall Southern African problem of racism and oppression. They also had to be reminded of the fight against the Portuguese in Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau, where hundreds of people are dying daily. The sessions on social and cultural development, many of the often neglected dimensions of African life, history, and culture were analyzed. Particularly outstanding were the following papers presented in the first sessions in the Cultural Development section: Considerations of Some Ideological Problems in Ethiopia Today by Jerma Amori, African Literature and Cultural Re-Evaluation by Ernest N. Emenayanu, Toward an Operational Philosophy of African Education by Patricia Koroma, Africa as the Origin of Early Greek Theater Culture by Tskegedra Yedhin, and the Influence of African Cultural Continuity on the Slave Revolt in South America and in the Caribbean Islands by John Henrik Clarke. In the first of a number of keynote addresses, Professor L.K.H. Gama, of the University of Zambia, called attention to the scientific underdevelopment of Africa and pointed to the opportunities in this field that are still begging for more trained Africans. In the second keynote address, The Study of African History, the Present Position by Dr. Kenneth Onwuka-Dyke, the still unresolved problems of writing and teaching African history were outlined. The closing sessions of the conference were devoted to a discussion of resolutions, choosing the site for the Fourth International Congress of Africanists, and in electing new members to the Permanent Council that will handle the affairs of the International Congress, now renamed the International Congress of Africanists, for the next 5 years. The leader of the Black American delegation, Professor Turner, had insisted from the beginning of the discussions that, inasmuch as a member of the African Studies Association, ASA, had been the American representative on the Permanent Council of the Congress for the past 10 years, the next permanent member should be from the AHSA. Behind-the-scenes meetings on this matter lasted for days, in fact, throughout the entire period of the Congress. The candidate for the Permanent Council who was finally elected was John Henrik Clarke, the past president of AHSA, who is presently professor of Black and Puerto Rican Studies at Hunter College. This election gave the Black Americans a decision-making position in the International Congress of Africanists for the first time. This was the last confrontation with ASA. We were successful because the academic climate was changing in favor of an African interpretation of African history. In my opinion, ASA and the white scholars who still dominate it have changed very little, if at all. Both the Africans and Western black scholars have changed, and they have changed for the better. They have moved closer to each other's positions in matters relating to the reclaiming of African history by African people. This was evident in the support they gave each other during the meeting of the Third International Congress of Africanists in Addis Ababa. The young and progressive African scholars, both in Africa and in the West, are now realizing that African history is an old and new academic battleground and that it is a part of the new education of the mind for liberation. They know that they cannot look to their former colonial masters to write their history. Powerful people never educate powerless people in the acts of power. History, properly understood and utilized, is power a force for liberation or slavery depending on how it is used or misused. We remain strangers to the people who have been the instruments of our oppression. In the general sense, true African history and African historians are unknown to them. This point was driven home to me about a month after the meeting of the Third International Congress of Africanists in Addis Ababa. I was meeting Emmanuel Wallerstein, former president of ASA, and Absalom Vilakasi, then president of Volume 6, Numbers 2/3, Summer/Fall 1976. 11. ASA, to continue some of the discussion of the possible areas of cooperation between ASA and ANSA which we had suggested during the meeting in Addis Ababa. I mentioned very casually that Cheek and Diop's new book, African Origins of Civilization, Myth or Reality, had just been published in the United States and that I had a review copy. Professor Wallerstein asked me if Cheek and Diop had attended the meeting in Addis Ababa. His question, although innocent, shocked me to the point of tears and violence. Neither the former president, white, of the ASA nor the then president of ASA, black, knew that Diop had attended the conference. I personally know that both of them rode up on an elevator with Cheek and Diop at least once and walked past him in the lobby of the hotel at least twice. Cheek and Diop is recognized as one of the great living African historians. No official recognition was made of his presence at this conference. In matters relating to African history and the values that Africans are placing on their historians, old and new, the members of ASA still seem to be out of tune. In reading their publication, none of the new books on African history are reviewed, and in looking at the books and magazine articles by ASA members, it is rare that the work is even referred to or quoted, positively or negatively. The works of John G. Jackson, Chancellor Williams, and Yosef Ben-Jochannan are almost completely ignored, along with the writings of a new generation of dynamic, new African historians. This incident made me realize more than ever that the existence of AHSA is justified and that the course of action that this organization set in motion in Montreal in 1969 will have to be sharpened, expanded, and continued. The ideological perspective of this organization, which was in its formative stages in Montreal, is now more precisely defined. I am concluding this paper with an extraction from some notes written as an ideological framework for ANSA, which I wrote in 1970 when I was the president of the organization. The intent of the African Heritage Studies Association is to use African history to effect a world union of African people. This association of scholars of African descent is committed to the preservation, interpretation, and creative presentation of the historical and cultural heritage of African people, both on the ancestral soil of Africa and in diaspora in the Americas and throughout the world. We interpret African history from a Pan-Africanist perspective that defines all black people as an African people. We do not accept the arbitrary lines of geographical demarcations that were created to reflect colonialist spheres of influence. As scholar activists, our program has as its objective the restoration of the cultural, economic, and political life of African people everywhere. In our ideological perspective, we are committed to taking the concept of Pan-Africanism into another dimension beyond its present meaning. We recognize the need for the cultural unity of the black peoples of the world, and we are committed to all sincere efforts that will make this unity a reality, but this is only the beginning. We know that there is no way to move a people from slavery to freedom and self-awareness without engaging in political expedients and revolutionary coalitions. As scholar activists, our primary role is to define the historical currents relating to this action in such a manner that when this inevitable action occurs, it can proceed with a minimum of confusion. The essence of what our ideological perspective should be is contained in a recent poem, On Pan-Africanism by Carolyn F. Gerald, a young Afro-American poet, essayist, and teacher. Pan-Africanism means an inner need in us which has finally surfaced on the world, after decades of fermenting in the ground. BT's not the whole thing, though it has to be a part of it, to fight with our black brothers in other parts of the world, to fight with our Bandung brothers all over the world, though the fight helps us to redefine ourselves, against a common, rampant, raging enemy. We'll keep looking at each other, examining each other's tools and comparing the artifacts we make with them, testing them out on ourselves each other. Till we annihilate our own suspicious moods and recognize the same images looking back at all of us over the seas and the centuries. In a word, the ideological perspective of ANSA will have to define the method and importance of putting a fragmented African people back together again, and in finding a way to heal the deep psychological wounds that are the legacy of the slave and trade and the colonial system. In our search for definition, unity, identity, we will have to evolve to Pan-Africanism and go far beyond it. It is not enough to be united unless that unity has some meaning and goal. We had a common heritage before and after the slave trade. We will have to make creative uses of this heritage. First, we will have to define heritage itself. Saunders Redding has said, in effect, that heritage is reflected in how a people have used their talent to create a history that gives them memories that they can respect and use to command the respect of other people. The ultimate purpose of heritage, and heritage teaching, is to use a people's talent to develop an awareness and a pride in themselves. This sense of identity is the stimulation for all of a people's honest and creative efforts. A people's relationship to its heritage is the same as the relationship of a child to its mother. It will be our function as scholar activists to put the components of our heritage together to weld an instrument of liberation. John Henrik Clarke, Member Grants Review Committee. Professor, Department of Black and Puerto Rican Studies, Hunter College, New York. Past President, African Heritage Studies Association, Founding Member, Black Academy of Arts and Letters. Prolific writer of articles on African and Afro-American history and culture, appearing regularly in leading journals in the USA and abroad, author of over 50 short stories, some reprinted in 10 different anthologies, papers given at conferences in USA and abroad, co-founder and association. Editor of Harlem Quarterly, Association. Editor, Freedom Ways Magazine, Director, Heritage Teaching Program, Harrio Act, 1964–1969, Special Consultant and Coordinator, CBS TV series, Black Heritage, The History of Afro-Americans, 1968, author and/or editor of 13 published books, honorary degree, Doctor of Humane Letters, University of Denver, 1970. Race, an Evolving Issue in Western Social Thought. By John Henrik Clarke. In the kind of world we live in, being black and beautiful means very little unless one is also black and powerful. There is no way to succeed in the struggle against racism without power. That is a part of our new reality and our new mission. Early in this century, the elder scholar among African Americans, Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois said, "The problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line." Unfortunately, his prophecy was correct. In spite of all the talk and the sociology good and bad, we have not made much progress in resolving this issue. We have talked about it extensively without really dealing with it. To deal with it, we will have to identify and explain its genesis. To explain its genesis, we will have to ask ourselves some hard questions, and we will have to be boldly honest with our answers. Some of the hard questions are: how did racism start in the first place, and for whose benefit was it created? Who benefits from it now? Why do we lack the strength, or the nerve, to destroy it? In this paper I am dealing, mainly, with the form of racism that affects people of African descent, or black people in general. I am aware of the fact that certain manifestations of racism existed in Europe before the massive European expansion into the broader world of Africa, Asia, and the West Indies. The racism that I am now attempting to examine is distinctly different because the factor of color was added, and the Christian Church played a major role in creating the rationale that sustained this racism in the mind of Western man. The genesis of this racism is in the rise of Europe after the 15th century, the development of the slave trade and the colonial system that subsequently followed. It is too often forgotten that when the Europeans gained enough maritime skill and gunpowder to conquer most of the world, they not only colonized the bulk of the world's people, but they colonized the interpretation of history itself. Human history was rewritten to favor them at the expense of other people. The roots of modern racism can be traced to this conquest and colonialization. In a speech delivered to the Pan-African Students' Organization in the Americas, New York City, November, 1964, Richard B. Moore observed, in the attempt to justify the conquest and enslavement of African people, European rulers and their spokesmen found it expedient to regard and set forth Africans as beings of a low and brutish order who indeed were hardly human. Such creatures then were deemed to have done little or nothing which could be dignified as history. The dehumanization of the African people had already been started. The false images were in the making. The stereotypes and mental images of savage Africa and the Dark Continent were deeply impressed upon the minds of Europeans. The distortions were repeated until some of the victims began to believe them. In his book, Race, Science, and Humanity, p. 111, Dr. Ashley Montagu refers to the belief in race as a widespread contemporary myth in the Western world. He further states that, it is the modern form of the older belief in witchcraft. 1. This point of view is extended in the following quote from the introduction to his book: "I am convinced that when the intellectual history of our time comes to be written, the idea of race, both the popular and the taxonomic, will be viewed for what it is, a confused and dangerous idea which happened to fit the social requirements of a thoroughly exploitative period in the development of Western man. The idea of race was developed as a direct response to the exploitation of other peoples, to provide both a pretext and a justification for the most unjustifiable conduct, the enslavement, murder, and degradation of millions of human beings. European interest in formalizing the concept of race, that started with the slave trade, dates back to the early part of the 18th century. Dr. Montagu 1. Maintains that the development of the idea of race may, with some justification, be traced back to the scholastic naturalization of Aristotle's doctrine of predictable genus, species, difference, property, and accident. He further maintains that the concept of race had another development during the early days of the Age of Enlightenment, when the Swedish botanist, Linnaeus, in 1735, took over the concepts of class, species, and genus from the theologians to serve them as systematic tools. These conclusions show how important it is for us to deal with both the genesis and the present application of racism. The great human drama that was being called the Black Revolution in the USA has deep historical roots, and it cannot be fully understood until it has been seen in this context. In his book, Capitalism and Slavery, 2. Eric Williams places the origin of this revolution in historical perspective and calls attention to its early development when, in 1492, Columbus, representing the Spanish monarch, discovered the New World. He set in train the long and bitter international rivalry over colonial possessions for which, after 4.5 centuries, no solution has yet been found. Portugal, which had initiated the movement of international expansion, claimed the new territories on the ground that they fell within the scope of a papal bull of 1455 authorizing her to reduce to servitude all infidel people. The two powers, Spain and Portugal, to avoid controversy, sought arbitration and, as Catholics, turned to the Pope, a natural and logical step in an age when the universal claims of the papacy were still unchallenged by individuals and governments. After carefully sifting the rival claims, the Pope issued, in 1493, a series of papal bulls which established a line of demarcation between the colonial possessions of the states. The east went to Portugal and the west went to Spain. Though the announcement of the fact came much later, the European scramble for Africa, and subsequently Asia and North America, started with this act. The labor and raw materials of Africa, Asia, South America, and the West Indies financed the European Industrial Revolution. In the year 1457, the Council of Cardinals met in Holland and sanctioned, as a righteous and progressive idea, the enslavement of Africans for the purpose of their conversion to Christianity, and to be exploited in the labor market as chattel property. This devilish scheme speedily gained the sanctimonious blessing of the Pope and became a standard policy of the Roman Catholic Church and later the Protestant churches, enduring 3 centuries. And thus the ghastly traffic in human misery was given the cloak of respectability and anointed with the oil of pontifical righteousness in Jesus' name. And so, the slave trade began, inaugurating an era that stands out as the most gruesome and macabre example of man's disregard for the humanity of man. There is no way to understand the African slave trade without understanding slavery as an 2. institution. It is almost as old as human societies. Every people has at some time or another been slaves. In fact, Europeans enslaved other Europeans for a much longer time than they enslaved Africans. Yet this slavery did not give birth to racism, though it did lay the basis for feudalism. Slavery was a permanent feature of the ancient world, in Egypt, Kush, Greece, and Rome. The African slave period is best known to us because it is the most recent and the best documented. These documents on slavery have often done more to confuse the issue than to explain the subject. Most people write about slavery in a manner that makes the victim feel guilty. There is probably more dishonesty related to the interpretation of this subject than any other known to man. The Christians of European descent have never felt at ease in an honest discussion of this subject, because every examination of the subject will prove that slavery and the slave trade were the incubator for present-day racism. In the book The Idea of Racialism 3 by Lewis L. Snyder, attention is called to the statement of the British historian, Lord Bryce, who says that, self-conscious racial feeling hardly existed in any country until the French Revolution. In spite of what seems to be an exaggeration, there is more than an element of truth in what Lord Bryce has said, if we qualify this by making a distinction between racism, which was rampant, and self-conscious racial feeling, which was developing. From the 16th century onward, Europeans ranged the earth conquering, mainly, defenseless people. They set themselves up as ruling aristocracies. In this worldwide rape of peoples and countries, they destroyed many cultures and civilizations that were old before Europe was born. Their rationales and justifications for these actions were the rankest form of racism ever conceived by the human mind. This tragedy continued during the era of colonialization in the 16th and 17th centuries and again in the era of neo-mercantilist revival called imperialism that had so many articulate defenders in the 19th century. The Christian Church was the handmaiden for the development of racism. While it propagated the theory that all men were created equal in the sight of God, in practice, it found all sorts of arguments to prove that non-European peoples, especially black men, were inferior and could not be considered as men in the general sense. A search for ways to justify European domination over most of mankind led biologists to the works of Linnaeus and Buffon. Thus, the classification of races began. In deciding the distinctions between higher and lower races, the Europeans, of course, became the hierarchy of races. In many ways this was a continuation of the rationale set up to justify the slave trade. We will have to look at this trade, and the periods of its development again and again in order to understand that we are now reaping the bitter harvest of human discord and social dislocation that was planted over 500 years ago. The demand for black power and black history has made publishers, from time to time since the 1960s, realize that books on this subject can be a profitable enterprise. In the rush to capture this market, a number of hurriedly written books on the slave trade have been published. None of the new authorities on the subject seem to see the African slave trade as the incubator of modern racism that it was. The African slave trade, like African history in general, is often written about and rarely ever understood. I think this misunderstanding grows out of the fact that we nearly always start the study of the African slave trade in the wrong place. The story of the African slave trade 4. Is essentially the story of the consequences between the passing of the Roman Empire in the 8th century and the partial unification of Europe, through the framework of the Catholic Church. In the 15th century, Europeans were engaged mainly in the internal matters within their own continent. With the opening up of the New World, after the 3. Expulsion of the Moors from Spain during the latter part of the 15th century, the Europeans started to expand beyond their homeland, into the broader world. They were searching for new markets and materials, new manpower, and new lands to exploit. The African slave trade was created to accommodate this new expansion. The Europeans, mainly the Portuguese who came to the west coast of Africa in the 15th century, were not at first looking for slaves. The search for gold and other treasures lured them to Africa. They did not have to fight their way onto the continent. They came as guests and were treated as guests. Finally, when they grew strong enough, they turned on their hosts and decided to stay as conquerors. The basis for the future European industrial revolution had already been established. They had already created an embryo technology, principally the gun. The Chinese had gunpowder before the rise of Europe, and the African had iron. It is interesting to speculate on why they did not put the iron and gunpowder together and form a partnership to take over the world, inasmuch as they knew each other and were carrying on peaceful trade for a number of years, along the coast of East Africa. The Europeans created the gun to protect themselves from other Europeans. During the 15th century, they found other territories for this weapon, though they still needed it in the never-ending wars with their neighbors. In the centuries that followed, they used this weapon and other advantages, mainly a large fleet of ships and mercenary sailors and soldiers, to take over most of the world. In so doing, they destroyed a large number of nations and civilizations that were older than Europe. In order to justify this destruction, a monster that still haunts our lives was created: racism. The slave trade and the colonial system that followed were, figuratively, the mother and father of this catastrophe. The opening up of the New World opened up more than new territory. It opened up a new era in human relations, mostly bad. The Europeans, being Christians, had to find a way to live with their consciences after the formal starting of the slave trade. The Africans made the original mistake of asking the Europeans to settle some of their family disputes. Unfortunately, the Europeans many times conquered both branches of the family. The Europeans were no strangers to Africa, and this really wasn't their first meeting. But in order to justify the slave trade, they had to forget, or pretend to forget, all that they had previously known about Africa. They had to forget that a lot of the early culture of Europe has as African base. They also had to forget that there were periods when Africans and Europeans lived in comparative harmony and Europeans married into African royalty and saw no difference in one royal personage and the other. Therefore, the Europeans had to forget that the Africans had a history and a heritage that could command respect. In the opening up of the territory called the New World, two competing slave systems were set in motion, and each of these systems served as some form of racism. The dehumanization of the African had started in European textbooks, geographies, and travel books. In South America and the Caribbean area, the plantation owners generally bought slaves in large lots and kept the lots together principally because they thought they could work them better that way, and they were right. In the United States, however, where the most vicious form of racism was manifested, the slavery system operated more like a brokerage system. A plantation owner could and would very often buy 10 slaves and resell 5 of them before the end of the week. This meant the immediate breaking up of the cultural continuity, linguistic continuity, and all things that held the African together within Africa, therefore, creating a family dislocation that the Black American has not recovered from to this day. This dislocation was a form of racism. 4. The mentality, the rationales, and the various ways of justifying the slave trade had already started in Europe, with Europeans attempting to justify the enslavement of other Europeans. This is a neglected aspect of history that is rarely ever taken into consideration. There was at first a concerted effort to obtain European labor to open up the vast regions of the New World. It is often forgotten that, in what became the United States, white enslavement started before black enslavement. In an article, White Servitude in the United States, Ebony Magazine, November, 1969, the African-American historian Lerone Bennett, Jr., gives the following information about this period: when someone removes the cataracts of whiteness from our eyes, and when we look with unclouded vision on the bloody shadows of the American past, we will recognize for the first time that the Afro-American, who was so often second in freedom, was also second in slavery. Indeed, it will be revealed that the Afro-American was third in slavery. For he inherited his chains, in a manner of speaking, from the pioneer bondsmen, who were red and white. The enslavement of both red men and white men in the early American colonies was a contradiction of English law. The colonies were founded with the understanding that neither chattel slavery nor villanage would be recognized. Yet, forced labor was widely used in England. This system was transferred to the colonies and used to justify a form of slavery that was visited upon red and white men. Concise information on this system and how it developed is revealed in the book, Slavery and Abolition, 1831–1841 by Albert Bushnell Hart, first published in 1906. It was decreed that the apprentice must serve his 7 years, and take floggings as his master saw fit. The hired servant must carry out his contract for his term of service. Convicts of the state, often including political offenders, were slaves of the state and sometimes sold to private owners overseas. The colonists claimed those rights over some of their white fellow countrymen. A large class of redemptioners had agreed that their service should be sold for a brief term of years to pay their passage money. There was also a class of indentured or indented servants bought by their masters and under legal obligation to serve for a term of years and subject to the same penalties of branding, whipping, and mutilation as African slaves. These forms of servitude were supposed to be limited in duration and transmitted no claim to the servant's children. In spite of this servitude, the presumption, in law, was that a white man was born free. The English settlers had, at once, begun to enslave their Indian neighbors, soothing to enslave their consciences with the argument that it was right to make slaves of pagans. In large numbers, the Indians fled or died in captivity, leaving few of their descendants in bondage. The virgin soil of the new English settlements continued to need more labor. This led to a fierce search for white labor that subsequently led to a search for black labor. The continuation of Lerone Bennett's comments on this situation is, it has been estimated that at least 2 out of every 3 white colonists worked for a term of years in the fields or kitchens as semi-slaves. White servitude was the historic foundation upon which the system of black slavery was constructed. Mr. Bennett's statement is indicative of the new insight into the slave system. African slave labor and the raw materials taken from the countries of the enslaved were important features in the development of the European Industrial Revolution. American abolitionists, black and white, were fighting against a form of racism that had begun to crystallize itself in the embryo of the colony's educational systems, filtering down from the attitude prevailing in the churches. During the period of the Founding Fathers, the black Americans heard promises about democracy, but the American promises really weren't made to them. That was the basis of their dilemma during the formative period of this country, and it is the basis of their dilemma right now. This country was born in racism, and it has evolved in racism. 5. Finally, in the early years of the 19th century, the system of chattel slavery gave way to the colonial system, after the British abolished slavery at least on paper in 1807. This was not the end of racism as it affected Africans and other people of color throughout the world, it was only a radical change in how it would be manifested. The Europeans would now change the system of capturing Africans and other people of color and enslaving them thousands of miles from their homes. They would now enslave them on the spot, within their own countries, and use those countries as markets for the new goods coming out of the developing European Industrial Revolution, as well as use the homes of the colonialized and their labors to produce the grist for new European mills. So the industrial rise of the West has as its base a form of racism. Racism helped to lay the base of the present economic system we now call capitalism. Theoretical racism, in the main, is of 19th century origin in America and in Europe. And yet the 19th century was a century of the greatest resistance against racism. It was during that century when Africans the world over began to search for a definition of themselves. The concept of African redemption is of 19th century origin. The theoretical basis of the Black Power concept started in 1829, with the publication of David Walker's Appeal. The great black ministers of the 19th century, such as Henry Highland Garnet, Samuel Ringgold Ward, and Prince Hall, who founded the Black Masons, were all using Christianity in a struggle against racism. The high watermark of the Africans' reaction to European racism came in the middle of the 19th century in the presence of great black intellects such as Martin R. Delany and Edward Wilmot Blitten. Delany wrote a number of outstanding papers on the subject. The best of these papers were brought together in his book, Origin of Races and Color, published in 1880. During this period, the great defenders of the Africans' history, culture, and right of self-determination, were Black Americans and West Indians. Singularly, the most outstanding was Edward Wilmot Blitten. Edward Wilmot Blitten, who was born in what is now the Virgin Islands, was the intellectual bridge between Africa, the Caribbean islands and the United States during the second half of the 19th century. Some of his 19th century plans and programs for the redemption of Africa were realized in the 20th century. Many of our modern-day African American youth, who have mouthed the phrase black and beautiful, do not know that Edward Wilmot Blitten said the same thing, and much better, over 50 years before they were born. Dr. Blitten went back to Africa, physically and spiritually, and started to reclaim his heritage in the 1850s. He became, in many ways, more African than some African-born Africans, and he became the defender of the history and culture of that continent and its people. Dr. Blitten did not originate the formalized Pan-African idea. This started among a few West Indian and African American intellectuals in the early years of the 20th century as a reaction against the enslavement of, and discrimination against, Africans in the New World and their reputed backwardness on the continent of Africa. This group came to view the problems of the African people as a whole, and their solutions aimed at bringing prestige and dignity to the entire people. They came to reject any white-dominated society as unfit for African people's habitation and thought in terms of establishing societies and nations in which blacks would have unfettered opportunities for demonstrating their talents. Unquestionable, they were influenced by those British and American humanitarians who wished to regenerate Africa and under whose auspices free blacks from Britain and North America and founded the colonies of Sierra Leone, 1787, and Liberia, 1822. The early Pan-African nationalists optimistically regarded Sierra Leone and Liberia as a new kind of society which could combine the best in Western and African cultures. They believed that sustained New World African repatriation would result in the establishment of major progressive African nations through whose agency the African people would make a distinctive contribution to world civilization. Such were the views of Paul Coffey, Daniel Coker, Hilary Teague, Elijah Johnson, Lot Carey, and John B. Russwurm, all of whom played prominent roles in the early history of Liberia or Sierra Leone or both, and all of whom but Coffey died in the service of the new 6. societies for which they held such high hopes. With the death of the above leaders, the next Pan-African figure to emerge was Edward Wilmot Blitten who, because of his intellectual brilliance, his single-mindedness of purpose, and a long life, became easily the greatest of the Pan-African figures of the 19th century. Blitten became a convert to Pan-Africanism in 1850 at the age of 18, while on a visit to the United States from his native St. Thomas. The young West Indian had come to the United States to seek entrance into a theological college. Not only were his applications turned down because of his race, but he had the traumatic and humiliating experience of witnessing the recently passed fugitive slave law unscrupulously brought into operation against the free blacks of New York. He himself feared being seized for a slave. From his American and other experiences as well as from his readings, Blitten became convinced the black people would never be treated as the equal of whites in the New World. In the meantime, he had learned of Liberia and had become greatly excited by the possibilities for development of the former colony of the American Colonization Society, which in 1847 had achieved full sovereign status as a republic. Accordingly, Blitten emigrated to Liberia, arriving there in late January, 185. The remainder of Blitten's long life, apart from visits to Europe and America, was spent doing race work in English-speaking Africa. Unquestionably, it is primarily as a man of letters and ideas, rather than as a man of action, that Blitten made his greatest impact. He began writing at the age of 18, at first for the colonization journals of America. His writings, apart from condemning slavery and advocating the emigration of free African Americans to Liberia, were concerned with proving that the black race had a history and culture of which it could be proud. Thus, at the outset of his career, he realized that an indispensable prerequisite to Pan-African action was the creation of pride and self-esteem among his people. Near the end of the 19th century, the great intellectual giant, W.E.B. Du Bois took up this fight and ably carried it to the middle of the 20th century. He is the father of the present struggle against racism and for African redemption. Men like Marcus Garvey, though they differed with W.E.B. Du Bois, would draw in part on his intellectual conclusions on this subject. There is now an international struggle on the part of people of African descent against racism and for a more honest look at their history. On university campuses and in international conferences they are demanding that their history be looked at from a black perspective or from an Afrocentric point of view. This has taken the struggle against racism to the world's campuses, where the theoretical basis of racism started. This has helped to create new battle lines and a lot of fear and frustration on the part of white scholars. They still do not recognize that removing the racism that they created is the healthiest thing that present-day black scholars can contribute to the world, that in the cry for black power and black history, black people are saying a very powerful, complex, yet simple thing: I am a man. The struggle against racism all along has been a struggle to regain the essential manhood lost after the European expansion into the broader world and their attempts to justify the slave trade. This struggle has brought us to where we are now, standing on the black and beautiful plateau. From this position, black people will walk into another stage, much higher and more meaningful for mankind. After reclaiming their own humanity, I think they will make a contribution toward the reclamation of the humanity of man. First, they will have to realize that in the kind of world we live in, being black and beautiful means very little unless one is also black and powerful. There is no way to succeed in the struggle against racism without power. That is a part of our new reality and our new mission. 8. A Dissenting View. By John Henrik Clarke. The following is Dr. Clarke's response to black demagogues and pseudo-scholars. In reference to the op-ed of Henry Louis Gates Jr. The New York Times, Monday, July 20, 1992, entitled Black Demagogues and Pseudo-Scholars, I am raising the following questions. At once, I question the title of Professor Gates' article. He should never refer to anyone as a demagogue unless he's ready to call the names of the demagogues, singular or plural, and point out the nature of their demagoguery. He should never refer to any scholar as being pseudo, unless he is ready to name the scholar and prove the pseudo nature of his or her work. To disagree with the scholar does not make the scholar a demagogue. Most of the old and new black scholars asking for a total reconsideration of African history, in particular, and world history, in general, are using neglected documents by radical white scholars who are generally neglected by the white academic community. In African history I am referring to scholars like Gerald Massey and his work, Egypt, Light of the World, 2 volumes, The Book of the Beginnings, 2 volumes, and Natural Genesis, 2 volumes. I am also referring to Gerald Massey's greatest English disciple, Albert Churchward, whose book, The Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man, asks for a reconsideration of the role of people outside of Europe and their role in human development. Your attention should also be called to the work, Anacalypsis, 2 volumes by Godfrey Higgins, published in 1837. These books deal with the dispersions of African people throughout the world. Many of these black scholars, whose work Professor Gates questioned, were reading works by whites in French, German, and other languages that spoke positively about African American achievement long before Mr. Gates' parents were born. This school of black scholars are neither demagogues nor are they pseudos, they are the forerunners of the present propagators of Afrocentricity. They know what Professor Gates doesn't seem to know, that African people are the most written about and the least understood people in the world. If Professor Gates has not read the works of the white pioneer scholars about the role of African people in world history, it stands to reason that he has no understanding of the senior black scholars such as Yosef Ben Jacques, John G. Jackson, Cheek and Tadiop, Jacob Carruthers, Chancellor Williams, Lau Hansberry, and myself. Professor Gates' reference to black anti-Semitism is an exaggeration. A new black awareness is causing blacks, young and old, to question everything that has any influence on their lives. We are realizing that Jewish people have an influence on our lives far out of proportion to their numbers in the population. I totally disagree with Professor Gates that anti-Semitism among whites is on the wane in the country. Quite the contrary, I think it is increasing in this country and in the world, and black people are not the cause of it. What you have in this new charge of black anti-Semitism against blacks is the most pathetic of all tragedies, a scapegoat looking for a scapegoat. Because of black Americans' reading or misreading of the Bible, we have always had a sentimental attachment to Jewish people and, to a large extent, most of us still do. During slavery, we wanted to attach ourselves to a people who had escaped from bondage. So, the Exodus story in the Bible became more real to us than to the Jewish people. Right now, in a large number of Black Baptist churches, you can get a large number of the congregation to shed real tears of sympathy over the 3 Hebrew boys in the fiery furnace. Most of them dare not question whether this is folklore or fact. There are well over 300 organized white hate groups in the United States. I know of no overt attacks by the Jews being made on any of them. Yet, Jewish people have attacked Louis Farrakhan more than they have attacked the leaders of the Aryan nation or the American Nazi Party. Are the Jews in America looking for an easy victory or the truth? Black Americans have never been their enemy. And they, the Jews, have never been our friends unless it was to their convenience. Neo-Nazism has fully re-emerged in Germany and in other states in Europe. These are people with a nation structure and armies. Why is it that a group of weak black Americans are getting more attention from the Jews than these powerful white forces rising against them? I'm sorry that Professor Cornel West saw fit to make a statement about this false charge of black anti-Semitism. I could agree with his statement if the statement were true. What black people are realizing in this country, in the Caribbean islands and in Africa is that the Jewish people, of European descent, are a part of the world apparatus of European control. And, in the matter of white control over the world, their position is no different than that of other Europeans. I am not saying that the Jews of Europe are more bent on world dominance than other Europeans, I am saying that they are not radically different from other Europeans in this regard. Internal disputes between the Jews and other Europeans is a form of European domestic racism. European racism has spent itself out outside of Europe. During the Nazi regime in Germany, that racism turned inward on itself and created what is referred to as the Holocaust. This was a problem started in Europe by Europeans that should have been resolved in Europe by Europeans. Repeatedly I have said that Europeans are geniuses at draining the diseased pus of their political sores on the lands of other people. What is now being called anti-Semitism among a newly awakened black intellectual class is that they are beginning to look at the people referred to as Jews as part of the totality of European world dominance. We are not saying that the European who is a Jew is any more of an imperialist than any other of the Europeans, but that he is basically the same. We are not saying that the role of the Jews in the slave trade was any different than any other Europeans, but that it was basically the same. When they saw the opportunity to make money in the slave trade, they took advantage of this opportunity the same as other Europeans in the same business. I do not choose to deal with Jesse Jackson's opportunistic appearances at the World Jewish Congress and the statements that he made. Jesse Jackson has his own agenda that is unrelated to the liberation movement of his own people. He was catering to his Jewish audiences for reasons unrelated to black people and their liberation movements. Black people are becoming increasingly conscious of people who exploit their community and hold them in contempt. We make no exceptions when these exploiters are non-European. In referring to present-day anti-Semitism and the attempt to trace it to having roots in Christianity, Professor Gates shows his lack of understanding of the manifestation of Christianity among American blacks and how that interpretation of this religion is part of their humanity. Their interpretation, in no way, relates to anti-Semitism. I wonder if Professor Gates would explain the words in the Negro spiritual, "Go down Moses. Tell old Pharaoh to let my people go." Or the words, "Deep river, my home is over Jordan." This is African identification with the biblical people of the Hebrew faith. It would help if Professor Gates would read a towering masterpiece in 3 volumes by James Fraser, The Folklore in the Old Testament, and another contemporary book, Hebrew Myths, edited by Robert Graves and Raphael Patai. I do not think that Professor Gates completely read Michael Bradley's The Iceman Inheritance before referring to it, because in it Michael Bradley has very little to say about the Jews. The book, in essence, is about the rise of a certain kind of temperament that changed the world, the European personality. This personality has shown little or no respect for civilizations, cultures, and ways of life that it did not create. Cultures and people that the European did not understand were declared primitive. In the last 500 years especially, European historians have inferred, or said outright, that the world waited in darkness for the Europeans to bring the light. In fact, the Europeans destroyed more civilization than they ever created. They destroyed civilizations that were already old before Europe was born. Michael Bradley was characterizing the Europeans as Icemen is not totally incorrect, if it is incorrect at all. I wrote the introduction to the new edition of this book, because I considered the book to be of some significance in explaining the origin of racism. I did not say the book was a masterpiece of the greatest achievement in writing. It was good basic research and told honesty about Europeans' beginnings and the impact of racism on the broader world. I have also written the foreword to another book by Michael Bradley that will be even more controversial, Chosen People from the Caucasus, Jewish Origins, Delusions, Deceptions, and Historical in the Slave Trade, Genocide, Cultural Colonization. Third World Press, Chicago. My writing on Black-Jewish relationships is not new. I participated in forums on this subject in the old Harlem History Club in the 30s. In my latest book, Notes for an African World Revolution, Africans at the Crossroads, Africa World Press, Trenton, 1991, Chapter 4 is called Africa, Zionism, and Friends Without Friendship. This is an analysis of 500 years of African-Jewish relationships. I am not writing about an historical Black-Jewish alliance, because the one often referred to is a myth. There can be no successful alliance between weak people and strong people. There have been times when it was to the best interest of the Jews to support certain black causes, and they have supported them. When it was no longer in their interest, they withdrew from them. The Jewish people have practiced what all people on this earth have a right to practice, the essential selfishness of survival. Indeed, I have criticized multiculturalism and Jewish control over the education system in New York City and the education system in the United States, in general, especially the teachers' union. Jews have had no compunction in fighting for a Holocaust curriculum. And in many schools it is mandated, and black students must learn about the Holocaust before they learn about their own history. Over the years, I have said repeatedly I am not willing to argue whether Hitler killed 6 million or 6. He was wrong if he only killed 6. I think he committed one of the greatest crimes in history. No human being would ever approve of this crime. If we are honest about historical information, we would know that the mass murder and what is referred to as the Holocaust was a small event in comparison to other mass murder events in history. The Belgians killed 3 times more people than this in the Congo. In an island near Australia called Tasmania, the British killed every man, woman, and child. In the years of the slave trade, Africa lost over 100 million people. For every African captured, 3 were killed. The Arab slave trade in East Africa that started 1,000 years before the European Atlantic slave trade and the Atlantic slave trade that lasted approximately 300 years was a holocaust against African people, which started 500 years ago and is not completely over to this day. If the 4 policemen in Los Angeles had been beating a dog instead of Rodney King, they would have been put on trial and convicted. It is time to speak of the great Holocaust in history. The European Holocaust, I repeat, was small in comparison to some of the others. When Professor Gates refers to me as the paterfamilias of the Afrocentric movement, I'm not too clear about whether this is a compliment or a thinly veiled insult. I did not go to the dictionary to look up the words because I never use dollar words in 25-cent situations. But, as a matter of fact, my interest in African history and world history in general started when I was a Baptist Sunday school teacher in Columbus, Georgia, where I grew to early manhood. I could not find the image of my people in the Bible, so I began the search through the literature of the world until I found them and learned why some people considered it a necessity to leave African people out of the respectful commentary of history. I became active in the old Harlem History Club at the Harlem YMCA soon after arriving in New York City at the age of 18 in 1933. The study of African history, culture, and politics and world history in general has been the all-prevailing passion of my existence. It is something I do, like breathing is something I do. I think too much fuss has been made of the case of Professor Jeffries, who has said nothing that he cannot document. It is too often forgotten that most of the information Professor Jeffries gave on the slave trade was taken from Jewish writers. The book, The Grandees, by Stephen Birmingham, set his search in motion. He read large numbers of documents over and beyond that book, such as more revealing books by Professor Benram Wallace-Corn, Jews and Negro Slavery in the Old South 1789 to 1865, 1961, and the Early Jews of New Orleans, 1969. The story of Aaron Lopez of Newport, Rhode Island, is too well known to be retold here. Conrad Muhammad and Khalid Kaffa are not intellectual cohorts with Professor Jeffries. I doubt if he's met either one of them. Neither one of these men belong to the academic community, nor is either one well read enough to be classified as a scholar. They are mainly Muslim zealots, not too different from zealots of other religions. I have no argument for or against the learned protocols of the elders of Zion. I have not been able to authenticate it one way or the other. If someone assures me that it is a piece of fiction, I am not prepared to argue. Professor Gates complained about the book. The secret relationship between blacks and Jews seems without justification. The book is no masterpiece. It is a competent piece of research. The documentation is good. Instead of complaining about the footnotes, Professor Gates should read some of the footnotes and the books they refer to. Especially he should read the works of Professor Bertram W. Korn, an able Jewish scholar whose writings about the role of American Jews in the slave trade is most revealing. Professor Gates should also learn that neither blacks nor Jews can go on forever denouncing everything that is not in their favor. Honest sentiment and some very able research in favor of the Jewish people was started in the Old Harlem History Club by Willis N. Huggins in the 30s. Some of the best known of these findings were published in the Chicago Defender and in the magazine, The African. The following quote is from Willis N. Huggins' article, How Wrong is Hitler? On the History of Jews, Black Folk, and Aryanism. Chicago Defender, Chicago, January 28, 1939. When the news broke in the American press on July 15 that the Italians were ready to go tread the Aryan path, it evoked as much laughter as the world may get when news comes from Germany that Max Schmeling has been cast out of the Aryan fold because anonymous scientists have discovered that he has a grandfather named Goldberg. Political Aryanism, according to a prominent Nazi leader, aims to turn its ire against Jews, Gypsies, and the Negro races. Since Jews are able to take care of their part of the sentence and, doubtless, the Gypsy does not give a hoot, I should like to summarize the reactions of black folk to the new Aryan wave. If we should look at the records, we would see that the early Aryan language groups stemmed from the black Dravidians who occupied southern India in remote times. Two peoples mingled freely. Thus, the so-called Indo-European movements around 2500 BC, were basically migrations of a Negroid folk which pooled itself in southern, southeastern and southwestern Europe, around 2000 BC. Indeed, black African races, the Grimaldi had already covered most of Europe as early as 20,000 BC. They left a secondary African base for art in ancient Hellas, Greece, and a primary African base for color in Austria, Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Willis N. Huggins also wrote a series of articles on the African origin of Adolf Hitler's racist symbols. In my opinion, I think both blacks and Jews are often arguing about the right thing the wrong way. Jews who lived in slave trading countries participated in the slave trade as citizens of the respective country. Slavery was a business, a dirty business, but still a business. Business people engage in any business where profit can be made. The same thing is true about business people living in colonial countries in relationship to African people. I place no special blame on Jewish people who are white Europeans. I offer no special vindication, either. Their behavior in relationship to non-Europeans is basically the same as other Europeans. The internal difference and difficulties that Jews have had within the white family does not alter or change what I have just said. What Professor Gates, the Jews, and some people referred to as black conservatives fail to understand is that the African people throughout the world have suffered a special catastrophe over and above that of other people of the world. When Europeans rose in the 15th and 16th century, started the slave trade, colonized history and information about history, they also colonized the image of God. They took away from millions of people the image of their original God concept and replaced him or her by a God conceived in Europe. Again, I ask Professor Gates and other black conservatives to try to understand that for 500 years we have lived in a European-conceived intellectual universe. I am willing to acknowledge that I am influenced by this conception, but I am, at least, at war against it because I realize that it is not only detrimental to my people, it is detrimental to the whole world. Professor Gates and other black conservatives are the crawling dogs to this new design to continue European world dominance. Professor Gates is snide in his assumption that we can rarely bring ourselves to forgive those who have helped us. The truth is the contrary. African people have always over-rewarded those who have helped them, often to their detriment. I wish he would explain the nature of the help and the time it was given. All people that have come among us have taken more than they have given and have eventually done us more harm than good. If you forgive the modesty, I refer you to my pamphlet, Black, White Alliances, A Historical Perspective, Third World Press, Chicago, 1971. Professor Gates keeps referring to an historical alliance between blacks and Jews. I wish he would be more precise and say when this historical alliance occurred. I have been a teacher of African world history most of my life and a student of history in general. I know of no evidence indicating such an alliance. The earliest opportunity for a coalition between blacks and Jews came in 1675 BC, when an African people called the Egyptians took in the sons and daughters of Abraham, who were fleeing from hunger and starvation in Western Asia. After receiving food, clothing, and shelter as well as the foundation for Judaic culture, language and religion, the majority of these guests joined the invaders, the Hyksos, or shepherd kings, rather than form an alliance to defend the country of their African benefactors. They had found a greater acceptance in Africans than Africans have ever found in a European-dominated country. With this visit to Africa, the people who would later be known as Jews conspicuously entered world history. Professor Gates, Cornel West and other black conservatives use beautiful words, sometimes to say nothing, sometimes to say what has already been said and sometimes to say what is not in debate. They display their ignorance of European history and history in general. They decry any form of black nationalism and often call it racism without knowing that for the last 500 years the world has been controlled by European or white nationalism. African self-assertion, the demand for a proper curriculum in the schools demand that we stop praising a liar and a faker like Christopher Columbus who discovered absolutely nothing threatens an apparatus of European control set in motion by the Atlantic slave trade and continued with colonialism that ultimately laid the basis for present-day monopoly capitalism. No matter what Europeans say they believe religiously, politically, or culturally, their main objective in the world is control. Everything that has ever been developed in the European mind was meant to facilitate mind control of the world. There are no exceptions, left or right politically. Black conservatives are really frustrated slaves crawling back to the plantation, figuratively, letting their master know that they are willing to go back into bondage. One needs to question their words because, as slaves and enemies of their people, they will say what they are told to say and do what they are told to do. The black conservatives have nothing to conserve except their miserable obscurity and their tragic cowardice. These pathetically lost creatures and avid white behind kissers don't have the nerve to be African or black. To be African or black with the understanding of all of its ramifications is, in itself, a commitment to the unification and uplift of all African people on the face of this earth. It is a commitment, also, to take Pan-Africanism beyond its narrow base of black nationalism to a concept of an African world union. When the real tragedy of black-Jewish relations is finally identified, I think it will be the dictionary and how we have misused its words. Here is a case where semantics change depending on who is listening and what they are listening for. Your listener will often hear what you did not say and stubbornly ignore what you said. The present controversy around black and Jewish relations is a good example of a poor and unimaginative use of words. What exactly do we mean by black-Jewish relations? From these words we have no way of knowing that there are blacks who are also Jews, members of the Hebrew faith. There is a genuine conflict between black and Jewish people, and this conflict has international implications. We cannot deal with this conflict honestly until we call it by its correct name and examine its origin and development. African people the world over have no culture or religious fight with Jewish people. We come out of pluralistic societies, of our own making, where we lived side by side with a multiplicity of cultures and religions, most of the time in peace. Cultural and religious tolerance is part of our heritage as a people. If we were disposed to be against any culture or religion, it would probably not be Jewish culture and religion that had part of its early development in Africa. Now that I have eliminated culture and religion as the basis of the Black-Jewish conflict, precisely what is the conflict about? It is about power and the emerging expectations of most of the world's people who until recently were mainly ruled by Europeans or people of European extraction. The one thing the conflict is not about is anti-Semitism. There is a worldwide black-white conflict which is part of the broader conflict between European and non-European people. African people are on one side of that conflict, and the people we refer to as Jews are on the other side. When I use the words Jews or Jewish people, I am referring to white people of European descent, whose culture, development, and political loyalty is European. This political loyalty to Europe and the part that Jewish people still play in maintaining European worldwide power, and not anti-Semitism, is the basis of the conflict between us. This conflict will become more fierce and tragic as non-European people challenge the power of European people all over the world. With urgency I invite you to read Yosef A. Ben-Jacani's book, We the Black Jews, and the book by John G. Jackson, Christianity Before Christ. I believe that blacks and Jews need a genuine partnership. Before one can be built, both of them have to be honest in admitting that they have no partnership now. Figuratively speaking, the partnership between a horse and a rider is neither a partnership or an agreement. Today the Jews are aligning themselves with the forces of white supremacy that is diametrically opposed to the interest of most of mankind. I think they have made a political mistake of disastrous proportions, and I compare their present political position with the period of Joseph and his brothers in Egypt and the period and time that followed the loss of political connections with the Egyptian court that Joseph made for them. And I wonder, will their present position lead to another time when a king will arise, figuratively speaking, who politically knew not Joseph? Concept of Deity. By John Henrik Clarke. To hold a people in oppression you have to convince them first that they are supposed to be oppressed. When the European comes to a country, the first thing he does is to laugh at your God and your God concept. And the next thing is to make you laugh at your own God concept. Then he don't have to build no jails for you then, 'cause he's got you in a jail more binding than iron can ever put you. Anytime you turn on your own concept of God, you are no longer a free man. No one needs to put chains on your body, because the chains are on your mind. Anytime someone says your God is ugly and you release your God and join their God, there is no hope for your freedom until you once more believe in your own concept of the deity. And that's how we're trapped. We have been educated into believing someone else's concept of the deity, and someone else's standard of beauty. You have the right to practice any religion and politics in a way that best suits your freedom, your dignity, and your understanding. And once you do that, you don't apologize. Nothing the European mind ever devised was meant to do anything but to facilitate the Europeans' control over the world. Anything that you get from Europe that you are going to use for yourself, remake it to suit yourself. Where did we go wrong educationally? After the Civil War, the period called Reconstruction, a period of pseudo-democracy, we began to have our own institutions, our own schools. We had no role model for a school, our own role model. So we began to imitate white schools. Our church was an imitation of the white church. All we did is to modify the old trap. We didn't change the images, we became more comfortable within the trap. We didn't change the images, we changed some of the concepts of the images, but the images remained the same. So the miseducation that gave us a slave mentality had been altered. But it remained basically the same. 1. In Our Image. By John Henrik Clarke, September 1989. Because what we see about ourselves often influences what we do about ourselves, the role of images and the question of how they control our minds are more important now, in our media-saturated society, than ever before. For the last 500 years, the history of African people throughout the world has been told through the slavery experience, only a short period in our life, considering that we are the oldest of the world's peoples. There is a need now to look behind the slavery curtain in order to see what African people achieved as an independent people, before slavery. Because this independence existed for thousands of years before Europe itself existed, we should examine the far-reaching power of a European-created media over the minds of the world. Prior to the slave trade and European colonialism, which began in the 15th century, most of the peoples of the world had a concept of God shaped by their own culture and their own understanding of spirituality. They generally saw God, or any deity, as a figure resembling themselves. The expanding presence of the European made them consider not only a new God but a new image of God as well. Because the Europeans did not have enough manpower to control the vast territories and populations they were taking over in Africa and Asia, they began to use the media as a form of mind control, colonizing people around the world, just as they also colonized information about the world. Today the mass media includes every visual object that influences the mind: billboard advertisements, commercials, and more, but especially movies and television. Since we don't usually think of school textbooks as an aspect of the mass media, we don't fully understand that both black and white children have a misconception about the role their respective peoples have played in the development of civilization. Because of the exaggeration of the lives and achievements of Western heroes, especially Christopher Columbus, school children in general are of the opinion that most of the world's explorations and discoveries were made by Europeans. They also believe that Europeans went on discovery missions to other countries in order to spread Christianity and civilization. The contrary is true in many cases. In their expansion into Africa, Asia, the Caribbean islands and the Americas, the Europeans destroyed many old and well-functioning societies, usually for political or economic gain. The mass media has given us another picture of this phenomenon in history, and we have forgotten a recurring fact of history, that is, powerful people never have to prove anything to anyone. And by extension, powerful people never apologize to powerless people for the actions they take in order to remain in power. Because of the prevailing one-dimensional view of history that generally favors white people, who control the textbook industry, African American students throughout the country began in the 1960s to call for black studies programs to correct misconceptions about African people in world history. 21 years ago, i.e. 1968, editor, I and others with similar concerns established the African Heritage Studies Association. Its purpose was to bring together scholars of African descent who would dedicate themselves to the preservation, interpretation, and academic presentation of the historical and cultural heritage of African peoples, both on the ancestral soil of Africa and in the diaspora in the Americas and throughout the world. I have no illusions about the role of the mass media in mind control, and I know that we will have to be more aggressive in calling for change and that we must develop the personnel and the funds that will give us some control over at least part of the mass media. We can start by developing programs, textbooks, and newspapers that cater to the African people of the world and will also be 1. Of interest to others. We need to seriously question and challenge the educational system that gives direction to our children. We also need to establish an independent educational system, starting in our homes. We will have taken one giant step forward when we face this reality: powerful people never teach powerless people how to take their power away from them. Education is one of the most sensitive arenas in the life of a people. Its role is to be honest and true, to tell a people where they have been and what they have been, where they are and what they are. Most important, though, the role of education is to tell a people where they still must go and what they still must be. 2. Jews and the African world. International implications: Israel, Islam, Black Muslims, Africa, and the Third World, 1973, by John Henrik Clarke. When the real tragedy of Black-Jewish relations is finally identified, I think it will be the dictionary and how we have misused its words. Here is a case where semantics change depending on who is listening and what they are listening for. Your listener will often hear what you did not say and ignore what you said. The title for this conference is a good example of a poor and unimaginative use of words. What exactly do we mean by Black-Jewish relationship? From these words we have no way of knowing that there are blacks who are also Jews. In this paper I have asked and have tried to answer the questions: who and what is a Jew, and who and what is an African person? Inasmuch as Jews and African people have met many times on the crossroads of history, we need to know the nature of these meetings from pre-biblical times to the present. Especially, we need to know more about the history of Egypt and that part of Western Asia that is called the Middle East. Here is where Jews and African people met for the first time. They have been meeting through the years and their relationships have been more good than bad. This in essence, is the point that I was trying to explain at the 87th meeting of the American Historical Association, in New Orleans, on December 30, 1972. The panel session was called Black Antisemitism, Myth or Reality. The chairman was Professor Louis Ruch Ames, of the University of Massachusetts, Boston. Beside myself, the other main participant was Dr. Nicola C. Polos, of La Verne College, in California. Comments on the papers came from Dr. Morris U. Shapps, Queens College City University of New York, who is also editor of the magazine Jewish Currents, and Dr. Philip Foner, of Lincoln University. Dr. Nicola C. Polos' paper was on what he called Black Antisemitism, a Historical Genesis. In spite of the title of his paper, he did not talk about any historical genesis of black antisemitism. His paper was mainly about some current dissatisfaction with the Jews and some ill-advised statements about Jews that were made by people like Malcolm X, James Baldwin, and Harold Cruse. These statements, quoted out of context and misunderstood, did not prove that an entire people are anti-Semitic. The comments of Morris U. Shapps and Philip Foner were more interesting to me, considering their radical political backgrounds. In their comments they were defenders of the European concept of history. Both of them took exception to the amount of space I took in my paper to explain the role of Egypt in world history and the fact that the Egyptians of the ancient world were a distant African people whose civilization was old before Europe was born, therefore, they could not have been what we now call a white people. In the part of the session that followed the presentation of papers and comments, I tried to explain the favorable image of the Jews in the religious life of black Americans. In the song, "Go Down Moses, Tell Old Pharaoh to Let My People Go," the blacks who are of African descent are on the side of the fleeting Hebrews against the African Pharaoh. Again in the song, "Deep River My Home Is Over Jordan," once more black people are identifying culturally and geographically with the Jews of the ancient world. In the fact and folklore of our resistance, the leaders of some of the best known of the revolts are nicknamed Moses. In alluding to these images, my intent was to establish the fact that Jews have lived, in peace, among African people, and Arabs, longer than they have lived among other people. 1. And that there is no historical basis for the charge of black antisemitism. Looking again at the ancient world, I maintain that Jews who originally came into Egypt were welcomed, and they rose to high positions in the Egypt of that day. The period of persecution, so overtold in the Book of Moses and other writings, did not start until the end of that period, and it started for political reasons that had no racial overtones. According to tradition, the 70 Jews who came into Egypt increased to 600,000 by the time of their flight from Egypt 400 years later, indicating extensive intermingling between the Jews and the Africans. No matter who the original Jews were who came into Egypt, when they left 400 years later, they were ethnically, culturally, and religiously an African people. This kind of analysis of black-Jewish relations can get you in a lot of trouble fast. I did not have to wait long to learn this. When I arrived back in New York from the conference in New Orleans, 2 days later, several editors had called my home requesting copies of the paper. A reporter from the Los Angeles Times interviewed me about the paper, the session at the American Historical Association Conference on Black Antisemitism, Myth or Reality, and Black-Jewish relationships in general. The interview was published in the Los Angeles Times issue of January 22, 1973, and was reprinted in several newspapers throughout the country. The title of the interview was a question: "Do the Jews really dominate black ghettos?" This title was provocative, though like most newspaper headings, inaccurate. Jewish influence in the black ghettos is only part of what the interview was about. We talked about a range of subjects, such as the tragic Jewish-dominated school system of New York City, where Black and Puerto Rican children are not being educated for manhood and to hold future positions of power in a changing society. Control and not education is the name of the game in New York City. It is the same in Chicago, and in Boston, where the Irish dominate the educational system. Yet, no one is calling Black anti-Irish for objecting to the Irish control of the schools in Chicago, and in Boston. Why then in New York City are we being called anti-Semitic for objecting to Jewish control? In the interview we also talked about the conflict in survival competition between minority peoples and the fact that blacks are fighting for a piece of the power pie. Figuratively speaking, the political pie is not getting any bigger, but those who are claiming pieces of it are becoming more numerous. The ethnic groups in the northern urban ghettos, mainly blacks and Puerto Ricans, who were not in on the original cutting of the political pie, cannot get any pie until someone is willing to give up part of theirs. This, in essence, is what the Black-Jewish conflict in New York City is about. This, in part, is also what the fight against quotas and compensatory treatment for blacks is about. A man with a quota of 10 resents a man with a quota of 0 who is willing to accept a quota of 1 because 1 is better than 0. The man with a quota of 10 feels threatened by the man with a quota of 0, who for the time being might settle for a quota of 1. The fear is that the quota of 1 for the man who has no quota at all might have to be taken from the man with the 10. Soon after the interview appeared in the Los Angeles Times, January 22, 1973, the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith was on the case, completely misinterpreting what I said and what I meant. In their letter to Dr. Jacqueline G. Wexler, president of Hunter College, Milton A. Seymour, chairman, New York Board, Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, February 8, 1973, strongly suggested that I might not be the kind of teacher for the faculty of Hunter College. The matter was partly settled because the president of Hunter refused to panic and I was in a position to document everything I had said. In spite of the danger and sensitivity, there is a need to open up this subject much further and look at the international implications of Israel in world politics, Islam, and its rising influence among non-Arab speaking people, the Black Muslim movement in the United States, and Africa, and the Third World. Modern Israel was born as a result of the troubles of Europe. The creation of the state has a pattern that can be traced back in European politics for more than 2,000 years. Beginning with the invasion of Egypt by Alexander the so-called Great, 331 BC, the Europeans have nearly always found a way to drain the diseased pulse from their political sores and the lands of other people. This pattern continued through the aggressive Punic Wars, 265 to 201 BC, that resulted in the destruction of the city of Carthage. From this period to the present day the relationship of Europeans to non-European people has been protracted aggression. The problem of Israel stems from its European connection, culture, and attitude. Her problems were created in Europe by Europeans and should have been solved in Europe by Europeans. In looking at the current problem between Israel, Islam, and the Arabs, an important aspect in the history of both these people are unfortunately forgotten. A search through the history of the Arabs and Islam will reflect no deep-seated hatred of Jews as a people. What I believe is most objectionable is the arrogance and aggression that stems from their European and American connection. It's assuming that the African states that broke off diplomatic relations with the Israel are the captives of the Arabs. The role of Israel deteriorated in Africa when the African began to observe that they were not radically different from other European people in their attitudes and their actions, and their relationship with South Africa, Rhodesia, and Portugal was not to Africa's best interest. It is my opinion that in choosing such allies the Israelis are making one of the greatest mistakes in their history. They are aligning themselves with the forces of white supremacy that is diametrically opposed to the interest of most of mankind. I think they have made a political mistake of disastrous proportions, and I compare their present political position with the period of Joseph and his brothers in Egypt and the period and time that followed the loss of the connections with the courts that Joseph made for them. And, I wonder, will their present position lead to another time when a king will arise, figuratively speaking, who politically knew not Joseph. 3. The boy who painted Christ black. The boy who painted Christ black. He was the smartest boy in the Muskogee County School, for colored children. Everybody even remotely connected with the school knew this. The teacher always pronounced his name with profound gusto as she pointed him out as the ideal student. Once I heard her say, if he were white he might, someday, become president. Only Aaron Crawford wasn't white, quite the contrary. His skin was so solid black that it glowed, reflecting an inner virtue that was strange, and beyond my comprehension. In many ways he looked like something that was awkwardly put together. Both his nose and his lips seemed a trifle too large for his face. To say he was ugly would be unjust, and to say he was handsome would be gross exaggeration. Truthfully, I could never make up my mind about him. Sometimes he looked like something out of a book of ancient history, looked as if he was left over from that magnificent era before the machine age came and marred the earth's natural beauty. His great variety of talent often startled the teachers. This caused his classmates to look upon him with a mixed feeling of awe and envy. Before Thanksgiving, he always drew turkeys and pumpkins on the blackboard. On George Washington's birthday, he drew large American flags surrounded by little hatchets. It was these small masterpieces that made him the most talked about colored boy in Columbus, Georgia. The Negro principal of the Muskogee County School that he would someday be a great painter, like Henry O. Tanner. For the teacher's birthday, which fell on a day about a week before commencement, Aaron Crawford painted the picture that caused an uproar, and a turning point, at the Muskogee County School. The moment he entered the room that morning, all eyes fell on him. Besides his torn book holder, he was carrying a large framed concern wrapped in old newspapers. As he went to his seat, the teacher's eyes followed his every motion, a curious wonderment mirrored in them conflicting with the half-smile that wreathed her face. Aaron put his books down, them smiling broadly, advanced toward the teacher's desk. His alert eyes were so bright with joy that they were almost frightening. Temporarily, there was no other sound in the room. Aaron stared questioningly at her and she moved her hand back to the present cautiously, as if it were a living thing with vicious characteristics. I am sure it was the one thing she least expected. With a quick, involuntary movement I rose up from my desk. A series of submerged murmurs spread through the room, rising to a distinct monotone. The teacher turned toward the children, staring reproachfully. They did not move their eyes from the present that Aaron had brought her. It was a large picture of Christ painted black. Aaron Crawford went back to his seat, a feeling of triumph reflecting in his every movement. The teacher faced us. Her curious half-smile had blurred into a mild bewilderment. She searched the bright faces before her and started to smile again, occasionally stealing quick glances at the large picture propped on her desk, as though doing so were forbidden amusement. http://www.litstudies.org/bilingual_esl/task3/boy-who-painted-christ.htm, 1 of 5, February 6, 2009, 1:48 and 52 seconds p.m. The boy who painted Christ black. Aaron, she spoke at last, a slight tinge of uncertainty in her tone, this is a most welcome present. Thanks. I will treasure it. She paused, then went on speaking, a trifle more coherent than before. Looks like you are going to be quite an artist. Suppose you come forward and tell the class how you came to paint this remarkable picture. When he rose to speak, to explain about the picture, a hush fell tightly over the room, and the children gave him all of their attention, something they rarely did for the teacher. He did not speak at first. He just stood there in front of the room, toying absently with his hands, observing his audience carefully, like a great concert artist. It was like this, he said, placing full emphasis on every word. You see, my uncle who lives in New York teaches classes in Negro history at the YMCA. When he visited us last year he was telling me about the many great black folks who have made history. He said black folks were once the most powerful people on earth. When I asked him about Christ, he said no one ever proved whether he was black or white. Somehow a feeling came over me that he was a black man, 'cause he was so kind and forgiving, kinder than I have ever seen white people be. So, when I painted his picture I couldn't help but paint it as I thought it was. After this, the little artist sat down, smiling broadly, as if he had gained entrance to a great storehouse of knowledge that ordinary people could neither acquire nor comprehend. The teacher, knowing nothing else to do under prevailing circumstances, invited the children to rise from their seats and come forward so they could get a complete view of Aaron's unique piece of art. When I came close to the picture, I noticed it was painted with the kind of paint you get in the 5 and 10 cent stores. Its shape was blurred slightly, as if someone had jarred the frame before the paint had time to dry. The eyes of Christ were deep-set and sad, very much like those of Aaron's father, who was a deacon in the local Baptist church. This picture of Christ looked much different from the one I saw hanging on the wall when I was in Sunday school. It looked more like a helpless Negro, pleading silently for mercy. For the next few days, there was much talk about Aaron's picture. The school term ended the following week and Aaron's picture, along with the best handwork done by the students that year, was on display in the assembly room. Naturally, Aaron's picture graced the place of honor. There was no book work to be done on commencement day, and joy was rampant among the children. The girls in their brightly colored dresses gave the school the delightful air of spring awakening. In the middle of the day all the children were gathered in the small assembly. On this day we were always favored with a visit from a man whom all the teachers spoke of with mixed esteem and fear. Professor Daniel, they called him, and they always pronounced his name with reverence. He was supervisor of all the city schools, including those small and poorly equipped ones set aside for colored children. The great man arrived almost at the end of our commencement exercises. On seeing him enter, http://www.litstudies.org/bilingual_esl/task3/boy-who-painted-Christ.htm, 2 of 5, February 6, 2009, 1:48 and 52 seconds p.m. The boy who painted Christ black. The hall, the children rose, bowed courteously, and sat down again, their eyes examining him as if he were a circus freak. He was a tall white man with solid gray hair that made his lean face seem paler than it actually was. His eyes were the clearest blue I have ever seen. They were the only lifelike things about him. As he made his way to the front of the room, the Negro principal, George Duval, was walking ahead of him, cautiously preventing anything from getting in his way. As he passed me, I heard the teachers, frightened, sucking in their breath, felt the tension tightening. A large chair was in the center of the rostrum. It had been daintily polished and the janitor had laboriously recushioned its bottom. The supervisor went straight to it without being guided, knowing that this pretty splendor was reserved for him. Presently the Negro principal introduced the distinguished guest and he favored us with a short speech. It wasn't a very important speech. Almost at the end of it, I remembered him saying something about he wouldn't be surprised if one of us boys grew up to be a great colored man, like Booker T. Washington. After he sat down, the school chorus sang 2 spirituals and the girls in the 4th grade did an Indian folk dance. This brought the commencement program to an end. After this the supervisor came down from the rostrum, his eyes tinged with curiosity, and began to view the array of handwork on display in front of the chapel. Suddenly his face underwent a strange rejuvenation. His clear blue eyes flickered in astonishment. He was looking at Aaron Crawford's picture of Christ. Mechanically he moved his stooped form closer to the picture and stood gazing fixedly at it, curious and undecided, as though it were a dangerous animal that would rise any moment and spread destruction. We waited tensely for his next movement. The silence was almost suffocating. At last he twisted himself around and began to search the grim faces before him. The fiery glitter of his eyes abated slightly as they rested on the Negro principal, protestingly. "Who painted this sacrilegious nonsense?" he demanded sharply. "I painted it, sir." These were Aaron's words, spoken hesitantly. He wetted his lips timidly and looked up at the supervisor, his eyes voicing a sad plea for understanding. He spoke again, this time more coherently. Principal said a colored person have just as much right paint in Jesus black as a white person have paint in him white. And he says. At this point he halted abruptly, as if to search for his next words. A strong tinge of bewilderment dimmed the glow of his solid black face. He stammered out a few more words, then stopped again. The supervisor strode a few steps toward him. At last color had swelled some of the lifelessness out of his lean face. Well, go on, he said, enragedly, I'm still listening. Aaron moved his lips pathetically but no words passed them. His eyes wandered around the room, resting finally, with an air of hope, on the face of the Negro principal. After a moment, he jerked. http://www.litstudies.org/bilingual_ESL/task3/boy-who-painted-Christ.htm, 3 of 5, February 6, 2009, 1:48 and 52 seconds p.m. The boy who painted Christ black. His face in another direction, regretfully, as if something he had said had betrayed an understanding between him and the principal. Presently the principal stepped forward to defend the school's prize student. I encouraged the boy in painting that picture, he said firmly. And it was with my permission that he brought the picture into the school. I don't think the boy is so far wrong in painting Christ black. The artists of all other races have painted whatever god they worship to resemble themselves. I see no reason why we should be immune from that privilege. After all, Christ was born in that part of the world that had always been predominantly populated by colored people. There is a strong possibility that he could have been a Negro. But for the monotonous lull of heavy breathing, I would have sworn that his words had frozen everyone in the hall. I had never heard the little principal speak so boldly to anyone, black or white. The supervisor swallowed dumbfoundedly. His face was aglow in silent rage. Have you been teaching these children things like that? He asked the Negro principal, sternly. I have been teaching them that their race has produced great kings and queens as well as slaves and serfs, the principal said. The time is long overdue when we should let the world know that we erected and enjoyed the benefits of a splendid civilization long before the people of Europe had a written language. The supervisor shook with anger as he spoke. You are not being paid to teach such things in this school, and I am demanding your resignation for overstepping your limit as principal. George Duval did not speak. A strong quiver swept over his sullen face. He revolved himself slowly and walked out of the room towards his office. Some of the teachers followed the principal out of the chapel, leaving the crestfallen children restless and in a quandary about what to do next. Finally we started back to our rooms. A few days later I heard that the principal had accepted a summer job as art instructor of a small high school somewhere in South Georgia and had gotten permission from Aaron's parents to take him along so he could continue to encourage him in his painting. I was on my way home when I saw him leaving his office. He was carrying a large briefcase and some books tucked under his arm. He had already said goodbye to all the teachers, and strangely, he did not look broken-hearted. As he headed for the large front door, he readjusted his horn-rimmed glasses, but did not look back. An air of triumph gave more dignity to his soldierly stride. He had the appearance of a man who had done a great thing, something greater than any ordinary man would do. Aaron Crawford was waiting outside for him. They walked down the street together. He put his arms around Aaron's shoulder affectionately. He was talking sincerely to Aaron about something, and Aaron was listening, deeply earnest. I watched them until they were so far down the street that their forms had begun to blur. Even from this distance I could see they were still walking in brisk, dignified strides, like two people who had won some sort of victory. http://www.litstudies.org/bilingual_ESL/task3/boy-who-painted-Christ.htm, 4 of 5, February 6, 2009, 1:48 and 52 seconds p.m. The Boy Who Painted Christ Black. John Henrik Clarke, abridged. http://www.litstudies.org/bilingual_esl/task3/boywhopaintedchrist.htm, 5 of 5, February 6, 2009, 1:48 and 52 seconds p.m. Journal of Negro Education. The Morning Train to Ibadan. Author, S. John Henrik Clarke. Source, The Journal of Negro Education, Volume 31, Number 4, Autumn, 1962, pages 527 to 530. Published by, Journal of Negro Education. Stable URL, http://www.jstore.org/stable/2293978. Accessed, 18/09/2011-1945. Your use of the JSTOR archive indicates your acceptance of the terms and conditions of use, available at http://www.jstore.org/page/info/about/policies/terms.jsp. JSTOR is a not-for-profit service that helps scholars, researchers, and students discover, use, and build upon a wide range of content in a trusted digital archive. We use information technology and tools to increase productivity and facilitate new forms of scholarship. For more information about JSTOR, please contact support@jstore.org. Journal of Negro Education is collaborating with JSTOR to digitize, preserve, and extend access to the Journal of Negro Education. http://www.jstore.org. Section F, The Morning Train to Ibadan. John Henrik Clarke. Associate Editor, Freedom Ways Magazine. Lagos is far from being my favorite African city. Its cosmopolitan air and the incongruous mixture of African and European ways of life left me singularly unimpressed. In spite of my feelings about it, I must admit Lagos is not a city without attractions. Lagos is a colorful city with a dual personality, one foot in the 19th century and the other one stepping, with awkward rapidity, toward the 20th. I left the hotel, absurdly called the Palace, with a feeling of relief that was closely related to happiness. The Palace was absolutely the worst hotel that I have ever encountered in all of my years of travel. The spell of early morning was still upon the city and I had more than enough time at my disposal. I decided to walk the mile and a half to the Lagos train terminus. The cab drivers, already on the street in full force, offered their services and accepted my refusal with bad humor, as though I was an escaping thief. The road to the terminus stretched through one of the worst slum areas that I have ever seen, crossed a long bridge over a lagoon, intruding upon the landscape in the heart of the city with touches of magical beauty. At the station I showed my ticket and watched the expression on the clerk's face as he weighed my handbag and viewed the ticket again, frowning in disbelief. He was surprised to see an American traveling third class. I have been in Africa over 2 months now, traveling in mostly out-of-the-way places that most tourists never see. This is as it should be because I am not a tourist. My lifelong interest in Africa brought me here to my ancestral home to see and try to understand, at least part of the temperament and importance of this emergent continent and its people who will, no doubt, influence the future of mankind. In the station there were separate eating facilities for third-class travelers. This duplication made no sense to me and seemed rather silly. This is a new station built under British supervision. British city planning in Africa always leaves much to be desired. I purchased a cup of tea and a sweet bun before boarding the morning train to Ibadan. Some of the cars were almost full a half hour before the time of departure. I walked through the train until I found a seat near a window. Chatting Nigerian women wearing multicolored dresses and large bandana-like headpieces give the train a circus atmosphere. Nearly all of the women had children. More passengers with odd-shaped luggage and some carrying their belongings in bags and boxes soon filled up the train. Friends and relatives of the passengers stood inside and on the platform, giving out last-minute instructions and advice, sometimes in anxious and serious tones, as if the passengers were about to depart for the moon. At exactly 8 o'clock the train started its journey to Ibadan. A beggar came on pleading for the price of his morning meal. Leaving Lagos, we passed through Yaba, a residential suburb where most of the better-class Africans and a few Europeans live. Shops, theaters, and small hotels were scattered through the settlement. At Abuja, the first stop, the beggar left the train and 3 more got on. After 1 more substation stop we were out of Lagos. When we left the 3rd stop, Mushin, the countryside began to unfold. Shacks and huts punctuated the blankets of green foliage stretching before us further than the eye could see. From my accumulated provisions 527. 528 The Journal of Negro Education. Made a large sardine sandwich and I was still in the process of consuming it when we reached Ages, the 4th stop. 2 conductors moved rapidly to the back of the train, talking in excited tones. They were hurrying to the first and second class cars where some kind of commotion was attracting the attention of the people waiting to board the train. I called out in vain to a chatting market woman who was selling boiled guinea fowl eggs, 2 for 3 pence. The train pulled away as she noticed me and tried to reach the window where I was sitting. A beggar boarded the train at this stop, carrying a sign saying he was deaf and dumb. He wore the attire of a Mohammedan, a poorly kept Mohammedan. His long white robe was dirty and torn in several places. For a hat he wore a red fez. He looked to be of Hausa extraction, though he was much shorter than most of the Hausa people that I have seen. At 9:15 we stopped at Kajaya. The market women along the tracks offered nothing for sale that I had enough nerve to eat. As the train was leaving Kajaya I noticed the deaf and dumb beggar standing by the tracks laughing and talking to a group of similarly dressed men. The train moved through a thick forest area. The stray cinders from the engine had spoiled my cheap bargain basement suit. Still another beggar came through the train wearing a sign announcing that he too was deaf and dumb. The soliciting methods of this beggar were much more intriguing than those of the last one. He was calling attention to his sign with a tin rattle that made a sad, haunting kind of music. He was also more imaginative and more energetic than the last beggar. He turned completely around several times, almost aggressive in acting out his plight. Even without this ceremony his manner of dress was colorful enough to get him all the attention he needed. A pang of depression and disappointment touched my spirit when he left at the next stop. There was no lull in the excitement. More third-class passengers were boarding the train. A lady came into the car carrying a large straw sleeping mat on her head, 1 child in the cloth cradle on her back and a bundle in one arm. Other passengers were equally burdened, some were carrying cooking facilities. In spite of my fascination for third-class travel, I still have some prejudice against it that is being rapidly dispelled by scenes like this. Third-class accommodation makes it possible for a lot of people, with very little money, and an excessive amount of luggage, to travel at a fare they can afford. But for third-class accommodations, most people in Africa who fit into this category would not be able to travel by train at all. The lady with the straw sleeping mat put down the first load of her belongings and brought in a tin pan that was much larger than most American wash tubs. Her little girl came over to me, greeted me warmly in the Yoruba language and climbed into my lap. I answered her with a smile as she continued to talk. When she finally discovered that I did not know her language, her small face lost some of the bright glow of friendship and plainly showed its bewilderment. The child waited with admirable patience while her mother found a place for her many belongings and found time to take her. Her mother was noticeably pregnant. As the train started to move forward, the chatter of the newly arrived passengers, acquainting themselves with the others, rose to crescendos of clashing sounds and created, for me at least, a strange kind of confused jubilation. From the window I saw the green countryside unfolding its primeval splendor. About a half hour later we stopped at a small village surrounded by a thick forest. I sat in the window speculating about the names of the diverse species of trees scattered along the tracks. The train stood panting, as if anticipating the journey that lay ahead. Seemingly wondering, as I was wondering, why this stop was made. We were nowhere near a Current Trends and Events 529 station. No one got on or off. My American mind expects a reason for everything. The Nigerian passengers were still filling the car with crisscross conversations. The child of the lady with the straw mats and all the other bulky paraphernalia had fallen asleep. The train started jerkily, awakening the child, who looked up at her mother for one surprised moment and closed her eyes again. Still no one, except me, seemed to care why the train had stopped in the first place. I left my seat and walked through the third-class cars until I reached one marked, Canteen. This was the closest approximation to an American dining car I could find. A cup of tea cost me 3 pence. The scant choice of food was not impressive. I arrived back at my seat as the train was making another stop, for no reason that I could understand. Up ahead of us I saw a city built on the side of a hill. It looked to be new. The shiny tin-roofed houses looked as if they had been freshly painted. The city was Arrow. The market women at the station did not have any attractive items for sale. Mostly sugar cane and ajadai. Ajadai consists mainly of maize, corn, meal. It is one of the most important items in the West African diet. My favorite market women, the fruit sellers, arrived a few seconds before the train pulled away. I bought a bunch of 8 bananas for 3 pence. A few miles away from Arrow we reached a large city called Abai. Some passengers left at Abai. For less than 1 minute the aisles were unadjusted. Soon, more colorfully dressed people came aboard. Some were carrying straw mats. Where are they taking those mats? A lady pushed a large dishpan under my seat. A child was tied to her back and another one was growing in her abdomen. On the platform near the window where I was sitting an argument was in process. A white-robed man was in the middle of a cluster of people, standing stonily silent as their uninhibited wrath was poured upon him. All of his tormentors were dressed in smocks of different colors. This made the completely white robe of the assailed man stand out with contrasting sharpness. His face bore a peculiarly passive expression. He seemed neither for nor against his assailants. He stood and listened as though listening was a penitence, totally unrelated to guilt. Every seat in the car was occupied now. Market women invaded the train along with the new passengers. Movement in the aisles became a problem, a rather hectic one. The local argument outside of the train continued, heated and confusing. The lady with the large pots and pans prepared some food for her child. The child was beautiful. To me she seemed overdressed. I could be absolutely wrong because I am not sure what being overdressed consists of in this or any other part of Africa. As the train started its forward thrust, the argument on the platform ended abruptly. The white-robed man got into the third-class car behind us. The group of men wearing the multicolored smocks who had been addressing him in heated tones, were looking toward the train now. Their faces uniformly showed a flush of satisfaction, as if they had won some kind of victory. Probably, just being heard was all they wanted or needed. The lady with the many pots and pans had one full of ajadai wrapped in banana leaves. She took one ball of ajadai from the pan and gave it to the child, who made no attempt to eat it. She held the food in her hand and watched me as though I was likely to take it from her. A group of men carrying briefcases and flaunting airs of officialdom walked through the train. At the next stop some of the passengers with the straw mats left. A new passenger came into the car carrying what seemed to be a large catfish. One of the deaf and dumb beggars ended his tour at the station and was met by friends. He took off his sign and stood by the tracks, laughing and talking as other friends came up to greet him. Here. 530 The Journal of Negro Education. After it is going to be difficult for me to believe that anybody in Nigeria is really deaf and dumb. The little girl seated opposite me took off her headpiece, unfolded it, covered herself and went to sleep. The train moved through a valley. At another stop a stout Nigerian woman boarded the train carrying a large basket of bark and some earthenware pots and dishes. She leaned out of the window and gave instructions to 3 people standing outside as we got underway again. The station was only a large platform with no cover. A small herd of goats was grazing near the tracks. They looked up for a moment as the heavy straining noise of the engine was becoming incongruous in the midst of this pastoral scene. The new passenger found a seat, made a new friend or rediscovered an old one. The little girl who had been sleeping under her headpiece got up and opened one of the pots of food. She prepared a meal for herself, using banana leaves for a plate. Her mother gave her one glance of approval and continued a conversation with another passenger across the aisle. At 12:40 the train made another one of its unscheduled stops. We were near a village of small farms. Finally the train resumed its journey, jarring the little girl's food in its banana leaf plate. The man with the big catfish had hung his property above his seat. No one, except me, bothered to stare at this sight. The train moved over a long stretch of straight track. For the first time it reached a speed that might have been 35 miles an hour. The little girl finished her meal, threw the banana leaf plate out of the window and rediscovered my presence. For a moment I thought she was going to stare me through my seat. She was not hostile. She was intensely curious. I think she had realized that I was, at least, not a local African, and there was something out of the ordinary about my presence in a third-class car on the morning train to Ibadan. We reached a village of red clay houses with tin roofs. A train to Lagos, full of passengers, was waiting on the side tracks. I saw a few drops of rain. The rain made me more conscious of wanting and needing a bath. The cinders from the engine, flying into the open window, had ruined my cheap suit. I must remind myself to never again wear a light-colored bargain basement suit on an African train. Another stop was made at 2:05 p.m. The stout woman with the basket of bark and the earthenware pots and dishes got off, while handing her belongings adroitly and continuing a conversation with her friends. 15 minutes later, the train was pulling into Ibadan. The conductor walked through the cars, announcing, "Ibadan. We are now in Ibadan." The man with the large catfish brushed against me on his way to the door. The conductor continued to give out his needless message until he came to me. His observation of me was slow and thorough. "American?" he asked. "Yes." "Ever been in Ibadan before?" "No." His expression became a mixture of pride and condescension. His next message was also needless. "You are now in the largest city in West Africa," he said. "Third class on the blue train to Kumasi." By John Henrik Clarke. Third class on the blue train to Kumasi. The night before my departure for Kumasi, most of the families in the apartment compound, in Jamestown, the GA community of Accra, Ghana, had ventured to my small room and wished me safe journey. Soon after I arrived to live among them, they readily adopted me and became concerned about all of my activities during my African mission. Someone jokingly forewarned me against the Ashantis of Kumasi. Many years ago they were the traditional enemies of the GA people. Their disputes and wars and how they were eventually settled are now a part of the history and legends of these two proud African tribes. My GA friend and host, James A. Kotei, packed my handbag with tender care and thoroughness. In many ways he was more civilized than I, because he was more adaptable to the here-ness and now-ness of every occasion. On the morning of my departure, Mr. Tumiklo, the community businessman, dispatched one of his helpers to the station ahead of me to pick up my ticket. The old ladies who sat all day on the veranda of the house and the children bade me goodbye after I assured them that I would be returning to Accra in 4 days. Mr. Tumiklo was still amazed over my preference to travel third class. Most visitors to his country do not travel on African trains, third class or otherwise. The ticket to Kumasi, about 200 miles into the interior of Ghana by railroad route, cost 7 shillings and 7 pence, a little more than $1 in American money. The travel time from Accra to Kumasi had been announced as being 7 hours. On a continent where most people take an informal attitude about punctuality, I had been emphatically told that the blue train from Accra to Kumasi would depart and arrive at its destination on time. Mr. Tumiklo had arranged for me to stay at the home of Mr. Stanley Sealco, senior prison superintendent at Kumasi. Mr. Ilko is a member of the Ga tribe who formerly lived in the community of Jamestown in Accra. We arrived at the station at 5 minutes to 7. Most of the passengers had already boarded the train. A contagious circus atmosphere prevailed in the station and extended far beyond it. Market women, petty traders, friends, and relatives of the passengers fiercely endeavored to make themselves heard. One of the station master's assistants blew a whistle and announced the time of the train's departure. Mr. Tumiklo's helper took my bag and led me on the train, which was now almost full. The first 2 cars in the third-class section of the train have leather-cushioned seats. All of these seats had been taken before I arrived. I found a seat near a window in one of the cars with hard-board seats. I gave Mr. Tumiklo's helper a shilling for handling my bags. He seemed embarrassed about accepting it. In spite of the sharp buying and selling ability of the Ga people, they do not like to be paid for service rendered to a friend. In the few minutes left before departure, Mr. Tumiklo found a traveling companion for me. One of his friends, a Mr. Kodjo, was going to Kumasi. I asked Mr. Kodjo the meaning of his name. In answering my inquiry, he taught me the first in a series of lessons on the history and customs of the Akan people. The engineer blew the whistle of the panting train. The tempo of the many conversations was shattered. For a fleeting moment the noise diminished almost to a hush. The station master's assistant also blew his whistle repeatedly, and turned completely around several times, making sure he was heard. Why? I will never know. The happy faces of the friends and relatives of the passengers were wishing them safe journey. No doubt, at this moment the circus atmosphere in the station had reached its highest point of excitement. Over the heads of the crowd, I could barely see the waving hands of Mr. Tumiklo and his helper. It was exactly 7 o'clock as the train pulled away from the station. The celebrated blue train to Kumasi departed on time. We passed the new Kwame Nkrumah station, recently finished and waiting for its official opening. About 200 yards to the right of the station, the fountains in Kwame Nkrumah Circle, on Kwame Nkrumah Boulevard, sprayed streams of water toward the sky. My appointed traveling companion, Mr. Kodjo, was a civil servant on vacation. He was a small man, neat and handsome. Like most Africans, he wore his dark complexion with unobtrusive pride, a trait the people of African descent living in the Western world lost long ago. The lesson he was teaching me about the history and customs of the Akan people continued. His name, Kodjo, meant male child born on Monday. Had he been born on Tuesday, his name would have been Kwabena, Wednesday Kwaku, Thursday Ya, Friday Kofi, Saturday Kwame. So the Prime Minister of Ghana was born on Saturday. Kwazi is the name for a male child born on Sunday. The coastal city of Accra was behind us now. The train moved inland toward Kumasi. The first stop was at Achimota Station, near the famous college that was inspired and developed by the great African, James E. K. Aggrey. Leaving Achimota Station, the train moved into the forest area. The faces of the passengers no longer reflected the buoyant excitement of the departure. Children left their mother's care and made a playground in the aisles between the seats. In the cross-currents of conversation, the languages spoken were mostly Ga, Chui, and Yu. I could distinguish the sound of one from the other without understanding any of them. Figuratively, the conversation in English between Mr. Kodjo and me was an island of speech surrounded by a large and alien sea. The maximum speed of this train, on its good days, is 35 miles per hour. This was not one of its good days. The large toy engine plunged ahead on the narrow tracks past more forest, then a cluster of small fields. Occasionally an African farmer straightened up and waved at the passengers. The farmer was nearly always a woman working in an odd-shaped patch of land with a short hoe. We rode through several villages. In this country, as in most of Africa, the effects of rapid transition are altering the face of the land and the people. The traditional huts are being replaced by cement block houses. This country has large quantities of high-grade hardwood. Why this wood is rarely ever used in building houses, I do not know. Mr. Kotjo interrupted his teaching and looked toward the front of the train. The head of the engine was bending into a city. The city was Kotoku, our second stop. Some of the passengers got off here. A small group of men looking like government officials boarded the second-class car. Market women, petty traders, and other sellers of everything from baby nippers to full dress suits, swarmed over the train. I tried in vain to get the attention of the fruit sellers. The train was in motion, pulling away from the station before the army of salesmen lowered the crescendos of their chatter and moved their baskets and bundles away from the tracks. Inside the car, some of the children had left their playground in the aisles between the seats and were being fed by their mothers. A beautifully dressed woman with her feet as bare as they were when she came into the world stretched out on her seat and went to sleep. Two of the market women who had got on at the last stop were still walking through the cars selling sweet cakes. A male food seller, who was also a combination concessionaire and auxiliary conductor, was selling the same items as the women, and there was no apparent conflict between them. Beyond the city, the train entered the forest area again and increased its speed to what Mr. Kotjo said was 30 miles an hour, seemingly to refute my premature assumption that this was not one of the train's good days. Mr. Kotjo continued to explain the history and customs of the Akan people of Ghana. The present lesson was about the land tenure system among the Akans and the significance of the earth goddess Asase Fwa. Asase means earth or ground, Fwa means originating or born on Friday and female. We reached our third stop, the city of Nsawam, before the lesson was concluded. The market women at this station were selling a more substantial quality of food, mostly fish, beef, and rice and fried plantains. A bare-breasted woman, well dressed from the waist down, came to the train to greet a friend. The train left Nsawam and crossed the bridge of a small river called Densu. The last part of the city was built away from the railroad tracks. The steeple of what seemed to be an old church was seen in the foreground. In one corner of the car a lady was nursing her child and eating sweet cakes. Another lady had gathered up part of her loose-fitting garment and made a shield for her face while she slept. After the nursing baby finished its meal, the mother opened a can of sardines that she had bought at the last stop. Now that the baby was fed and peaceful, she leisurely enjoyed her meal of sardines and bread. I bought some sweet cakes that were not very sweet or very good. As we moved once more through deep forest country, the engineer slowed the speed of the train, seemingly in meditation and in respect for the grandeur of nature's handiwork in the tall, singing forest. The lady passenger who had covered her face with her garment while sleeping was now watching the world from the window of the train. The well-dressed lady with no shoes finished her nap and assisted another passenger in calming a crying child. Mr. Kotjo concluded a lesson on the early history of the Akan people, calling my attention to a cocoa tree and a local vegetable called cocoa yams. The train came out of the deep forest country and moved across a green valley that ended before we reached the city of Kofarikwa, our fourth stop. Kofarikwa is the capital of the eastern region and the headquarters of the regional commissioner. The station was larger than the one at Accra, and cleaner. Small boys competed with each other, selling Ghana newspapers to the passengers. The sugarcane sellers were doing a brisk business. I bought a piece, mostly because eating sugarcane is a habit I used to have during my childhood days in the state of Georgia. The men in the second-class car, who looked like government officials, got off here. They were waving at some of the passengers as the train moved on to Tifo, the fifth stop. The station at Tifo was only a shed. We stopped there for about 2 minutes. Some of the sleeping babies had awakened and were being breastfed. I was eating sugar cane, as were some of the other singers. We passed through a village where cocoa kernels were drying in the sun. The next town was Nhaka, the sixth stop. We arrived at Nhaka as Mr. Kotjo was explaining the ceremony of marriage and the components of the family structure in the social community of the Akan people. The town and its tin-roofed houses were soon behind us. We moved deeper into the part of the country that is heavily populated by the Akan people. Who are the Akan people? What is the significance of the role they have played in the old and new history of Ghana? According to the eminent Ghanaian scholar, Joseph B. Danquah, greatest living authority on the Akan people, the Akan, as a distinct social community, formed part of the great migration of people who were dislodged by the Muslim conquest of the Western Sudan in the 10th and 11th centuries. They gravitated southward and settled in the territory later called the Gold Coast. The original home and empire of the Akan people was known as Ghana, and was located on the bend of the Niger River. This country fell to the Muslims, under the leadership of Abu Bakr of the Sasso Empire, in 1076 AD. The Akan of Ghana are classified in three major groups, Enta, Ntu, and Nxe. The Enta stock embraces the Ganja, later, Gwan, Etsi, Fitu, Afutu, Obutu, Autu, Acebu, Anti, Ahanta, and allied tribes in the east and south of Ghana. The Fanti, Fa-Nte, came in the second wave of the Great Migration. Their first habitation was near Techiman in Ashanti. Eventually they moved their capital to Mankesum. The Portuguese came into this territory as traders in 1481. At that time the Fants were still paying homage to the ruler of Wailata as their superior king. Wailata was the successor of the ancient empire of Ghana. The third Enta stock, the Asante, Asa Nte, was the last and most powerful of the waves of Akan people to come from the north. Many centuries later, after the Asante, called Ashanti by the Europeans, had formed a great federation, they built the capital of modern Ashanti, Kumasi. The Ashantis became the most powerful of all the Akan people and the central power of Akan dynastic rulers. Their power grew and remained intact until the British entered Kumasi toward the end of the 17th century. Historically speaking, Europeans have been preying upon the west coast of Africa for over 500 years. The Portuguese came in the 15th century and built Elmina Castle. The Dutch, Swedes, Danes and English came afterwards. The Swedes established themselves at Cape Coast and the Danes built Christianborg Castle at Accra. By 1662 the British had gained the upper hand in the Gold Coast slave trade. After the withdrawal of the Dutch, the British monopoly over the West African slave trade prevailed until it was abolished in 1807. In 1896, Kwakadua III, King Prempeh of Ashanti, was seized and exiled by the British. Ashanti was declared a protectorate of the British in 1901, after its great woman warrior, Yasintiwa, queen ruler of Ahisu, had been defeated in the last Ashanti uprising, called the Yasintiwa War, in 1900. King Prempeh was permitted to return home in 1925, after taking an oath of allegiance to the British. The nearly 30 years of exile had not broken his spirit. The Ashanti Confederacy was restored in 1935 and once more it became the paramount centralized Akan government in the whole of the country then called the Gold Coast. The culture of the three Enta races of the Gold Coast was spoken of as Akan, meaning the first, possibly first in culture. The land inhabited by the Akan people, before the disruption of their social community by the Muslim conquest, was known as Akana or Akane, called Ghana by the Arabs and Guinea by the Europeans. At the beginning of their modern history, the main feature of Akan political life had been a democratic form of kingship which the warrior kings of Asante stock imposed upon all the tribes and lands around them. These were the people that I had set out to visit. The train passed through another town and slowed its speed without stopping. A flock of vultures sat on a dilapidated house at the edge of the town and stared vacantly at the passengers. Except for Mr. Kotjo and me, and the ladies with small babies, most of the passengers were asleep. We had now been riding on the blue train to Kumasi for nearly 4 hours. The group of chatting women who had gotten off at the last stop had taken away most of our amusement. The train came out of another stretch of forest and passed the Kwahu mountain range. At the last stop Mr. Kotjo had bought a bunch of 10 bananas for tuppence. I ate some of them after I had finished my sweet cakes. The long mountain range disappeared and the train moved through another cluster of farms. Mr. Kotjo explained the names and uses of the vegetation growing along the tracks. I can neither pronounce nor remember the names. Before we reached the 7th stop, Wahupursu city on the Pra River, the mountain range came back into view. The Pra River was once the dividing line between warring tribes. Osei Tutu, first great king of Ashanti, was ambushed and killed in 1731 while crossing this river at a place called Koromarti, and his body was never recovered. A royal entourage of 300 persons, including 60 wives of the king and the nobles of his court, was also killed. This great tragedy occurred on Saturday. In commemoration of the sad event, Osei Tutu's people initiated their most sacred oath Koromanti Mimanda, Koromanti Saturday, known as the Great Oath of the Dreadful Day. This oath is considered so solemn and binding that it is rarely mentioned by name. On the few occasions when it is mentioned, it is spoken of in fearful whispers. Mr. Kotjo unfolded lesson after lesson in the history, religion, and folklore of the Akan people as the rattling blue train took us closer to our destination, Kumasi. A Mohammedan passenger put down his rug and said his midday prayers, after which a beggar who had boarded the train at Wahupursu chanted for pennies in the same aisles. Mr. Kotjo paused hastily in his teaching as the train was approaching the city of Konongo, the 8th stop. He stared expectantly out of the window and was rewarded as the train screeched to a halt. His wife, who was visiting friends in Konongo, came to the train to greet him. As he leaned out of the window, their hands touched and they talked a full minute in the language of their tribe before Mr. Kotjo introduced me. His wife was a beautiful Ashanti girl, obviously much younger than he, dressed in expensive hand-loomed Ashanti cloth. Her 2 female companions looked over her shoulders and speculated about me, showing by their expressions that they were amused. By then, the food sellers had invaded the station in full force. Mr. and Mrs. Kotjo had to raise their voices to a shout in order to hear each other. Mr. Kotjo was giving his wife some money as the heavy, strained panting of the train engine started its forward thrust. The food sellers scrambled from the train while hurriedly returning change to their customers. Outside of Konongo, Mr. Kotjo called my attention to a gold mine. A new conductor, the third since Accra, came through the cars and picked up all of the tickets. Why so many? I do not know. It was now 12:55 p.m. Across the aisles from me the forever hungry baby was being fed again. The engineer was bringing the train back to its maximum speed, about 30 miles per hour. After the feeding, the mother gave the child a sponge bath. No one, except me, was surprised at seeing a baby being bathed on a train. On my last trip to the private place, toilet, I had noticed a lady at the far end of the car with a small crate of chickens near her seat. Yes, chickens on the blue train. The baby, a girl child, now redressed and seemingly happy, was handed over to another lady passenger while its mother refreshed herself. Mr. Kotjo finished teaching the last lesson on the history and customs of the Akan people at 1:40 p.m. I had been a passenger on the blue train to Kumasi since 6:55 a.m. The love affair I originally had with the hard seats, and this mode of travel, was over. The well-dressed lady who gave the impression of having no shoes took her belongings down from the rack and displayed a pair of African sandals before she put them on. All of the lady passengers with small children had placed them in the cloth cradles on their backs. Nearly every passenger on the train was standing, anticipating the moment of their departure. We were on the outskirts of Kumasi. The time was now 1 minute after 2 p.m. According to my advance information, Kumasi is a city of about 80,000 people. On the left side of the train the buildings of the Kumasi College of Technology could be seen. The train curved toward the station. Soon, and with breathtaking suddenness, Kumasi was in full view, a city built on a group of sloping hills, beautiful, as are most beautiful cities, in spite of the incidents of squalor and ugliness. As the train reached the station and slowed to a halt, I looked at my watch and discovered that the celebrated blue train from Accra to Kumasi, highly publicized for its consistency in arriving at its destination on time, had arrived 4 minutes late. In the station, bedlam reigned unabated. The passengers for the blue train's trip back to Accra were already waiting and showing no patience. The arriving passengers called out to friends and relatives and took their own time leaving the train. In the midst of this scene, I thanked Mr. Kodjo for his teaching and his kindness, gathered up my notes and my belongings and searched over the thickening mob of people, in hope of being able to identify the face of Mr. Stanley Sealco, who was to be my host during my stay in Kumasi. I alighted from the train and inquired about him. Without knowing it, I was standing near his car. Mr. Ilko and his son, Ferdinand, had gone to the first-class cars to wait for me, believing or assuming that an American visitor to their country would not travel any other way. A tall man wearing the uniform of a prison guard greeted me and departed. Soon he brought Mr. Ilko back to the car where I was waiting. He was a fine example of GA manhood, solid, black and handsome, with a proud soldierly swagger in his walk. His smile, thoroughly genuine, said, "You are welcome." He wore the uniform of his office, senior prison superintendent in this Ashanti town. With absolute confidence I moved toward his outstretched hand.